Good morning and welcome to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
I am here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, colleagues and members of the public. Before we begin today's meeting, I want to recognize an important moment that took place in our city this past week. For nearly 5 years, a temporary residential school memorial stood on the steps of Calgary City Hall. It became a place of mourning, reflection, and remembrance for many in our community. On March 20th, the spirit of that memorial was ceremonially transferred from City Hall to its future permanent home at the Confluence, where a lasting memorial known as the Wandering Spirit will be created. The ceremony included prayers, blessing from elders, and a walk from City Hall to the site, carrying 215 tobacco ties as offerings to the land. This moment represents both continuity and transition. The temporary memorial served as a powerful expression of grief and solidarity after the discovery of unmarked graves across Canada. The new memorial will continue that work, creating a permanent space for reflection, learning, and healing. So on behalf of Council, I want to thank the Indigenous community members, elders, knowledge keepers, volunteers, and members of Council who cared for the memorial over these years and who guided this transfer with ceremony and respect. So as a city, we acknowledge the truth of this painful history and a responsibility to continue the work of reconciliation, not only in words, but in how we learn, remember, and walk forward together. And with that, I welcome you into this meeting. Oki, Ambawastich, Danitara, Tanshe. Indigenous peoples have their own names for this area that have been in use long before settlers named this place Calgary. In the Blackfoot language, it is called Mokinstis. The Ethka Nakota Wikistabi First Nations refer to this place as Wichispa Oyede, and the people of the Tsuut'ina Nation call it Gutstis. The Métis call the Calgary area Otasquini. We appreciate and acknowledge that we're gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot Nations of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai First Nations, the Ethka Nakota Wikistabi First Nations, comprised of the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Goodstoney First Nations, and the Tsuut'ina First Nation. The City of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and to the Ottipin-Suwak Métis government, Métis Nation Battle River Territory, Nose Hill Métis District 5, and Elbow Métis District 6. We acknowledge and give gratitude to the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who live here and call Calgary home. And with that, we will move on to question period. I believe we have Councillor Chabot in the queue.
Thank you, Your Worship. I haven't actually addressed this with administration yet. I received a letter this morning from a concerned resident about the proceedings for today, specifically in relation to the motion that was approved by Council, and that it was to bring forward amendments to reinstitute the land use districts that existed prior to the blanket zoning, prior to it being approved. And there was a motion arising that also came from that had directed administration to prepare potential amendments prior to second reading. So I just want clarity around how the proceedings are going to go here. Are we going to be discussing just the initial operative clause of the notice of motion first and then voting on it, at least for first reading, before we even enter into discussions on potential amendments prior to second reading? Or is that all part and parcel with what this public hearing is supposed to be intended for? Not just the blanket, but also the potential textual amendments and clerical amendments that administration is bringing forward as all part and parcel of this entire public hearing. Sorry, long-winded question.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot, through the chair. So the recommendations in the report consider that motion arising as well. So it's embedded in the recommendations, I believe, 3, 4, and 5. We've put everything together.
And if I may,
Yeah, please.
the reason that I'm asking the question is because what was advertised was just the repeal, not all of the textual amendments, hence the reason for my asking the question.
I believe the entire set of recommendations was advertised.
Okay. Including the textual amendments. All right. Thanks.
Yes.
Okay, we'll have an opportunity to follow up on that as well through agenda setting. Councillor McLean for question period.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't prepared for this. I expected us to be a big fight to get into QP. But now that we're here, and sorry not for notifying you, but my question surrounds property taxes. I have a resident that was going through his bill, and he found out for the last 10 years he's been overcharged, saying he had a basement suite when he didn't. So he was assessed at around $100,000 more than his property was worth. They had the wrong address on it. So he's come to me, we've looked at it, we've taken it to the city, up to channels. They say there's nothing we can do about it, which I don't find acceptable. So my question then is, how does someone like that I think there's 1 year that you can go back on your assessment and of course appeal it. This is going back 10 years. Not everybody looks at their bills and compares them to their neighbors. So do we need a notice of motion? Do I need a notice of motion to change these rules so the city can then refund people that when the city has made a mistake? This is a mistake on both sides. So that's my question. I can, again, I wasn't prepared to bring you all the details. I can do that. We have it emailed back and forth, but to me, it sounds like an injustice and I want to rectify it.
Thanks for the question. If you could, yes, send over the details, that would be great. And I think some of the parts that we'll bring back in the answer is of the regulations and the stipulations that we follow, which ones are directed by council and which ones are directed through the MGA, and then we can differentiate that. I think in terms of going back into the past, that would be more of an MGA issue. In terms of what we have more currently, that would be a council issue. But once I get those details, I can walk through and then we can put together an answer.
Perfect, thank you. Because I think the response from administration, just to make it clear, to shorten was if we went back to everybody that this might have happened, it would be costly. But regardless of that, I think administration, I think my colleagues would agree that if somebody was overcharged, no matter how many people, we should look at some type of reimbursement.
I think as long as we're focused and maintain compliance with the MGA, then we can be in some of those conversations. But that'll be the first point that we differentiate in our reply and our response is what aspects of that situation are more under the umbrella or are under the umbrella of the MGA versus under our more localized or municipal guidelines.
Excellent, thank you. I'll follow up with you offline.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. On the agenda, moved by Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor McLean. The confirmation of agenda is on the table. Councillor Chabot, do you want me to go back to you for some follow-up on the questions around the specificity of what was advertised, what wasn't?
I'm actually satisfied. The question was asked and answered.
Great. So at this point, we're going to go into a couple amendments to the agenda and various procedural motions. So we're going to discuss appropriate break times, when to start, when to stop for the week. At the end of that, we'll also have the opportunity to ask maybe a couple just strictly clarifying questions about the reports, because colleagues, you'll note that when administration provides their presentation, we go immediately into public hearings, so we don't have opportunities subsequent to that report. I saw, Madam Clerk, did you have a light on there?
Yes, please, Mayor Farkas, just to clarify that the procedural motions will follow confirmation of agenda, not as amendments.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
I was wrong. Excellent. Any amendments on the agenda, hearing that the procedural stuff comes after? All right. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, let's engage the vote, please.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And that motion has been carried 15-0. Congratulations, we have a meeting today. Excellent. All right, so on procedure, I'm going to go to the speaker's queue. Firstly, with Councillor Delaware, please.
Thanks, Mayor. One of the 4 councillors who were here on April 22nd, 2024, I have some amendments or procedural changes that, based on my conversation with other colleagues, can make this meeting effective, more engaging, and hopefully fast, if you will, in the sense that some of the lessons. So I sent some amendments to our clerk, so the hope is we can go through each one of them one by one and vote on it. And it's the will of the council. Maybe we want to bring the first one. And major one is some of our residents submitted their submissions after March 16th. So just asking council to put them on corporate record.
Let's do that one then first.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the very first one is, this is confirmation of agenda.
Oh, that's just the header at the top, sorry, we have to attach it to somewhere. The agenda's been confirmed. So the first motion, Councillor Dhaliwal, is to direct the city clerk to distribute all late submissions received up until the public hearing on the matter is closed. And I can let council know that we've received approximately 280 late submissions since the agenda deadline cutoff.
Yeah, so the intent of this motion is that we'll continue to allow letters, emails to be collected through the course of the public hearing.
Yeah, so if residents are at home and they can't make it to the public hearing, they can still submit their written submissions, and they will become part of the corporate record.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Dhaliwal,
moved.
second by Councillor Kelly. Anyone wish to debate on this? Seeing none, we will call the question. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote, and this is to allow all late public submissions received up until the end of the public hearing to be added to the corporate record.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. Thank you. That motion is carried 15-0. So we will collect letters, emails, submissions. So in the case that perhaps you didn't have the opportunity to speak, but you couldn't come back the next day, we'll certainly accept a written letter submitted. Back to you, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Yeah, I want to bring up the next one. This one is basically shortening our lunch recess from 75 minutes to 60 minutes, obviously starting at the call of the call of the chair, sorry, because we might be, have some listeners in the panel. I discussed with clerks, there was a concern that shortening breaks could affect their working, but it's confirmed through city clerk that this will not. 75 to 60, it's not going to have any material impact on how they look at paperwork and all that during the break. So I just want to bring it up because we have so many residents who are here. 15 minutes always help. Give 15 minutes mean 3 more speakers who can speak. So please, if we can shorten it, that'll be great.
So that's been moved by Councillor Dhaliwal. Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor Pantzopoulos. I'll put myself in the queue. I won't be supporting this, but it's more because I'd like us to go to 9:30 p.m. every day. If we were to end at, say, 6 o'clock, it would make sense to have shorter breaks, but if we're going to go for the long haul, I think the full 75-minute break is appropriate, especially when we think about the work that staff have to do behind the scenes. It's relatively straightforward for us as members of council, but there's an incredible amount of work behind the scenes being done in clerks, as well as just security for the facilities management to enable this. So I won't be supporting this, but because I'd like us to go to 9:30 p.m. every day, I think it's warranted for us to have the longer break if we're going to go later. Any other debate on shortening the lunch recess? Seeing none, over to you, close, Councillor.
Close.
Okay. Madam Clerk, let's engage the e-vote, and this is to shorten the lunch recess from 75 minutes to 60 minutes.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On that, the motion is carried with myself opposed, as well as Councillors Kelly, Yule, Jameson, Tyers, and Chabot. Back to you, Councillor Dhaliwal. So actually, just for the folks watching, so typically what this means is through this week, it will mean from 12 to 1 p.m. will be our lunch break typically. Yeah. Back to you, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Sorry, clerks, if we can bring up this next one. So this one, I would like to pull it up. I don't want it to go through the voting because talking to clerks, this is something that they don't want to see. Us shortening 30 minutes to 15 minutes, they need full 30 minutes to go through their paperwork. So procedurally, how can we do that now since it's on the floor?
There was no seconder.
Okay.
So we're okay. We can
Perfect.
move on to
Thank
the
you.
next one.
Okay, great. We can move to the next one. So duration of this entire public hearing, typically we reconvene at 1 p.m. on the next day. So this motion is basically saying, can we change that and start reconvening 9:30 every day till this public hearing is going to be held. So this is very straightforward. I hope we can all support this.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Dhaliwal, second by Councillor Kelly. Very happy to support this. Let's make the full week count for listening to Calgarians. Madam Clerk, let's engage the e-vote, please.
Councillor Ward, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And that motion is carried 15-0, so we will be back here every day at 9:30 in the morning, for this week at least. And then back to you, Councillor.
Yeah, I guess this is the last one probably. So this is the one I'm asking colleagues, I've talked to a few of us, talked about it, rather than going till 9:30 every day, if we can finish public hearing at 7 p.m. And this is just personally what I saw. Last public hearing, we were just listening for sake of listening. When we go through our public hearing, first 2-3 items normally we take 3-4 times more time than the last 3 that go so fast. I just want to make sure we are listening to these residents. Just want to make sure when they're talking, we are engaging with them. Long days are mentally tiring, and it takes toll on you. And all I'm saying is let's engage them, let's talk to them, because this is a pivotal moment in our history of our city. This decision is going to be not only felt by these people sitting here, but future generations. So I'm just saying, take that extra time. Let's keep it more engaging session. And if council decides not to, that's fine. I just wanted, based on my lessons learned, just wanted to put it out there. With that, I'm open.
All right, that's been moved by Councillor Dhaliwal. Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor Schmidt. I'll just briefly inject myself here. I will not be supporting this. I'd like to see us end at 9:30. The reason being is we need to maximize the ability to hear from working families, right? I think if we cut off at 7, it's the difficulty of kids coming home, managing dinner, that sort of thing. We won't be able to hear from Calgarians. So as well as I think we'll likely go to perhaps 3 weeks if we shorten the meeting from 9:30 to 7 p.m. each day. So I will not be supporting this. However, if this motion does pass, I'd certainly invite perhaps a further motion from council to cancel the dinner break. It would make sense just to work through to 7 rather than leave for the dinner at 6 o'clock. So with that, some debate on this. First, Councillor Ward, please.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, reading through all the submissions over the weekend, people have invested a ton of time into this themselves. So to ask us to stay for an extra 2 hours, I think is a very small ask. I would also say that, again, if we shorten by 2 hours every single day, like Mayor Farkas said, we're just going to go for more days. So let's get it done as quickly as we can. And I think staying for 2 hours is a very small ask based on what I read.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schmidt.
I think I'll support this initially, but I think as we go through the week, we should open up the opportunity to then extend the hearing on the latter part of the week, especially because so many people are away at spring break right now, that we may see more people come back into town, and that we can hold our focus for the first few days, see how we're doing with numbers, and then perhaps look at extending our hearing time when folks have more flexibility later in the week to come later as well. So that's my 2 cents, to quote Councillor McLean.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, well, when I got elected in 2005, I knew that my days were going to be from 9:30 to 9:30. And there's been multiple instances over the years that I've had the opportunity and the pleasure of serving from 9:30 to 9:30, albeit somewhat challenging to try and accommodate my needs and work-life balance. It's what I signed up for. It's what I signed up for back then. It's what I signed up for in this term. So I'm not going to support this because I'm committed to serving from 9:30 to 9:30.
Thank you. Councillor Yule, please.
Yeah, I'm also not going to support this. I've been on the other side of this platform, and I have been the last speaker at 9:30, and I think it's really important to be able to hear everybody, because sometimes somebody here might be here to speak today, but might not be able to speak tomorrow. So as much as we can get in a single day, I think we should.
So just from a process standpoint, could I welcome an amendment to the amendment, say from Councillor Chabot and Councillor Yule to read, just delete the words 7 p.m. and replace with 9:30 p.m.? Or is, Madam Clerk, do you want to do a different motion for that?
Mayor Farkas, the 9:30 is already within the procedure bylaw.
Okay, perfect.
So that an amendment wouldn't be required because it's mandated in your rules already.
Awesome, thanks. So, Council, before I call the vote on here, vote yes to this if you wish for us to end at 7 p.m. Vote no if you wish for us to end at 9:30 p.m. All right, Madam Clerk, let's, or rather, Councillor Dhaliwal, would you like to close?
Yeah, no, if we decide 9:30, but I challenge all of you to pay attention to when they're speaking, not stay busy on our phones and and not engaging them. So that's my only request. Let's respect them if we really want to go till 9:30 and not just make a grandstanding right here at the council floor. So with that, if we decide 9:30, great. I signed up for 9:30 and I'm not running away from that. I was just trying to make it more effective based on what I saw last term. Thank you.
Thank you, and with that, let's engage the vote, please.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thanks. Please display the results. On that, the motion has been defeated 2-13 with only Councillors Schmidt and Dhaliwal in favor. Colleagues, is there any other procedural motions here on timing, et cetera? Councillor Dhaliwal?
There is no motion, but just a question of clarification from the clerks. Some of us are discussing, once we finish the public hearing, last speaker has spoken, we have asked the questions from administration. How do we go by taking, if there is a desire to taking a pause for a couple, 3 days so councillors can go work on their amendments, have discussions with their residents, because again, this is a big decision. So can we bring that motion later in the council meeting?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dhaliwal, and through the chair. As I've just previously said, council meetings are set to adjourn at 9:30 and resume the following day at 9:30. Should council get to Friday or Thursday, at that point in time, a motion would be required to set when you will reconvene. So if you would like to reconvene the following week and set a few days in between, a motion would be required at that point in time. And I would just caution not to maybe set it today until you know when you will get to the close of the public
That was
hearing.
my thought process. No, thank you for
Councillor, I would say my perfect world is we run Monday through Friday here. We conclude the public hearing. We have the weekend, or the public hearing ends on Friday. We have the weekend, and we come back Monday. But I'd suggest probably 24 to 48 hours of downtime between the end of the public hearing and then going on to debate, just to be able to catch up on some of the letters that may have been submitted.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of pause? If it's the weekend, then it's the weekend. We reconvene on Monday. But I just wanted to put it out there that there's an opportunity if we wish to take that extra pause. There is that opportunity. Thank you for clarifying, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thanks. So I see nobody else on procedure and process motions here, but I'm going to allow a little bit of leniency if there's anyone who wishes to speak just on clarity from what Jim Hamilton provided, the process for today, because we will hear from administration. They'll give their report. We'll go immediately into the public. So this is the last opportunity for questions of administration prior to us hearing from the public. So, Councillor Chabot, would you like me to come back to you?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I appreciate that. I was trying to rationalize the question that I asked and the answer that I got in relations to what was actually advertised and reviewing what was actually submitted to residents. I did note that the final bullet does make reference that there was some potential textual, but no specifics as to what that might be, though. Was there?
So specifics as to what the rule changes were, those would have been as per the notice of motion. In just a second.
I'm just trying to, from a residential or an affected person's perspective, how would they know what those proposed were if through this notice, if they weren't paying attention to what was going on council? And I would suspect that would be the majority of Calgarians.
So let me just confirm with the team whether, because in our report, we refer to an attachment that spells out the textual amendments. Let me just confirm with the team whether those textual amendments were advertised specifically. Yes, they were.
If I could jump in as well, I had the same question, Councillor Chabot, and I asked my family member what they thought of this, and they said that they went to calgary.ca/rezoning, and then it's all laid out there on the computer, but I don't think in the actual printed mail or in the letter was the actual text provided. It's provided online, but I think your point is valid as far as concern about not actually being able to see what was advertised.
So the letter itself is a plain language notification letter directing people to exactly what your family members did to calgary.ca/rezoning.
Okay, yeah, and again, I had several phone calls and some people who had my direct line. And they're like, what are you doing rezoning my property? And so I had to go through the whole process of explaining to them that their property had already been redesignated and that this was a process of trying to reinstitute the old designation. But the notice just created more questions for them than answers. I could have referred them to the website, but not everybody has access to a computer. So then how would they then be notified?
So what I would suggest, Councillor Chabot, is we're going to do, if council allows us to do our presentation in due time, we're going to walk Calgarians through exactly what the recommendations are. And essentially those are three types of recommendations. One, bring back the districts that were in play before 2024. 2, rezone the properties back to what they were in 2024, subject to and exempting out those that meet the exemption criteria, and then 3, making those textual amendments as were directed to administration by council.
Or to at least debate and decide whether or not to move forward with those prior to second reading.
Well, you're going to debate all of the recommendations and decide whether or not to move forward with all of the recommendations.
But the
if we had left them to prior to second reading, they would not have been advertised, and so then Calgarians would not know that we were also proposing to make changes to the RCG district. So we wanted those rules to be advertised out front and available now, and so that's why they're listed in the recommendations as they are.
And do you know if any of those proposed amendments would potentially trigger a new public hearing?
No, because they've been advertised.
Okay. And if they had not?
It would depend on what council accepted or not. Maybe that's a question for Ms. Wilberser when she gets out here for the public hearing portion.
Okay, yes, maybe I'll hold it for then. Thank you.
Thanks. I wanted to jump in on something, but maybe if I can put you on the spot, Councillor Ward. I saw you had some really good commentary on social media and just in terms of the phrasing of how things were asked, support or oppose. Did you want to jump in on that?
Sure, yeah. So I had a really exciting weekend. I went and manually read all 2,328 submissions. It was invigorating. Basically, a major theme, and this was brought to my attention by residents over about the last week, was that the question being asked was not very clear. So when you're doing your public submission, you're asked to say whether you're in favor or whether you're opposed. And so a lot of people put opposed because they are opposed to blanket rezoning. But actually, when you put opposed, you're saying you're opposed to the proposed notice of motion to reverse blanket rezoning. So there was confusion there, and that's why I felt that it was necessary to go through all 2,328 submissions and recategorize them properly based on what they were actually saying, not just the label that they selected. So there was, I think it was around, well, there was at least, I think, 200 or 185 that were misclassified, and that being they chose the wrong selection based on what they were actually trying to say. Also, there was some submissions that just chose in favor or in opposition, and there was no commentary, so I can't properly determine what they're actually in favor or opposed to. So it was just a bit confusing. I found a lot of people, you know, had selected the wrong choice based on what they want to see happen, and there was a lot of confusion, and we received quite a few emails about that. So that's why I went and had the best weekend of my life.
Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Councillor Ward was saying there. We also did a bit of a deep dive in terms of it, and I will, for clarity for everyone, when we went through, it was a bit of a wash between them, people who were actually opposed but said in favor, people who were in favor and were opposed. So as a result, the numbers might change the percentage by 1 or 2%, but not, it's not a massive difference. But I will absolutely agree with Councillor Ward that there was a lot of confusion from Calgarians about what in favor meant and what opposed meant, which is why I think it's a good thing that we all go through and read those in detail as much as possible. And we have the public hearing today in order to be able to hear from folks. So whether they say they're in favor or opposed, what they say is going to be much more important on that front.
Yep. All right, I see no more other lights. Let's move to 7, reports for public hearing. And perhaps as we're changing everybody out, Madam Clerk, could you just recap what the sum of those process motions were so that the members of the public know what our rules are for the next week?
Absolutely happy to do so, Mayor Farkas. So the first procedural motion that passed was to accept all the late public submissions. So anyone who provided a letter to the city clerk's office after the noon deadline, we've already processed 200 of them. They're available on calgary.ca, and for members of council and eScribe, we will continue to add them. Anyone that submits a submission during the public hearing, so up until the time at which Mayor Farkas closes the public hearing, we will be adding those both to eScribe as well as to calgary.ca where the agenda is. Next procedural motion was to shorten the lunch recess from 75 minutes to 60. So for the duration of this week, Monday to Friday, council will recess at approximately noon for 60 minutes and will resume an open session at 1 o'clock. For the duration of this meeting, council will resume at 9:30 a.m. every day in the council chamber. And council is scheduled to recess each night at 9:30 p.m.
Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
All right, we will swap everybody out. All right, so for this section of the agenda, reports for public hearing, we will start with the presentation by administration in response to the direction from council for this item. Then we will jump straight into the public hearing. I'll go to the list of registered speakers, rotating the registered speakers between those in favor, against, and neither to the extent that is practicable. Council is restricted in these public hearings to issues of land use, the use and not the user. And I will probably jump in if you aren't speaking specifically to the use and what's before us. Also, take this time to remind everyone that for every public hearing matter, council members must be amenable to persuasion. Although the matters before council may have been discussed previously and through our election last year, each council member here today, and considering this decision before us, is ready to listen to speakers from the public and are and will be amenable to persuasion in the decision that we will make. Public speakers have a maximum of 5 minutes to make their presentation. For those that are presenting in the council chamber, there's a timer on the screen at each podium at the podium to help you manage your time. And council members may ask questions after each speaker is finished presenting. For our remote participants, please set a 5-minute timer for yourself. After your presentation, please remain on the line as we may have questions for your panel. After your panel concludes, please drop off the telephone line and continue following through the live stream. At this point, there are 73 panels. Council may ask its questions after all speakers in the panel are done. Panels of registered speakers will rotate between those in favor, against, and neither to the extent that is practicable. A speaker cannot transfer any of their speaking time to another speaker. Due to the large number of speakers who have registered to speak at this public hearing, the public hearing will take multiple days to complete. It is important that everybody who wishes to address council monitor the progress of the meeting. Screens have been set up in the municipal atrium for those attending in person, and they will show which panel is currently addressing council. Likewise, those participating remotely can monitor the progress of the meeting using the live agenda at calgary.ca/agenda, or by watching the meeting using the live stream at calgary.ca/watchlive. As the public hearing proceeds, I will announce the panel number and call out the names of the registered speakers assigned to each panel. If you're here in person, please come forward and take a seat on one of the 5 chairs behind the podium. And if you're calling in, please acknowledge that you are present. For public speakers who indicated they require translation services when registering to speak, I will confirm that your interpreter is on the line prior to starting your time. Once the speaker has finished and the translation is complete, I'll remind the translator to stay on the line until the end of the panel, as we may have questions for the speaker. Members of the public who wish to speak can still register online at calgary.ca/public submissions or in person at the registration desk located outside of the council chamber in the municipal public building atrium. Once we finish with all of the speakers, I will close the public hearing. Questions of clarification from council members to administration can be taken at this point. Then we will go to council to debate the item. Pending what we discussed previously, I think it'll be worthwhile to have at least a break for the day prior to going into that debate. And although there may be a wide range of topics that were important to members of the public that we'll hear about while the public hearing is open, please be aware that once council moves into its deliberations and debate, it will be restricted to consider only relevant planning considerations for its decision. With that, perhaps over to you, GM Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Mayor Farkas, and good morning, Council. So when we talk about building a city, we're not just talking about roads, buildings, or zoning rules. We're talking about people, where they live, how they connect, and whether they feel they belong. That's why vision matters. A city without vision reacts. A city with vision plans ahead. It makes choices today that shape the kind of city we become tomorrow. Calgary is growing towards 2 million people. Growth is not optional. Families are changing, people are coming, and our economy depends on having a workforce that can actually afford to live here. That means housing that is diverse, accessible, and sufficient. We know growth is not easy. Change can feel uncomfortable. Past efforts to create housing choice have caused frustration for some. Others feel the urgency of finding solutions hasn't been met. Both experiences are real, and both matter. This week, you will hear from Calgarians, some in favor of repealing citywide rezoning and some opposed. I encourage you to listen not just to the numbers, not just to the rules, but to the heart of what's being said. Look for the common ground, a shared passion for Calgary, a shared care for our neighborhoods, a shared understanding that growth matters and housing matters. So we're not debating whether Calgary should grow, because it will. The real question is how we grow, how we welcome new Calgarians, whether they're moving here or born here, in ways that respect communities, align with infrastructure, and create meaningful opportunities for input. Thoughtful planning can allow growth that strengthens communities, acknowledges what people value, and ensures housing for all. Doing nothing is also a choice, and it has consequences. Higher costs, fewer options, more pressure on those already struggling to find a home. So we can choose instead to act thoughtfully, inclusively, and with a clear vision. A vision of a city that welcomes people, plans for the future, and makes room for everyone. Before I pass the floor over to Manager Mueller to present the report and recommendations, Council, I'd like to make you aware of an error that is repeated on both pages 5 and 6 of our report. Clerks has the updated cover report and will distribute that momentarily. So I'll draw your attention to page 5 under social implications. It states, limit housing choice on approximately 68% of parcels to single detached homes, plus 1 secondary suite and 1 backyard suite. That is incorrect. It should say, limit housing choice on approximately 68% of parcels to single detached homes, plus 1 secondary suite or 1 backyard suite. And on page 6, the same error is there. It states single detached zoning will allow up to 3 homes. It should say up to 2 homes. Thank you, Council, and over to you, Joe.
Good morning, Council. I'm Joachim Mueller, the Manager of City Planning. My team is responsible for the land use bylaw, and we are here today in response to the notice of motion to repeal blanket rezoning. Next slide, please. With the approval of the notice of motion in December 2025, Council directed administration to prepare a bylaw to repeal rezoning for housing. Administration's recommendations to achieve Council's direction are, in summary, that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 9P 2026, amendments to the land use bylaw 1P 2007 to repeal blanket rezoning. I know there's a lot of text on this slide, so we'll take a closer look at what this means on the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. Council's direction tasks administration with preparing a bylaw that would do 5 things. First, reinstate the low-density residential zones into land use bylaw 1P 2007 that were removed by rezoning for housing. Second, change back the zoning of affected parcels to their status prior to the effective date of rezoning for housing. Third, as directed in the notice of motion, exempt parcels that meet specific criteria from this redesignation and so avoid unintended consequences. Fourth, change the RCG district rules to address concerns, but keep the changes made during rezoning for housing, for example, parking rates. And fifth, retain amendments made to land use bylaw 1P 2007 that were approved after rezoning for housing. Further details and information can be found in the attachments. But that's not all. There were a few other tasks that I'll speak to on the next slide. Next slide, please. Council further directed administration to report back on 4 topics: public engagement, information on federal funding, updated infrastructure capacity assessments, and parking. I'm happy to report that the first 3 have been completed, and parking is addressed in attachment 8 of the report before you today. Before we go into the details of these 5 recommendations, I think it's important to look at the previous council direction that got us to today. Next slide, please. Providing more housing choice has long been a goal of the city. In 2014, the city took proactive action by introducing the RCG district, which provided for row house developments. In June 2023, Council responded to the housing crisis facing Calgary and other Canadian cities by approving the Housing Affordability Task Force's report. This report and its recommendations informed Home is Here, the City of Calgary's housing strategy 2024 to 2030 that Council approved in September 2023. Home is Here contains 98 actions that Council directed administration to undertake to address housing and increase the supply of homes. In May 2024, Council approved rezoning for housing, which primarily did 2 things. First, it removed 11 low-density residential districts from the land use bylaw, and second, it put in place base residential zoning citywide using either the RCG, RG, or HCO districts. As Calgary grows with new people and homes, our communities are changing, and our existing residents are feeling affected by these changes. 736 Calgarians spoke at the public hearing for rezoning for housing in 2024. 458 spoke in opposition. That's around 62% of the speakers. 227 spoke in support. That's around 31% of the speakers. And 51 were neutral, or around 7%. Some Calgarians continue to express concerns about the impact on their communities and their reduced involvement in redevelopment decisions. On December 15th, 2025, Council responded to these concerns by approving the notice of motion we are reporting back on today. The potential repeal decision is significant to all Calgarians, so it was important to ensure all Calgarians were aware of what it means and knew how to share their perspectives with Council. On the next slide, I'll speak about the efforts administration took to create this awareness. We'll get back to those 5 recommendations in just a few slides. Next slide, please. Beginning in January 2026, administration took various actions to make Calgarians aware of the proposed repeal of rezoning for housing. We created a website with information on the notice of motion, information on the land use districts, and the background of rezoning for housing. The website included a tool that allowed Calgarians to search for their address to see what the proposed bylaw would mean for their property. The city also notified affected property owners in 2 ways. We provided electronic notice of the public hearing via our Planning Matters website on February 20th, 2026, and we sent over 300,000 letters to affected property owners. And from March 2nd to the 23rd, administration ran a multilingual awareness campaign using different media. So, with how we got to today behind us, let's look forward. Let's return to those 5 recommendations and go into a little more detail in the next few slides. Next slide, please. Recommendation 1 brings back the residential districts. Approving the proposed repeal bylaw will reinstate the 11 low-density districts that were removed by rezoning for housing. Importantly, RCG, RG, and HGO will also continue to be available to applicants. On the next slide, we'll see what this translates to on the proposed land use map. Next slide, please. Recommendation 2 changes back the zoning to pre-rezoning for housing. Approving the proposed bylaw will redesignate approximately 306,000 parcels to their previous zoning. This means that 68% of residential parcels in Calgary will again only allow for a single detached home plus 1 suite, as can be seen on the map. Recommendation 3 means parcels that meet specific criteria will be exempted from redesignation back to their original zones, as per Council's direction. These exemptions will reduce the potential for unintended, non-conforming buildings and uses. Although the map may change, property owners will still be able to redevelop their parcels using the RCG district, but they will again need to undertake a land use redesignation process and receive Council's approval through a public hearing. If the proposed bylaw is approved, the RCG district will also be changed. If you're wondering how it will change, we'll see that on the next slide. Next slide, please. Recommendation 4 makes changes to the RCG district to address concerns around the 7 topic areas shown on the slide. Approving the proposed bylaw will change the rules that control the scale and form of buildings. Change the rules so that row houses may not be built mid-block, and reduce the maximum density to 60 units per hectare. The parking changes made during rezoning for housing in May 2024 will be retained. These parking rules require 1 parking stall per unit and suite in post-1960s residential areas and 0.5 parking stalls per unit and suite in pre-1960s residential areas. The result of the change in density from 75 to 60 units per hectare is shown in the illustration. Key is that the reduced density will only allow 3 principal dwelling units and 3 suites on a standard parcel. On upcoming slides, we'll look at what the results of all these changes would be if the proposed bylaw is approved. But first, we must take a quick look at the bylaws that are also being retained. Next slide, please. This brings us to recommendation 5, which responds to the direction in the notice of motion to retain 8 bylaws that amended Land Use Bylaw 1P 2007 after rezoning for housing was approved. These bylaws were brought forward by administration and approved by council to address various concerns raised by communities and applicants and to fix technical issues. Approving the proposed bylaw will retain these changes and fixes to Land Use Bylaw 1P 2007. Now that we've covered that, let's look at what the proposed changes to the RCG district mean. Next slide, please. This table provides a summary of the 5 recommendations. It shows the difference between the status today and the proposed state. Some highlights of the proposed state are the 11 low-density residential districts will again be available for use. The land use maps will be returned to their status pre-rezoning for housing. A land use application, public hearing, and council decision will be required to redesignate parcels, for example, to the RCG district. Fewer units will be allowed on an RCG parcel, and row houses will not be allowed mid-block. With these proposed changes in mind, on the next slide, it may be helpful to remind ourselves what the objectives of rezoning for housing were in 2024. Next slide. Yep. Next slide, please. Yep. The primary objectives of rezoning for housing still resonate today. They were to address population growth, to address the gap between Calgarians' incomes and housing prices, and to increase the supply and types of homes for Calgarians. While the situation may not be the same today, these are still important challenges facing Calgarians, and administration looks forward to working with council and communities on continuing to make progress. Taking action in any way entails risks and opportunities. We'll look into these on our next slide. Next slide, please. While repealing rezoning for housing brings risks, it also gives council the opportunity to reimagine how to address our challenges and achieve your priorities. Since Calgary is on track to grow to a population of 2 million by 2030, a repeal risks Calgary shifting back to having to accommodate this growing population, primarily by building and servicing new communities. A repeal will result in less housing choice in all neighborhoods. While all property owners without RCG zoning will still be able to plan and build more than a single detached home in an existing community, they will first need to go through a land use redesignation process and spend more time and money and deal with the uncertainty. By not enabling a wider range of housing supply in existing communities, the city will not be able to optimize the use of already installed existing infrastructure. If the repeal is approved, certain types of homes will require a land use application process, which will result in more time and costs for council and administration. On the other hand, council would have the choice to reimagine how to welcome new Calgarians and jobs into our city as we go to that 2 million mark. Use different ways to increase housing choice and supply in existing communities, balance the growth and evolution of neighborhoods, and ensure neighborhoods are responsive and evolve to meet local needs. Administration looks forward to working with council to mitigate these risks and seize on these opportunities to continue to evolve while achieving your vision. But restoring districts to the land use bylaw and redesignating over 300,000 parcels is a complex task, especially since we don't want to break anything in the process. On the next, and I promise, second last slide, we'll look at what implementation of the proposed bylaw would entail and what factors we need to be mindful of. Next slide, please. The key factor we must keep in mind when implementing the proposed repeal bylaw is that it is happening in Calgary, Canada's housing engine. To avoid issues and ensure a smooth transition, we will require sufficient time to change systems, set up new processes, and inform applicants. This timeline shows the steps proposed by administration. First, administration will bring forward a second amending bylaw in July. It will cover parcels that met the exemption criteria after the 1st of January, but that could not be included today because of the data cutoff date for the notification of the public hearing today. To ensure a seamless transition, implementation will occur in August in 4 steps. These include reinstating the districts, rezoning, changing the RCG district, and addressing the remaining exempt parcels. As promised, there's just one more slide. Next slide, please. And so we come full circle and return to the recommendations before you today. The actions that will achieve Council's direction from the notice of motion are reflected in the recommendations on this slide, which are, in summary, that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 9P 2026, amendments to the land use bylaw 1P 2007 to repeal blanket rezoning. Again, your administration is looking forward to working with Council and communities to preserve the positive gains the city has made over the last years to address Calgarians' housing concerns. This concludes my presentation, and the team is available should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we've heard from administration. I know that there's probably questions and clarification that council members will want to be seeking, but our procedure by law does not allow us at this point in the process to ask questions for administration. So with that, I'm going to start with our public hearing. I will maintain.
Order, I think questions of clarifications are allowed under the procedure bylaw at this
Maybe
point.
I'll go over to Madam Clerk to interpret that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dhaliwal and Mayor Farkas. I'll draw Council's attention to Section 98, Sub 1 of the procedure bylaw with respect to public hearings. It reads, the flow of each public hearing item must be the same as for council meetings. After administration's introduction of the item, the chair will open the public hearing and call upon members of the public in the following order, rotating the speakers for, against, and neither. Subsection 2 further clarifies that after all members of the public have spoken, the chair will close the public hearing and proceed to questions of clarification from members to administration. So when it comes to public hearings, just to reiterate, administration conducts an introduction of the item. Public hearing is opened. Members of the public speak. Following that, the chair will close the public hearing and then proceed to questions of clarification.
Okay, great.
So with that, Councillor Dhaliwal, I have to adhere to the procedure bylaw. If you wanted to make a motion to suspend the procedure bylaw to allow questions now from council members, you could. I'd strongly urge against it. We're here largely to hear from the public.
And I just want to state it that there was no question of, it was just clarification because there's confusion out there of what is happening, those recommendations. So when residents are speaking, I want them to be fully aware of what they're speaking to so they know exactly what is happening because there is some confusion right now out there, especially given recommendation number 4. So I'll leave it there. Chair, it's your call. If you think I'm on the right path, I'm happy to move that motion, but otherwise we can wait till everybody's done. Thank you.
Okay, so if you're interested in making that motion, so Councillor Dhaliwal is looking to suspend our procedure bylaw to allow for question of administration now. This would mean a delay before we could start the public hearing. It might be a while before we could hear from the public, but is there a seconder for that motion? Second by Councillor Tyers? All right. So that is, let's give the clerks just a moment to get that ready. So it's a suspension of the rules to allow for council members now to ask questions. If this motion were to pass, it would allow for questions of clarification at this time. So, Madam Clerk, did you want to jump in?
No, we will just start typing, Mayor Farkas. Now, I don't want to make any assumptions, though. Following the public hearing, council will want to continue to ask questions of clarifications, correct? So we're just adding an extra one?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just
an extra.
This is an extra
I'm
set of
happy to
questions.
state in my motion that only one question allowed at this point. So we are not dragging it on.
Councillor, so that's been moved by Councillor Dhaliwal, second by Councillor Tyers. Councillor Chabot to speak on letting councillors speak.
I'm going to speak against this motion, and the reason that I'm against the idea of moving to questions of clarification now is it's in an anticipation of what we think we might hear. I mean, I got like tons of questions I could ask about clarification around process and what was being proposed and whether or not this was clearly directed by council. I mean, I got quite a few questions that I could ask. but I would rather wait until the public has spoken to this to see if it's questions that they have as well. These are questions that I had heard from some of the members of the public during some of my town halls. But I am amenable to persuasion, which is why I'd much rather listen to the public before asking questions of clarification, which may come out of the public hearing. So that's why I'm going to vote against this, and encourage council to vote against it as well. We'll have plenty of opportunity afterwards.
All right, Councillor Kelly, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna respectfully disagree with Councillor Chabot on this one. I think that if I may ask my council colleagues to keep our questions right now tight to simply clarification that we think that will help the public in their conversation, in their submission, their public submission to us. I'm with Councillor Chabot. I have many questions as well for clarification, but I do want to recognize, as we were talking about earlier on, that there is some confusion, and as Councillor Dhaliwal pointed out, specifically around item number 4, I do think it'd be good for us to get a little bit of clarification from administration on this one, so that everyone in the gallery can keep their comments focused on what it is that's before us. So I'll be voting in favor of this.
Councillor Ward, please.
Simply stated, this council has never kept questions tight, so let the people speak, please. Let's get on with this. Vote no.
I unfortunately can't allow any outbursts or spontaneous applause, even when I agree with the applause. I will just jump in briefly and say, Council, we gave an opportunity prior to this. I sort of gave a last call for questions of clarification, so I would respectfully say we had an opportunity earlier in the meeting today. We've already been over an hour here just with the procedural wrangling. I think it's really important and urgent for us to hear from the public as quickly as possible. There's many people who have taken time off, arranged their schedules. It could be potentially afternoon before we actually get to hearing from members of the public if we really jump into 5 minutes per council member at this point. So, colleagues, I would urge you to vote no. Please keep a running tally, though, from what you're hearing from the public. If there's areas of confusion, things that need clarification, write notes as you're listening to members of the public so that we can get those questions carried forward. So with that, I see no further debates. Madam Clerk, let's please engage. Sir? Oh, is there somebody in the queue that I didn't get to? No? All right. With that... Yeah, with that, over to close.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to give an opportunity for clarification. There's lots of confusion out there. Are we repealing the entire thing and replacing it today with number 4? Or are we repealing and bringing the new district that is going to go back to RCG will be changed to number 4? That's all I wanted to ask. So people, when they're speaking to first 3 and number 4 recommendations separately. That's it. With that, I'm closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the vote. And this is to suspend the procedure bylaw to allow questions of clarification from council members to admin prior to the public hearing.
Councillor Schmidt, thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And on that, the motion has been defeated 5-10. Councillors Johnston, Kelly, Dhaliwal, Atkinson, and Tyers were in favor. All right. With that, we are now proceeding to the public hearing. We will open the public hearing on this matter. I believe we have over 70 different panels. We're going to go panel at a time. I'll call the names of each of the panel members. We'll ask those panel members called to assemble behind the podium, just where I'm pointing to stage right. First up, in panel 1, we have Rebecca Eisenman, Eileen Deans, Grant Simon, and Tracy Chernosky. So if I called your name, please come on up. So I'll call in order that I have the individuals here, and then we'll have an opportunity, if I called your name and you're not physically present, we'll have an opportunity to call you again, perhaps later in this day or in the week. So Rebecca Eisenman, do we have you with us? Nope. Eileen Deans? Come on up, Eileen. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for waiting. You have 5 minutes.
Could you wait for a minute to start my time, please?
Oh, certainly. No worries.
I have a presentation. Oh, is it up? Oh, good. Thank you. Even though I did this once before, I'm still pretty green. I spoke on the original hearing about putting this in place, and I was definitely against. I've now had 2 years of observation of what's actually happening, and I am definitely still against it. Now, I'm a bit confused, as many are, about exactly what we're talking to. I had put on there that I am in favor of Councillor Chabot's motion to repeal the whole thing. At this point, from what I've seen and read, it would be like adding lipstick to a pig to keep going with this. It is fundamentally flawed. And next. I did a brief history of what I understand. Just say next slide. Okay, next slide, please. I did a brief history of what I understand took place. And we have received some of the funding. I know that this is an issue. The problem being that some of it was withheld by the feds on the premise that it would only be released if we did the blanket rezoning, and that by repealing this, the blanket rezoning part of it might be withheld. However, I do understand from what Mayor Farkas said in the media that there are ways that we can satisfy the requirements without going by the letter of that. The other part I noticed in the planning department's summary was that actually the written submissions were much more against the rezoning than they indicated. There were 88% of the written submissions last time round that were against what was passed. I was a little bit shocked when it actually did pass, given the clarity with which the public spoke and repeatedly made the points. So I began to wonder about the democracy of the whole project at that point. I do feel, next slide, that there was a finger on the scale in favor of income generation, both for the administration funding and for owners and developers, or owners who were developers, to monetize their property. And there's a direct conflict between people who want to enjoy their property and people who want to use it as a source of income. And at the present time, it seems that there are very few checks or balances in place to rein in people who want to use the property for earning money, and to balance the conflicts, or even to negotiate the conflicts between those people and what some of us regard our homes as havens. I live in Alderman Chabot's ward. I live in what was formerly a CG2, I think you call it, where duplexes are allowed, along with single family. There are, let me put it as tactfully as I can, there are duplexes and then there are duplexes. I am fortunate to live in one where the roof lines, I believe the term for that.
Unfortunately, Eileen,
Context.
you're at time.
Okay.
And I'm going to be a bit more of a stickler for this public hearing, just out of respect for
Yeah.
everybody else who would like an opportunity to jump in. Please stay with us. I'll move through the panel now to Tracy.
Okay,
Thanks for being here with us.
thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and City Councillors. Here I am facing a new council over the same issues, that of blanket rezoning. I've spoken previously regarding this issue, and to be clear, I am, was, and always will be against the concept of blanket rezoning. I've stated before that blanket rezoning would not solve the city's problems of affordable housing. And in the time that the city implemented blanket rezoning, one can clearly see that this is true. Developers have taken this opportunity to buy single-family dwellings at an approximate cost of $600,000 to $700,000. They tear down the house and they build a set of side-by-side duplexes for approximately $800,000 plus per side. Yeah, this does not help with affordable housing. They have, in fact, taken away an option that was affordable. Density may have increased, but the method that was used, i.e. blanket rezoning, has caused numerous complex problems. And in the space of what housed one family, up to 8 to 12 families now live, because no thought or planning was involved in the system. We've seen issues with lack of parking, little to no green space between the row housing, a strain placed upon the traffic accessing these locations, not to mention the taxing demands on our fragile infrastructure, such as our water system, which we are hopefully upgrading now. The focus was to increase density, but again, when one does this without thought or planning, one creates more problems that the city must deal with. So ultimately, the developers were able to maximize their profits without concerning themselves of the problems that they helped to create. Of course, this was made possible when the city decided to blanket rezone everything. Density did increase, but at the expense of affordability, not to mention all the problems listed above. Now, presently, the new go-to word is upzoning. Multiplexes are being built in places where a single dwelling used to be. This is what the city wanted. Citizens had come down to City Hall to share their concerns and voice their opinions against this from happening. And with a solid 2 weeks of speeches from concerned citizens and a huge majority against this, City Hall decided to proceed with this terrible idea. I realize we have a new mayor and a new council, so I look forward to how this new council will listen to Calgarians. We are not interested in tweaks, slight changes, or modifications of any kind. We want our single-dwelling houses to revert back to the way they were as single-dwelling houses. And if developers want to build their multiplexes, well, then they need to consult and gain the support of the neighborhood itself, and by utilizing the local area plans. People have spent a great deal of their lives working so that they could buy the houses of their choice in the neighborhood of their choice. And to have anyone come and change the surrounding area without proper consultation, well, it's offensive. Local area plans were once upon a time created so events such as this would not happen. This madness must stop. The change in vocabulary must also stop. This is just an attempt to continue down a path that neighborhoods do not want. Admittedly, there are some places that make sense to increase density. I'm not against in increasing density, but this must be done in a logical fashion. Neighborhoods must be consulted. Dialogue must take place. Local area plans must be examined. And if one takes the time to properly plan, then the issues facing us, such as the lack of parking, increased traffic, overcrowded schools, ailing infrastructure, etc., well, it can be avoided. Again, to be clear, the changes that must be made are ones that will revert houses to their previous designations, such as R1 dwellings, and to re-implement the local area plans. I urge you to vote in favor of completely repealing blanket rezoning and upzoning. Thank you once again for your time. Oh, and please note, Calgarians are watching, and we are paying attention to this issue. The majority of councillors here base their campaigns upon repealing blanket rezoning. And as such, Calgarians expect you to live up to your words and your promises. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. I unfortunately can't allow outbursts or applause from the audience, regardless of whether the statements are ones that the members of the public agree with or don't. I have to adhere to the rules, and unfortunately, that's how I'm going to hopefully keep us on track here so that we can get through the opportunity to hear from as many people as possible. All right, so that concludes panel 1. We will go now into panel 2. Sorry, just a moment here. Councillor Dhaliwal, please, for this panel. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Dhaliwal.
I just want to understand from you what you have seen, the recommendations. What is your interpretation of that? Is it a full repeal or is it a partial repeal?
I want to be very clear in what I want. And what I want, as most Calgarians want, a full repeal. And if people wish to buy a house and demolish it and build whatever is in their brain of building, there should be processes that need to be adhered to. You need to go back to the local area plans. You have to have the acceptance of the neighborhood. Does it fit in? Does it make sense? There's got to be a process, not this willy-nilly blanket rezoning where you throw it up in the air and anything goes.
No, I understand.
So ultimately, whatever city administration is wanting, I'm saying no, a full, complete repeal. That's what I see.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for me, Mayor, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, my question is for Ms. Deans. Sorry. Ms. Deans, I'm not going to have to do this too often, but could you potentially summarize your submission in a minute or less?
Okay, I will. So far as I've seen the results of the blanket rezoning, really it failed to meet most of its goals. And I've already spoken about the democratic checks. We have no democratic check. We lost that. And in this day and age, that's serious, as we've observed by current events. I had some photographs that may or may not be available of what's going on in our district, where there are the rules are not being observed. Green spaces are not being respected as we were assured they were. The increase in the size because of the change of easements is allowing people to go in it and build bigger houses instead of more density. And I think that that particular little scam should be really seriously looked at by council. I was going to speak to the infrastructure costs. There is a fallacy that there are lower infrastructure costs for infill building. I'm here to tell you that the labor that's required to hand dig around existing plant and put new and replacement pieces in is a lot more than what you encounter in green fields. So I really do think that you're going to have to continue to allow that existing infrastructure is not going to be elastic. It's not an infinitely elastic, and it does have more cost than you anticipated. The recovery was one of the topics I dealt with, cost recovery from additions. And at the time, people said, well, we can't really go into people's homes and say, you've got a connection here that you haven't paid for. It's not a legal connection. Well, I thought about it a bit. And you already require people to have, before they finalize the sale, there has to be a real property report. Why not a plumbing report? And that way you can recover the lost amounts that you would have gotten had people put things through legally. And that will offset some of the problems with the infrastructure. And my last concern, is there some way I can get this picture up?
Swap it.
My last concern is about accessibility. The problem with what's being built is that they're what I call mountain goat homes. They're for people who are fit and can climb three floors. The community that require mobility, access are being cut out increasingly. The picture that you see there, the home in the middle, was sold for $500,000. So that's a sort of benchmark in that area. The homes that were built, which are these mountain goat type, are duplexes. They are sold for $1.2 million each. And the home in the center is actually the gem. It looks old, but it had ramps, it had a walkout basement, and it was perfect for somebody with a family that needs mobility access. But those are the homes that are being torn down. I think it behooves the city to start keeping track of these things, and I'll tell you in addition why. The provincial government has cut AISH funding. A lot of people that formerly were able to afford places are not. They will be out on the street, handicapped and mobility impaired, without any recourse. And we are decreasing the amount of housing for people in those circumstances. We should have, like people, or cities have, a register of historic buildings. We should have a register of properties through permits that have made the accessibility modifications. And those should be targets for the city to acquire when they come up for sale, so that people have a chance to get these properties, to know where they are, and the city doesn't lose them.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Winus, please, for this panel.
Thanks. Mr. Chernowski? Hi. I just want to clarify. So you're happy with the full repeal, but what do you think about the amendments that would apply to individuals going through the rezoning process? So this council, what's before us is two different actions. The first one is to repeal and everyone gets your R1, your R2 back. But what you saw in the presentation is to address future single-off developments.
I honestly think that anyone who's in the queue to actually change their designation, well, if they're in the queue, you have to admit them.
Yeah.
But everything else needs to stop. It needs to stop, and it needs to go through proper processing. Proper thought needs to take place.
Okay, so there is a process that exists for all rezoning, and we're going back essentially to how council would have RCG after RCG on our agenda. So like repeal, say that passes. Now you have a problem where the built form, which is a lot of the pictures we are going to be seeing, are contextually too high, do not have the proper setback. So when we go back to the admin presentation, you'll see that there's more space and a reduction of units through the amendments that are up as part of this. Mm-hmm. Which sounds like some of your concerns involve like too many units and not enough permeable surface on lots. And so council is following the process as by advertising it and making sure that when the R1s go back in place, the definition of what can be built after the repeal is what I'm going to hear. I guarantee I'm going to hear a lot from everyone talking about how they're too big, they're too imposing. And so how do you expect council to take more time and have more built forms that you're not satisfied with going, or do you want us to do two things at once?
In a perfect world, I would like to go back and just kind of level all those monstrosities that were built. But we don't live in a perfect world, and I recognize that. Having said that, we need to push forward by stopping this kind of growth in that way. And so going back to the system where you have to apply for permits, you have to look through the area plans, you have to actually gain acceptance of the community involved of where you want to build this. Is it appropriate? Does it fit in? All of those questions need to be answered before breaking ground.
Okay, and within the repeal, we have greenfield development. They're under an RG definition that we need to break out as a council, because I'm sure you're not opposed to row houses going into greenfield, or are you opposed to greenfield row houses?
I don't know greenfield specifically. Row houses, I don't have an issue with. I grew up in Renfrew, and there was a lot of row houses just down the street from where I lived. I didn't have a problem with them then, but they had a lot of green space in between. There was a modification that took place, let's say about, I don't know, 20-ish years ago, where they saw all this green land and they built some more units. But you know what? There's still green land there, and I still don't have an issue. I still have a lot of ties to Renfrew, and I'm always there, and I don't have a problem with that. So there's places that are okay for that.
Okay. So council will try and break out some of that, because in this definition, there's a lot of moving parts that happened in the blanket zoning that has to be teased out to address the needs of the community while also still giving everybody their single-family zoning back. So
yeah, and I know I don't envy the position. I really don't, because you're in between a rock and a hard spot. But this is what Calgarians want.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now over to Councillor Kelly, please.
Ms. Chernowski, did I say that right?
Chernowski.
Chernowski, thank you. So you didn't, I really appreciated in your comments that you said, like, we need to be thoughtful about where we grow. And you mentioned the local area plans, which is definitely something I'm paying attention to as well. But from your comments, it sounds like, you didn't say what neighborhood you lived in, but it sounds like you're in one of those donut communities built between the like 60s and 80s, sort of very similarly to most of Ward 4. My question, I guess, for you is, if not the blanket rezoning RCG, like, where would you see, for example, your neighborhood growing in terms of, because between now and the next few years, we're talking about Calgary getting to 2 million Calgarians, so that's about a 25% increase. Like, where would you see sort of, for example, your neighborhood growing by 25% of people?
That's a good question. The neighborhood that I'm living at is actually contained, where the land price is pretty darned expensive. If I were a developer, I certainly wouldn't be looking at it. The house across the street, for example, it sold for 2.1, and that was like a week ago. So I really couldn't foresee someone taking a house, demolishing it, and building, I don't know, an 8-plex, a 12-plex, whatever. I don't see that. I could be totally off the mark, but to me...
Would your recommendation in your neighborhood then to, instead of going with these smaller sort of units, to look for bigger areas where we can build like towers, for example?
Well, we do have towers, and towers are being built in the area. And maybe that is one way. Having said that, we need to be careful where we build these towers. I live right next to the reservoir, and that's your drinking water. So you better take care of it. You better protect it. This is a resource that is needed.
Yeah, and not here to talk about drinking water, but I'll definitely agree with you there for sure. We definitely, certainly in where we're at right now, we're in agreement there for sure. No, just trying to get an idea in terms of like, as we grow, how is appropriate to grow?
Well, the one thing that has always kind of floored me is this concept that urban sprawl was a dirty word. Well, it's not. It's not.
So your recommendation is to grow on the outskirts of the city then?
Yeah. And as also, though, as new neighborhoods are being developed, through proper planning, you can have your row houses, you can have certain other options made available, as long as it was properly planned.
I'll be sure to ask administration a clarifying question there, because I believe we're removing the RGs from all of those newer neighborhoods as well by this motion. So,
okay,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. We will now move to our next panel. So we're calling on panel 2, which includes Evan Spencer, Chloe Chan, Enam Teja, Marin McKenzie, and Peter Harrison. Right, so we will start with Evan Spencer. Do we have you, Evan? I don't see us, so how about Chloe? Coming up. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right, give me a second here. Okay. Good morning, councilors. Can you hear me clearly? I'm Chloe Chan, a born and raised Calgarian, a phrase I'm sure you'll get sick of by the end of this week, and I've lived all over the city, from Harvest Hills to Braeside to Banff Trail, and now my home in Crescent Heights. By growing up in the city, I know firsthand how important it is that our housing supply remains nimble and responsive. This means providing enough housing for residents, enough choice so that they may find the right home for them at that stage in life. That is why I'm disappointed by the proposal at hand to revert back to restrictive zoning, a policy that needlessly limits housing choice, increases costs for residents and the city. Although the 2024 bylaw change was not perfect, as is the same for any policy, this proposal does not improve anything. For instance, I know a major concern was the maintenance of community character. Reverting back to pre-2024 zoning does nothing to change this. Ultimately, a developer can still buy an old home and replace it with an ugly multi-million-dollar McMansion. Our city is already in a vulnerable position with the dire state of our infrastructure, high population growth, and unreliable provincial government. Reintroducing a bottleneck toward development at this moment is as good as taking a crowbar to the kneecaps when what we need is a brace. We cannot act like we're the small town no one knows about that can afford to sprawl if need be. In the past 10 years, we've grown by 28% or by 350,000 residents. That is more than 3 whole Red Deers. For the past 3 years, we've seen the highest interprovincial migration rate of any other province. We are growing, and it is time we act like it. This, more than ever, is when the city should double down on improving our infrastructure and services within city limits and not spending money on nitpicking how homeowners can use their land. After all, this proposal to go back to the past is not free. Taxpayer dollars will be wasted paying administration and councilors to review reasonable applications, as was the case prior to 2024, where over 95% of RCG applications were approved. Additional red tape also increases the cost of housing, not only in redevelopment, but of all housing. CREB data supports this. It showed an immediate softening of prices between 2024 and 2025. We already have 40 new communities on the books. We cannot afford to only grow outwards. We must balance greenfield with redevelopment. As we have seen with the water main debacle, every additional kilometer of sprawl comes with extensive costs, now and forever. This is in addition to the other negative impacts of sprawl: the thinning of public services, the environmental destruction of wetlands, the increased reliance on cars with their costly gas, and so on. I have not even begun to discuss the implications of a low-density tax base and the ripple effects that forms from that, including our ability to fund non-market housing. Ultimately, gentle density is not the monster under the bed. Economic imprudence is. Blind loyalty to a broken system is. I implore Council to seriously reconsider and to look with clear eyes at the cost of this proposal and that it will incur for the city and its residents. Now, I have voiced my opinion on the matter, but I believe this proposal should be put to a referendum. As I have seen from the agenda, there are 73 panels or 339 speakers dedicated to this topic. Obviously, this is a contentious issue that impacts everyone in the city. Council meetings have a very high barrier to entry, especially when the topic is so heated. I know many people who care a lot about this issue but are unable to show up to a council meeting during the work week at an undetermined time midday. After all, I received my panel information on Wednesday, so with less than a week's notice. This issue obviously should be brought directly to Calgarians, and voices should not be limited to those with a lot of free time. Thank you and good day.
Thank you so much. We'll move next to Enum.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Inam Teja. I live in Ward 6. I have my Master's of Public Policy, and I work in the housing and homelessness sector, where I see every day how decisions made in this chamber shape whether people in our city can find or keep a place to live. I'm here today to ask you to save the housing strategy by maintaining the current zoning, and specifically to speak about affordability. Over the past year, I've heard many argue that homes built under the rezoning for housing are not affordable. I want to address that directly because I think it misunderstands how affordability actually works in our growing city. Rezoning for housing was never intended to replace subsidized housing programs. Its purpose was to increase housing supply and choice, but it does affect affordability in 3 important ways. Number 1, it enables secondary suites and basement suites at scale. These are consistently the most affordable form of market housing in Calgary. They require no ongoing public subsidy, yet they provide attainable options for students, newcomers, seniors, and single workers near transit stations. When zoning allows for more homes per lot, it naturally produces more of these lower cost units, the kind of housing that many Calgarians rely on as their first stable home. Secondly, our current zoning connects Calgary to federal affordability financing, particularly the CMHC's MLI Select program. Since 2022, roughly 39% of Calgary's small-scale infill projects, 4 to 8 unit buildings, have been financed through MLI Select, producing hundreds of affordable rental homes embedded directly in neighborhoods across the city. Rolling back our zoning could mean Calgary foregoing hundreds of affordable units and up to several thousand homes overall in the next 5 years, simply because projects would no longer be viable or financeable. That is hundreds of affordable units that our property taxes don't need to pay for. And thirdly is through vacancy chains. Vacancy chains are one of the ways that building more housing leads to more affordability. Through my work in the housing sector, I have watched this happen in real time. And I've also watched what happens when it stops working. A number of years ago, several shelter and housing organizations in our city operated successful scattered site housing programs. These programs helped people exiting homelessness move directly into private rental units by partnering with landlords who had vacancies, typically older apartments, units without in-suite laundry, or homes that had been on the market for a while. These weren't perfect units, but they were stable homes. And these programs worked. People exited homelessness faster, landlords participated willingly, and units were available. But then a few years ago, these programs began dramatically shrinking. Not because funding disappeared, not because supports failed. They shrank because landlords started telling us something new. Sorry, we found other renters willing to pay more. So who was renting those units? Well, it was dual-income couples, people with stable employment, households who in a healthy housing market would have already moved into newer and more suitable housing options. But because Calgary had not kept pace with the housing supply, those households began competing for older, lower-cost units instead. And when higher-income households move down the housing ladder, the people at the bottom don't move anywhere at all. This is a vacancy chain effect in reverse, and it reduced housing opportunities for people exiting homelessness in our city. So when we ask whether new housing is affordable, we need to ask, affordable compared to what? If we do not build homes suitable for middle-income Calgarians, those people don't disappear. They simply compete for the same limited housing stock relied upon by lower-income households. Affordability is not created through scarcity. It is created through availability. Rolling back RCG will not make housing cheaper. It will make housing rarer. And when housing becomes rarer, the consequences fall hardest on renters, young people, newcomers, and those trying to exit homelessness. The question for you today is not whether every new home is affordable day one. The question is whether Calgary will remain a city where people can move forward, or one where every household is forced to compete for fewer and fewer homes. For affordability, for housing stability, and for the long-term health of our city, I urge you to keep the current zoning in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Marin, please.
Good morning, council and staff. My name is Marin McKenzie, and I'm a student at the University of Calgary. And today I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed repeal of citywide base RCG rezoning policy. I would like to start by saying that I love this city immensely. I was born and raised here and have spent nearly 21 years witnessing what I can only call the excellence of this beautiful city. I was witness to major events such as the 2013 flood and the COVID-19 shutdowns, which both miraculously brought Calgarians together through some extremely taxing hardships and changes. While I was only 8 in 2013, I remember witnessing people having to rebuild their homes and refoster community. I remember people coming together to help friends, neighbors, and strangers alike. Now, I am witnessing major growth in this city in population, economy, and community. We are, I am told, going to hit the mark of 2 million residents at some point in the near future, in my near future. This warms my heart, the idea that people could love this city as much as I do, could want to live here and move here, or could want to stay here and have families here. But in order to be able to support that growth, we need a housing policy that looks to the future and plans for these residents. A housing policy that is supported by a zoning law that allows for more than 1 or 2 types of housing to be built. Now, I know the concerns surrounding RCG. I know that people worry that it will prevent neighborhoods from maintaining the qualities that drew people there in the first place. I know there are concerns around how RCG will make this city more affordable to live in. I know that I worry that I won't be able to afford a home in this city that I so desperately love. I know that many of my friends at university, whether or not they worry about whether or not they will be able to stay living here once they graduate. This is the kind of worry and uncertainty that drives people, particularly young people, away. And with the wildly fluctuating rent prices and cost of living climbing every day, we are going to see many people leaving in order to find stability, predictability, and affordability. This is what is currently happening in cities like Toronto and Vancouver. Housing is expensive and the markets are unreliable and unpredictable. So people are leaving in hopes of finding something better, something like Edmonton, which recently voted to keep its blanket upzoning, thus voting to commit to make housing more affordable. And I guess if moving to Edmonton means that I will be able to afford a home, then I will move to Edmonton. I don't want to move to Edmonton. I'm incredibly proud to call Calgary home, incredibly proud to look at this city that young people like me and my friends and siblings are set to inherit. I'm proud of how we are changing and evolving to be able to better support our residents. Proud to look at things like RCG and see a policy that helps build and maintain sustainability and higher quality of life for all present and future Calgarians. I love this city, and I hope to help make it a place that other people can love too. All of this is to say, I support RCG and I oppose its repeal. I support the future that will help me and hundreds of others to craft in this amazing city. I support the changes it brings, the changes that I am incredibly proud to see and hope to one day inherit. I implore you to consider that what this repeal will mean for this city's future, and to consider that this repeal is regressive and harmful. I hope to be able to see this city grow in a reasonable and sustainable way, and I hope to be able to be here through all of that. I love this city, and I hope to continue loving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maren. We're on to Peter, please.
Hello. I spoke at the last, when we did this last time in 2024. Here we go again. My name's Peter Harrison. I'm a longtime resident of Calgary. I'm a property owner. I've worked 15 years in the technology industry and in our lovely city. I'm really happy to live here. I intend to be here the rest of my life. I'm here today to speak against the motion to repeal blanket rezoning. Blanket rezoning made it easier for more housing to be built in our city, and it improved the neighborhoods where more people have been able to live. It allowed for more people to live closer to where they work, closer to school for their children. It allowed them to bike more, to walk more, and to live healthier lives. It increased property values and increased tax revenue for the city. A common sentiment amongst the opponents of blanket rezoning is that it does not result in housing that is affordable, that it instead makes developers buying affordable old houses, knocking them down and replacing them with fourplexes or even eightplexes, and selling them for huge profits. While I'm sure that you can find some examples of this happening, my brief investigation just this morning, taking about 15 minutes, doesn't show it. I don't know if this will work, but can you zoom that out a little bit, please? I looked at the lowest priced 10 properties in inner city Calgary today in 3 categories: new row house, new single family home, and old single family home built before 1990. The average price per square foot of each of these categories was $542 per square foot, $579 per square foot, and $611 square foot, respectively. Moreover, the overall price of an old single-family home was pretty much the same as that of a new townhouse, which means these new townhouses and quadplexes being built in inner-city communities are about the same price, offer more square footage than the old single-family homes they replaced. What's more, they're safer, they're more comfortable, they're more energy efficient than older homes, meaning the people who live in them will be saving money on utilities for years to come. Knocking down a 1960s bungalow and replacing it with a quadplex is honestly a no-brainer, and I'm tired of pretending it isn't. And for those of you on council, and I want to see those who do, who consider yourselves fiscally responsible, no one's looking at me, let me say this. Turning a $600,000 single-family home into 4 $600,000 townhouses means the city is able to collect 4 times as much property tax from that single lot. So in what world does it make sense for a fiscally responsible councillor to vote to repeal blanket rezoning? If you vote to repeal blanket rezoning, you are voting to increase property taxes on all other Calgarians, period.
Thank you so much. I see no lights on for this panel, so we will now move to, sorry, Councillor Chabot.
Sorry, Mr. Tea. Thanks for being here once again. You made reference to secondary suites as being an affordable option. You are aware, of course, that secondary suites were permitted under the old land use bylaw, right?
Correct. I believe the clarification this morning was there would be 1 suite for the RC1 per lot.
Yes, and there's a proposed amendment that would allow not only a basement suite, but a backyard suite as well as one of the proposed amendments that are being proposed in attachment 5. So that would then bring us back essentially to what's permitted currently under RCG.
That would be 2 suites per lot, whereas I think under current RCG, you'd be allowed many more, right?
No.
If you
Same
have
thing.
4 townhomes, you'd be able to have 4 suites on that lot.
One per.
Right, but on the lot itself, you'd still get more suites.
So in a single-family home, right now, you can build a basement suite and a backyard suite if you're zoned RCG.
Correct. So on that lot, you would be able to build 2 secondary suites.
Correct. And so you yourself said that that's one of the more affordable options that are being, exercised currently.
I agree. From my understanding, currently under RCG, because you have 4 primary units, you're able to have 4 basement suites per lot, more suites per lot.
Yeah, but I'm referring to a single-family home, just putting in a basement suite as an affordable option. That's one of the more affordable methods currently that exist as far as providing additional housing. Would you not agree?
I think more suites per lot is better.
But if you're not going to redevelop the entire site, because not everyone has the financial means to do that, would you not consider that as a
I think that's an option for people under the current zoning as well.
Okay. You also mentioned that we cannot continue to support low-density housing, urban sprawl, as you referred to it. You do.
I don't believe I mentioned that in my speech, but I'm happy to take the question.
Okay. Well, I thought you said you couldn't continue to support low-density development.
I don't think I mentioned that in this speech, but I've said it before in council, so happy to chat.
Okay. And the reason I'm raising the question, or why I want to ask you the question, is because there's this perception that somehow greenfield development is costing existing taxpayer money. And as you may or may not know, the cost for development is fully paid for by the developer. 100% of the capital costs associated with the infrastructure is paid for by developers, not necessarily so in the inner city, and the densities are at least twice what they are in existing communities.
Yes, I'm aware that the capital costs are paid back, but I believe part of our challenge as a city is the maintenance costs are not. And that's become a huge burden when it comes to renewing our infrastructure.
Yeah, which most of our inner city communities are reaching end of life.
And I think having more development in those inner cities to collect those levies helps us actually generate the revenue to repay some of that maintenance.
We actually went down that. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we went down that path to look at whether or not redevelopment could actually pay for those upgrades in infrastructure, and it has not actually materialized, not even close. You made reference to losing hundreds of homes if we repeal the blanket zoning, but there's tens of thousands of homes that were developed outside of the RCG blanket zoning. So how do we balance that? Hundreds versus tens of thousands.
I mean, I think tens of thousands of homes should be built regardless, right? I think we need to have greenfield, and as the previous councils, and I think this council has in front of them, is talked about balance of growth, and I think that's important.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying, as we move forward, I appreciate your submission, but you're not saying one or the other, you're saying both.
I think that, the goals of that previous MDP to have 50-50 growth, I agree with it. I don't think you should cancel all greenfield developments. I think that would be, harmful for a lot of our economy, but I think we should strive for a closer balance.
Strive for, yes, agreed. All right, no further questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. I believe I have Councillor Ward.
Yeah, for Ms. Chloe Chen, please. Chloe, you brought up a point that I actually very strongly agree with is, getting people being able to come here and speak at a public hearing is challenging. That's why I wasn't here in 2024. I had a full-time job. I couldn't just hang out here all day, right? So, what do you think is the solution to that? I took it upon myself to read all the public submissions because I believe that there's no barrier to entry to write a public submission, but I'd be interested in your opinion.
To be honest with you, I am currently going through the Masters of Public Policy, and this is a question I'm asking myself with the capstone project. I too read all of the submissions, but not for this hearing, but for last. As you know, I think there were over 6,000. I think while having the written comment submission is helpful, especially for people like yourself that couldn't show up last time or today, in reality, people being in person really matters, right? It is more impactful to see someone eye to eye.
Yeah, no doubt.
And hear what they say. Because of that, because not everyone can come out today, I do think there needs to be a plebiscite, referendum. I don't necessarily have a preference towards either, but bringing this directly to Calgarians and not requiring them to, organize coming up to council today or even trying to navigate through the city site. I know my first time trying to submit written comment, I had someone walk me through it, and I'm quite tech literate. I like to think at least. Yes, so that would be my preference.
Awesome. And did you say you're doing research on this? Is that what you said?
Yes, it's my capstone project.
When you're done, please send it to me. I would love to read that. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. We have Councillor McLean next.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Harrison? Just a couple of questions. You had mentioned if anybody that's fiscally conservative would
Responsible,
want...
not
Responsibly, fiscally responsible. Sometimes they're interchangeable.
Yes.
Then this will be bringing in more taxes with lower, it's going to be lower tax bills for everybody in the city potentially. Now, the city's grown immensely, doubled even since I've been around. Lots of new taxes. Have you seen taxes ever go down?
The assessment I just got, I called, and speaking to like what Councillor Chabot mentioned earlier, there was a mistake with the assessment. I got them to reduce my assessment value, so I'm expecting my taxes to go down a small amount, yes.
That was actually my question. It was a mistake on a bill for a basement suite he didn't have. But that's my and again, I'm not here. I'm just trying to point out that on paper, yes, I've always said, geez, we keep growing. We should be creating it. And as Councillor Chabot said, a lot of our growth areas pay for themselves. So we were increasing taxes immensely. We should have lower taxes. I just haven't seen it. So I'm not sure that we can equate this to happen for that. But even if it did, I think there was some argument you might agree with that says that if we did increase a lot of more density in certain neighborhoods, we would then get more taxes from that parcel. So we're not going to argue that. But has that also, have we seen those parcels become more affordable? Or those new parcels, have they been less value? So we're creating more taxes, but it's not really creating more affordability. Would you agree with that?
Just to restate the question, you're saying by allowing more density.
Single-family home, that was, say, 600,000. And then we created 4 more homes, some more homes. But each of those are now 800,000. So we created a lot more taxes, but we didn't create affordability.
Well, that's not what the data showed that I did just this morning with 10 minutes of time. I found that typically you take the same single-family home and turn it into 4 basically same priced quadplexes on the same lot. So you'd end up with 4 times as much property tax revenue because the valuation is the same. Again, assuming valuation and house price
I'm not
are
going to
actually
argue
tied
that we're going to
together.
get more taxes out of it. I think we all know that.
Yes.
I guess here would be my question. If you were to ask so many people, say the 80-some% of the people that are against blanket rezoning, would they rather have their property rights intact and still maintain their single-family neighborhood or pay more taxes, a little more taxes? What do you think they'd prefer? Would they rather keep their neighborhood with single-family homes, or would they like to see 8plexes put next to them?
I mean, I think it depends entirely on how much more tax we're talking about. And if we're doing a direct comparison of a single-family home versus a quadplex, shouldn't you be paying 4 times as much tax? I don't think anyone would support that.
Well, I'm just thinking, again, when it comes to fiscal responsibility, my job, I guess, as a council, would you agree then, is to be accountable and responsible to the public. And they're telling me that what they want to see is not have blanket rezoning. They want to see it repealed.
What?
Whether it's fiscally responsible for them, I think we could argue that maybe they would pay, they don't want to pay more taxes, but again, we don't see them going down. So, but if the argument is, can the city make more money as opposed to taking away our rights as, our community or change it irreparably, what's my job as a responsible councillor? Who should I listen to? You or them?
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, all of you need to make a value call on what you value more, and a lot of you run on the idea of being fiscally responsible. And what I'm saying is if you run on the idea of being a fiscally responsible councillor and you vote to repeal blanket rezoning, you're not.
Okay. Well, we could. We're not here to argue because I thank you very much for coming here and taking your perspective. I guess Councillor Chabot had pointed out what has been very fiscally responsible for the city is our growth areas where we're building tens of thousands of homes in a responsible way that are with lots of density included. We can do both, what I'm saying. I don't think for the few hundred homes that we are, again, imposing on a lot of neighborhoods, for that small cost of actually a little extra dollars, I just don't see that as being a really responsible thing for me to support.
Are you suggesting that the RCG rezoning is only affecting a few hundred homes?
I'm going to just jump in here. I'm going to remind everyone that our procedural rules really state out that during the public hearing, council can ask questions of public presenters, but the intent of such question is really for clarification of the presentation.
Sorry.
And I respect that you both can that you both can dish it out. But again, I would just implore council members not to engage in argument with members of the public and vice versa. Again, we're not here to engage in debate. And I've allowed a little bit of latitude to yourself, Councillor McLean, Councillor Chabot, but I'm going to tighten this up here so that we have the opportunity to hear from as much people as possible today.
That's fair enough. Early days.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you for being here. We're about 11:36. I'm guessing that it's going to take us about half an hour to do the next panel, which means that we're looking at probably 12:10 to start that break. So let's power through here and start with panel 3. I believe on panel 3 we have Terry Gibson, Vanessa Badger, Kevin Webb, Kaveen Shekeldin, and Emily King-Moore. So come on down, please, if I called your name. All right, let's get started. Terry, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Come on down. You have 5 minutes. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. I had some slides. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak with you. Next slide, please. I've been a resident of Crescent Heights and a condo owner for 28 years, and I've lived another 14 years in the city. I hold a business degree and have extensive experience in the housing sector. I worked for CMHC in 6 cities over 11 years in various management positions. The last 25 years of my career, I worked in public consultation on contentious energy projects, including a number for NMAX, for that matter. Next slide, please. I'm here because I've had the luxury of living in 11 Canadian cities, and while I think Calgary is the best city in Canada, I think it's one of the best in the world. But I do think we can do better. Next slide, please. This is a house that my parents bought in 1953, and if you look very closely at it, you'll see me sitting out in the front yard in my wagon. At that time, Calgary was 150,000 people. You could walk to downtown from Altadore. We all grew up, I think, with the paradigm that we'd eventually live in single-family dwellings. But I would suggest that today, single-family dwellings have a place, but no longer a major place in our world. Next slide, please. I've managed many large public consultation projects related to contentious developments in Alberta and visited literally thousands of homes. The potential for neighborhood change can feel threatening. It creates uncertainty. You know, is that what's going to be built in my neighborhood? Is it going to be 10 feet tall or 30 feet? What odors am I going to get there from there? Noise, parking, and all of those things. People often were in favor of the development, but they wanted it in somebody else's neighborhood. The NIMBY thing. I would submit to you that most people can only see their own personal situation, not the big picture. Next slide, please. I suggest that the city needs to anticipate the future and not to repeat the past. The long-term interests of society must predominate over individual landowners. Next slide, please. Past planning has encouraged sprawl. Calgary's population density is about 1/3 of that of Toronto Vancouver, or Montreal. I think that's just bad management of a scarce resource. If you've driven to any of the city's outward boundaries lately, you realize how far the city goes and how much time and how much pollution and how much energy people must use getting around this wonderful city. Next slide, please. Historically, the city has basically encouraged sprawl. Next slide, please. Sprawl leads to very inefficient use of capital, and I've listed them there. It affects us all, and I would suggest that sprawl is not in our best interest. Next slide. Hopefully we can learn from other cities and avoid reinventing the wheel. We must do more to encourage density, making better use of land and related services. I know residents and developers want certainty. We've heard that this morning. But consider providing the planning department with a little more discretion, I would suggest. The balance comes down to what is best for Calgary or individual citizens. It will not be popular, but the city's needs are most important, I suggest. In closing, I'd say Calgary has always succeeded in looking forward, not backward. This zoning decision is an opportunity to shape a city that works better for everyone today and for generations to come. I urge Council to choose the path that reflects Calgary's future, not its past. And I think next slide and then the next slide. I'd like to quote our Prime Minister, nostalgia is not a strategy. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. I wish you well in your deliberations. It's not an easy piece of work.
Thank you, Terry. We'll ask Vanessa to come up next, please.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Vanessa Badger. I'm a renter of Ward 9, Forest Lawn, and chair of East Chapter Acorn. I'm here to ask you, please forgive me, I go a little, my words, but that's okay. I'm here to ask you to keep blanket rezoning, also do landlord licensing. We all know that blanket rezoning does not create affordable housing for people who need it the most, like low-income renters, especially Indigenous renters, but taking it away makes housing more expensive for everyone. The city of Calgary is not building enough affordable housing, not even close. But the solution to this is not to make it harder to build any type of housing. Building expensive housing is better than building none at all. When building, sorry about that, this opens, oh, so forgive me, I'm going a little ahead here. When building expensive housing, richer people move in. This opens the cheaper housing for the poor and low-income people, as myself. Blanket rezoning will not solve affordable housing crisis, but repealing rezoning will not help also. Repealing rezoning will drive up costs for everybody. When there's less housing, there's less options. When renters have less options, it's harder to ask for repairs. When renters have less options, we have to put up with bad conditions. I cannot find a cheaper home or a place to live in, so I have to put up with a bad housing situation. Councillor Clark knows all about it. Please repeal rezoning to make sure repealing rezoning will make everything more expensive for everyone. Sorry about it. This does not mean blanket rezoning is the only solution. We need the city to build real affordable housing. And also, we do really need landlord licensing to protect the renters from bad conditions we live in, as myself and many others, because we have no other options. Do not repeal blanket rezoning. Please pass landlord licensing and protect renters. Again, do not repeal blanket rezoning. Please pass the landlord licensing to protect renters. Mayor Farkas and all of you beautiful councillors, we are doing a bus license tour on April 24th at 10 a.m. And we ask for you, for Mayor Farkas and all the other city councilors to please be there to attend with us so you guys can see why it's so important for landlord licensing. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. And we'll call up Kevin, please.
Good kind of morning, afternoon, Council and Mayor Farkas. My name is Kevin Webb. I'm here today on behalf of the Council Advisory Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and as you consider the proposed motion to repeal the citywide rezoning. Our committee's position is clear in the letter we submitted to Council. We recommend that Council vote against the repealing of the citywide rezoning. Instead, we urge you to protect the progress made through the rezoning for housing and uphold the commitments enabled in the Home is Here strategy. Home is Here represents years of consulting, research, collaboration. It reflects input from experts in housing, homelessness, and health, many who are in this room today. And it sets clear direction for actions needed to improve housing outcomes. The strategy calls for amending and streamlining planning policies to allow for more diverse housing needs. We heard earlier today that the repeal will see longer wait times and extend the whole period of time to get housing built. This is all outlined in Outcome 1, Objective C of the citywide, of the Home is Here strategy, sorry. Why is this so important? This is important because it starts to build that middle housing. The middle housing that's missing in our housing system of care or our housing ecosystem. Allowing the blanket rezoning to start to build row houses, townhouses, complex, or co-ops will start to rebuild that middle zone that's been missing for so long. These homes matter because it creates steps in that housing ladder. Right now, the gap between a rental apartment and a single-family home is simply too large for many Calgarians to cross. The missing middle housing helps close the gap and offer more choice in more neighborhoods while also matching our changing demographics, including smaller household sizes, multi-generational families, and people looking to downsize and stay in their own community. If Council chooses to adopt the amendments and scale back or modify the current approach, we respectfully recommend that Council still pursue zoning-related solutions that advance 4 key outcomes. Increase in housing supply, expand housing choice to better match people's needs and budgets, strengthen investment confidence, and streamline pathways to build the homes that Calgary needs. These 4 outcomes would be foundational for a successful housing system, and they can be advanced through the amendment process and further policy advancements, provided that we keep focus on choice and affordability. Now, any conversation about housing must acknowledge the significant unmet housing needs of our Indigenous Calgarians. Home is Here Outcome Strategy 4 and 5 speak directly to equity-deserving groups and Indigenous households. Progress on zoning, supply, housing choice directly affects our ability to advance the city's commitment under Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action, particularly those connected to health, housing, and safety. Finally, if Council proceeds with the amendment, we respectively ask to remain engaged as an advisory and consultant body. Our committee brings subject matter experts that can support Council in navigating the next phase of the housing policy. We thank you for your time and your commitment to improving housing for all Calgarians while looking forward to working with you on the next phases of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next we have Kaveen, please.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and members of Council. Yeah, my name is Kaveen Shakuldeen. I'm a resident of Ward 10 zone and a community advocate. And I am also a member of ACORN, Alberta. I am here today because this is not a theoretical debate, but it is a matter of survival. I urge you to do not repeal blanket rezoning. so we must have future proof of our city by 2040. Nearly 1 in 5 Calgarians will be a senior. We continue to build homes with steep stairs and narrow entries, and we are building a steep city, that will eventually overwhelm our healthcare system. Every accessible home built in this city today is a home that is meant to keep seniors and people with disabilities out of long-term, expensive care facilities, etc. Anyways, blanket rezoning is this first step towards the economic sustainability of our aging population. The accessibility gap and universal design statistics show that only 10% of Calgary housings is considered accessible, and even that is often accessible in the name only. Whether it was my time, for example, living in the Bridgeland community, Bridgeland Place subsidized apartment that had to get shut down due to cockroach, bed bug infestations, you name it. My experiences across the city, I have seen that the city often builds structures that it fails to build homes. We need to stop making it a special request to build ground level wide entry housing. We need empower families to renovate and innovate so they can support their loved ones at home. And another thing is the myth of neighborhood character should not be defined by who it excludes for people with disabilities fleeing violence. Our current housing stock is a series of physical barriers. Steep steps aren't an aesthetic, they are a safety hazard that forces vulnerable people into emergency shelters. We need smart development that uses universal design to ensure Calgary is a safe, welcoming city for all, no matter their age, gender, sex, disability, etc. Calgary, again, is a safe, welcoming city for everyone, regardless of their mobility. And the other thing is about professional accountability, like landlord licensing. Some of you probably are landlords here, but I just want to say, however, density without dignity is not a solution. To make a blanket rezoning work, the city must implement business licensing for landlords and property managers, and we need more homes, but they must be safe and well maintained. A licensing system ensures accountability and guarantees that new density doesn't become new slums. We need supply, but we also need standards. In conclusion, I'm asking you to lead with foresight. Accessibility and is not a niche issue. It is a human rights issue and human certainty. Anyways, eventually, where every person in this chamber will experience a change in mobility and life, I would say, and then you'll experience what we're experiencing now. Let's build a city. Let's build a city, and we will all eventually that we will all eventually need. And please keep blanket rezoning and strengthen it with a commitment to universal accessibility and landlord accountability.
But thank you so much for being here with us. All right, so next up is Emily. Seeing if we have no objections, Council, I'd like to hear from Emily, questions for this panel, and then after that, we'll have our lunch break. Seeing no objections, thank you so much for being here with us, Emily.
Good morning, Mayor Farkas and members of Council. My name's Emily King-Moore, a born and raised Calgarian, and I direct communications for the non-market housing provider HomeSpace Society. For those of you that do not know us, HomeSpace is a developer and operator of nearly 1,000 units of non-market housing here in Calgary. We charge rent at an average of 30 to 50% below market and serve some of the city's most vulnerable. Council will note that HomeSpace's official stance on repealing rezoning is neutral, as the details of the current policy are not what is important to us. I'm not here to relitigate the details of rezoning. It's just one tool in your toolbox to increase housing stock. Rather, I want to make you aware of the impact of your decision. Whether Calgarians like it or not, the city of Calgary is growing. This is not something anybody in this room has the power to control. We're not a small city anymore. And as we transition from a medium-sized city to a large city, you, Council, are uniquely positioned to ensure that our urban planning is done responsibly. Calgarians are used to a high quality of life, and we are famously unwilling to pay higher taxes. But that means if we want our infrastructure to give us the best bang for our buck, we have to make some compromises. I think we all know that the politics around blanket rezoning has reached such a fervor that the only available option here is to scrap it. I'm here to urge you, Council, that if you feel that your only choice is to repeal rezoning, that you replace it with something responsible. From a strictly municipal perspective, that can't mean increasing density only in the city's core and greenfield. It's bad urban planning and bad for the budget. Having to maintain more infrastructure like roads, services, and water pipes per capita than any other Canadian city isn't sustainable, which we're learning the hard way. From a non-market housing development perspective, there's a lot on the line here. At HomeSpace, our rents are so low that we cannot build more non-market housing without funding from somewhere. The numbers just don't work. And while the city is meeting our housing targets, the federal government has made it clear that if density is not part of our housing plan, there may be millions of dollars on the line. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm pointing out that it is a real risk to our organization and the people that we serve. HomeSpace has 4 non-market housing projects in development at the moment. That's over 200 units that can only be built with money from somewhere. And typically, the federal government has chipped in about 50% of the costs for projects like these. Whether you see homelessness as a municipal responsibility or not, ignoring the problem is bad for Calgary. It's bad for public safety, it's bad for healthcare, it's bad for the justice system, and it's bad for business, not to provide low-cost housing to folks who need it. Housing was alarmingly not in the city's list of priorities this year, and we get it, you're all sick of talking about housing. Many of you were elected on mandates directly opposed to blanket rezoning. What we're asking, Council, is not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The other recommendations in the Home is Here housing strategy are well thought out, sensible policy from the best urban planning minds in the city. And please keep in mind that just this fall, 86% of Calgarians responded that we should be investing more into affordable housing. So if you're going to scrap rezoning, we can't just go back to the way things were. Replace it with something moderate that developers and the federal government can work with, that allows the city to grow thoughtfully without the burden of so much red tape. We urge you to support a zoning strategy that manages to increase density, improve housing choice, and offer affordable options in every neighborhood. However you choose to implement that, we support you. Because the housing crisis hasn't gone away because there's a backlash against blanket rezoning. And we need you to lead with the courage to balance what is popular and what is right for the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We will go into questions for this panel. Councillor Panzopoulos, please.
Thank you so much. For Mr. Gibson.
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for making your presentation, and I really appreciate your context, living in 11 cities in Canada as well as working for CMHC, so certainly bring lots of expertise and background. In your presentation, you said, the alternatives, maintain blanket rezoning, repeal, there's a better option, something in between. Do you mind just expanding? What do you feel is a best alternative being something in between? Thank you so much, clerks, for bringing that in. What are some changes that you would make to the old way or some changes you make to what we currently have?
Thank you, Councillor. Challenging question. I don't think what we had prior to 2024 was sustainable or appropriate. But I also hear and feel the backlash that there is to the wide open zoning to allow much more density. I guess that's why I focused on the principles more, that higher density is in the best business interests of the city of Calgary and the population.
I appreciate that. Thanks so much. And then just finally, you mentioned live in 11 cities, and more importantly, you were a part of CMHC. Is there a municipality or an area that does it right? That if you could replicate ABC, boy, they really seem to hit the nail on the head, threading all those needles of affordability and neighborhood character and what Calgarians or citizens want. Do you have any in your experience in your years of CMHC in 11 cities?
Recognize I left CMHC in 1980.
Okay, got it.
I lived in 3 cities in Ontario and 3 in BC. And all I can say is that housing markets and housing situations are volatile and changing through many development interests, through the economy, et cetera. I think what struck me was living even in a modest-sized city at the time, Prince George, where development was actually, major development was occurring 5 miles out of town. There was all sorts of green space in between that you could have built on, and they weren't.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gibson. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson, please.
Mr. Gibson, thank you. I also got a question for you, if that's okay. So you defined sprawl negatively, but we know that it is part of the 50-50 Calgary plan mix. And our greenfield communities are masterfully planned and built with a large range of medium and high density options, which define really the balance of those housing forms that a lot of people discuss. So how do we find the planned balance in the established areas where the result from the last 2 years have largely been a randomized mix? How would you recommend, in your opinion, we get the planned balance right in the established areas, in the light of, I guess, the, anti-sprawl sort of attitude that...
I think it's challenging because in my personal experience, I spent 75 minutes on rapid transit, both ways, each way to work in 1980 before the C train. And I don't know if the C train would make that much difference today. I was out at the eastern edges of the city at Costco on the weekend, and I see them building all sorts of apartments. And the question I guess I've got, and I'm predisposed to thinking that most of us want to go to work in the downtown, which was my paradigm and which is not necessarily appropriate for most. But I think we need to look at pockets of land in various areas that are underdeveloped. And I guess a good example is the controversial subdivision, the mobile home subdivision on 16th Avenue and on the east side of Deerfoot, no, west side of Deerfoot, as an example where a type of housing that was no longer appropriate will be eventually replaced with a lot more housing. I also look at the land that's being developed around the university. High density, high quality. those lands were sitting relatively empty. I think you've got a really talented planning group, and I hope they're looking at what other cities are doing to encourage density. We don't have to recreate the wheel here.
So I don't, I might not share your view on sprawl. I think that, you know, the new growth provides a lot of options for people, a lot of more affordable options, especially the way that the new developments are planned and incorporated. If anyone has been into Seaton, down to Seaton lately, I think that you'll realize it's probably more dense than most places, for sure in Canada. But I just want to say thank you for your, you know, for coming here and speaking and answering the question.
I appreciate the opportunity. If I might point out one other thing from the discussion that I had, apart from the Prime Minister's recent quote, the Charter or the Coat of Arms does say onward, and I think we need to learn from the past but not repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Atkinson, please.
Yes, for Ms. Kingmore, please. Thank you for coming in, and thanks for all your organization does for many who are trying to find a home here in Calgary. And you mentioned in your presentation risk to the organization. Can you expand upon that? Obviously, you're providing housing to many other organizations that then go on by both the sort of impact to home space, but also maybe the providers that you're working with and what you see on the ground.
I mean, there is debate about, you know, whether or not we will lose that money if we repeal rezoning completely. You know, I think the federal government has mentioned something about 4 units per plot of land. Again, there are smarter people than me whose job it is to figure out how many units need to be on one parcel of land. But if we do lose out on that money, which there is a possibility that we will, that does impact the work that HomeSpace does, because the money that comes in from the federal government is part of what builds our funding stack in order to build those affordable homes. So that impacts the organization directly.
And can you speak to some of the, like how this might then have downstream effects? So, and just for those that maybe aren't aware of the relationship between HomeSpace and some of the providers that work within HomeSpace built.
So what HomeSpace does is we are a strictly non-market housing developer and operator. So what that means is that we build housing for other organizations to come and put vulnerable Calgarians, and those organizations provide the social services. So that means if you're coming out of detox and you need sober living, then we're not able to build more of that if we lose this funding. So we've got housing for all kinds of different vulnerable Calgarians, you know, whether they have certain disabilities or addictions, or they're coming out of homelessness, or, you know, family homelessness, you name it. If you can name a social serving agency here in Calgary, we probably lease a building out to them to provide housing for the folks that they serve. And so when we're stalled in building, that means that the affordable housing stock here in Calgary stalls out too.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that Ms. Badger is here today representing Ward 9. I think that's great. What I find really fascinating is you're advocating for the keeping of blanket rezoning, not so much because you're going to be directly and positively, it's not going to lead to access to housing for you. You've highlighted in your speech that you're below that threshold, you won't generally fit into that space, but you believe that by keeping it, you'll have a better chance at more stable housing. And I find that very fascinating because we've tied this blanket rezoning to access to housing. Meanwhile, we've got HomeSpace here and yourself, in the non-market housing space, trying to advocate for yourselves with it tied in. So I just wanted to give you another moment. If you had anything else to say, I think you represent a very important and unique voice in this conversation about access to housing. So if you had anything more you wanted to add.
Well, the one thing about the housing is that I've been renting since I was 16 years old. I'm going to be 46 in June. So that's 30 years of renting. Like I've said before, I've had good landlords, bad landlords, and I have really, really one of the worst landlords I've ever had. Because I am dealing, if I was able to move to a better home, I wouldn't be living with the cockroaches. I wouldn't be paying their rent. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be enduring the drug and alcoholism that is going around my home. But around in the area. But at the same time, I don't judge people. I don't, that's how they live and things like that. But the rezoning is just, it just helps that, like, say if somebody, like, they build a nice big house. Okay, so they build a nice big house, but they have two houses that one's like, can be like affordable to me, then one can be affordable to even one of the other people here. And then to the person who actually built their house. So they can move into their big house, nice big house, rent this house out, and still and then rent out to people that are lower income. So it just creates a domino effect in a good way, but then there's still a lot of, oh, we're gonna have this characters and these kind of characters and things, stuff like that. But, it's always a damned if you do or damned if you don't situation, so yeah. But stable housing for me has given me the opportunity to be sober for the past 20 plus years. I now do a Every Child Matters powwow in Forest Lawn on September 30th. I'm also on the MMIW planning committee this year for the gathering on May 5th on Hill of Crosses. And also Acorn. And another one I'd like to announce is Our Sacred Home. We have a meeting on the April 8th at Marble Community Center. So they're very new. They're Indigenous run. So if anybody wants to come, you can come. But yeah, just repealing the rezoning is not like I said, not affordable or anything, but it will rise cost for everybody, not just me. I'm already below the poverty line but at the same time, everybody needs a voice, and if somebody's voiceless, I will be their voice for them.
As I enter this public hearing, I carry your voice, and I appreciate the necessity to bring folks up from the bottom. A trickle-down approach I'm a bit confused by. And so thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your advocacy.
You're welcome.
I just have a final question for Ms. King-Moore. As somebody working in this space, you've spoken to the implications of this repeal, the potential implications. I wondered, in the prior to this, how HomeSpace sort of managed funding, and so the federal government funds you now.
So we break even
okay.
with the rents that we charge. So we charge deeply, deeply under market, as you heard. And so we can exist exactly how we are. But if we want to build anything more, that's when we have to start looking for funding. So think of our downtown conversion. We turned a 10-story building downtown into a bunch of affordable housing. Cost $30 million to do that. 16.6 came from the federal government. 5.5 came from the city of Calgary. 2 came from the province of Alberta. And that is somewhat representative of where that funding comes from, and the rest we fundraised in partnership with In From the Cold, which I think was another $6 million. So we can't build if we don't have support, and it takes the society to decide that we don't want people rotting in homeless shelters or on the street. We need to give them kind of a stepping place to enter the housing market, and that starts with non-market housing.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Tsars, please.
Yeah, my question's for Mr. Webb. Hi, Mr. Webb. Thank you for your presentation. In it, you discussed how you wanted to keep the blanket rezoning because you believe that there's a missing middle housing. Anecdotally, I guess I've heard from residents and organizations that our housing market has changed, and currently there's, well, according to them, that there's an influx of that kind of housing that you were discussing with the row houses and duplexes and things like that, that are flooding the market now. I was just curious if you agreed with that or if you see something different based on your experience with your organization.
So as a member of the Advisory Committee on Housing, I think that there's not been an influx in that group. There has been a large number of units built that are townhouses, row houses, those type of things, duplexes. It's the price point that we're missing, right? Is getting that price point down to the middle market area. That is the key to it all. We look online or any real estate board, like we've seen a decrease in the home prices over the last 6 months. We've seen a decrease in rental prices over the last 6 months. There is no way to actually tie it with data to the Home is Here strategy or to the blanket rezoning, but it is a key piece that we're seeing that other jurisdictions aren't seeing. So where does that lie? I don't think that we're over, that we've seen too much of that middle market yet. You know, that middle market, what it's really there for is those ladders that we have all taken. If we live in a home and we're, you know, like I'm up in Arbor Lake, I started out in a bachelor suite, moved into a 1-bedroom, moved into a 2-bedroom, moved into a condo, moved into a smaller house, moved into a larger house. That gap from the apartment to housing right now is so huge. That's what's driving our costs up in rentals, right? So no, I don't think enough has been built. I think that we're also still missing a lot of the affordable housing. And I think, you know, one of the Home and Here's targets was, you know, like 3,000 units of affordable housing. And although we are on a great path forward for that, our friends from Home Space talked about it. You know, the reason it's not happening isn't because there's not the need to do it or the people that want to do it. It's literally that capital investment is so hard to find when it comes to these type of builds. So it creates this trickle-down effect that's causing it to, you know, the flow to stop. Did that answer your question at all?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you. My apologies. I don't want to stand between your lunch and this, but I have one question. It's still clarifying question from Ms. King-Moore. You made a comment, and I think Councillor Atkinson asked you a question on that. Councillor Clark was, I think, going down that path, but I still am confused. You said if density is not part of housing strategy, it will put federal dollars at risk. How? They're independent of our density targets because you probably had been doing this work even before 2024, before blanket zoning came in. So I'm just trying to understand. I'm confused. How could that happen?
Well, the CMHC, you know, has sent a letter to City Hall, as I'm sure you're aware, you know, implying that there may be funds at risk if density is not included as part of your plan. And I can't debate the details of this, of, you know, what the requirements are or what you have to do. But we do know that those federal dollars directly impact affordable housing.
So just for clarity, those dollars could be at risk for municipality, not for you.
Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said they're not tied. Municipality could be at risk, but you, through those streams.
Certainly, but you know, the municipality gets money from the federal government to pass on to affordable housing.
Yeah,
yes.
I just wanted to be very clear that our decision is not impacting your ability to leverage those funds, whatever the decision comes out to be, if it's repealing.
I mean, you're the middle manager between us and those funds, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. That's it for me, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Just about to hit the gavel here. Before each recess, I'm just going to do a little bit of a tally. I may not have the most recent numbers, but by my estimate here, we've completed 11 speakers. We have 358 speakers to go, which puts us about 3% through the proceedings. We will see you back at 1:20. Welcome back, everyone, to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chabot. Here. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dolly Wall.
Here.
Councillor Jameson. Here. Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We are still continuing our public hearing. We'll assemble the, we will continue to assemble our speakers here in person on panel 4. So if you're here with us, please, Rebecca Eisenman, Bruce Wiggers, Nancy Manchak, Cheryl Purdy, Kendra Curtis, Jean Blackstock. So if I called your name, please walk on down, and you can have a seat behind the podium there. Great. So first off, Rebecca, are you with us? All right. Bruce, come on up.
I don't hear myself. Oh. Good afternoon. Bruce Wiggers here. First thing I would like to point out is these things were being handed out by the University of Calgary where you can have a view and so forth. And when you get these, remember there's questions like this in there. The City of Calgary should repeal blanket rezoning and replace it with local area plans, even if this means fewer newer homes are constructed across the city. Well, I don't think that last part should, and the whole questions in here are biased, so think about that when it's presented to you. Next, city administration. When they started talking, they said, oh, the city needs this vision, and with thoughtful growth. Well, that's exactly what blanket rezoning isn't. It doesn't have a vision. It doesn't have thoughtful growth. Anyways, back to where I was going to start. What a great sight to see a changed council and mayor. I look forward to this council not just listening, but following to the majority of Calgarians, what the majority of Calgarians would like to see and evolve. When blanket rezoning was first proposed, Calgarians were very clear they did not support one of the most radical and important decisions ever made by councillors. At that same time, the majority of council did not allow Calgarians a chance to vote via referendum. Most councillors disregarded the will of people and pushed forward this radical idea of blanket rezoning. As a retired teacher, I don't see how our youth could ever believe in a democratic process when they saw such blatant disregard by members of the public who were voted to represent them. Though there were a minority of people in favor of blanket rezoning, those people believed that this would create more affordable housing. There have been more properties created, however, at the expense of tearing down affordable housing. Properties, and I saw it personally, that were in the 500,000 range were torn down, and properties in the $800,000 to $1 million range replaced those. Other supporters of blanket rezoning believed that this was the only way Calgary could densify. Perhaps they were unaware of all the hard work that the city was already putting into real planning where increased density was appropriate. Prior to blanket rezoning, densification was done in an intelligent and careful method that worked and were supported by established communities. This was through local area plans. These plans took into account infrastructure, schools, access to public transit, and engaged the community to support densification where it made sense. Very important. I hope that the community will be engaged in a real way as well. Blanket rezoning has ignored the careful, well-thought-out densification. Blanket rezoning has been a free ticket to developers to build whatever makes the most profit. Blanket rezoning does not consult the community. The repeal of blanket rezoning was the most important issue in the last election, and the majority of council have promised to repeal it. Calgarians have already spoken when they voted for council members who promised a full repeal of blanket rezoning. This council knows that going back to careful planning and consultation is the way to increase density and affordable housing. Local area plans worked in the past, and there are ways that this council could find ways to streamline that process. For the very few that support blanket rezoning, I would say listen and don't ignore the stories that you will be hearing this week from others. Ask how building an eightplex on a 50-foot wide lot that has no street parking makes any sense. Yeah, you can find that on Elbow Drive, and all they have there is a lane in the back where they expect these units to park. I'm not sure how that's going to work. It's simply a dream that people will not own cars. Try to explain to me how a person living in a bungalow located in an R1 neighborhood has no say in finding out that his neighbor's house will be a 3-story eightplex. This new neighbor now takes away from the privacy of his home, takes away sunshine that is required not only for his garden, but also possibly for solar panels that he's paid dearly for. There's no compensation for that, is there? These types of situations are occurring all over the city. I repeat, listen to Calgarians who will be sharing their stories and don't tune them out. Some councillors did that the last time the communities spoke about the topic. Blanket rezoning does not take into account anything but profit. It does not address community needs and issues. It ignores available schools, traffic, parking space for garbage collection, existing infrastructure.
Fortunately, your time is up, Bruce.
Oh, wow, that went quick. Okay.
So appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, though. You're still on the panel. Next is Nancy, please.
Hello, I'm joining by phone today.
Thank you so much, Nancy. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Manchak, and today I represent myself as a professional engineer, parent, and property owner in Calgary. As a note, if you happen to hear some background noise, I am joined today with my infant son in the background. I join you today to express my strong support for the full repeal of the blanket rezoning currently in place for the city of Calgary. I am a relatively new Calgarian, relocating to the city in 2023. My husband and I are in our early 30s, and when we moved to Calgary, we carefully selected the neighborhood as one which we plan to call home for the long-term future. This selection included a consideration of the types of homes we would be near, the overall environment, tree cover, amenities, safety, and congestion, or lack thereof. After blanket rezoning was implemented, we felt incredibly disappointed that our largest single investment in our lives, our home, and where we plan to raise our family, is at risk for the future, and that high-density units could be built next to us with no ability for us to be consulted or engaged in the process. Our neighborhood, established in the 1950s, already experiences infrastructure limitations, creating disruption to the residents when repairs are required for water and sewer services. We are engaged citizens attending past City of Calgary Chinook local area plan workshops, participating in online forums, and sharing feedback as much as possible. With this in mind, I support the return of thoughtful, community-minded planning that aligns with local area plans. Diversity is a strength in Calgary, yet blanket rezoning aimed to use a one-size-fits-all policy approach for our future urban planning. Calgary is an amazing city and renowned for its vibrant and diverse communities, each with own distinct charm and personality. Implementing uniform zoning policies removes this from neighborhoods that qualifies them to be special. Moreover, blanket rezoning is often sold as a path to affordability, yet the reality is far from this. Newly built infill multiplexes near us routinely cost far more than the modest bungalows that they are replacing. This is evidenced from a quick search on realtor.ca. Replacing lower-priced homes with higher-priced units doesn't solve the affordability problem, it accelerates it. The repeal of blanket rezoning corrects a rushed public policy that aimed to fit a square peg in a round hole. After a repeal, I implore Council to instead explore alternatives around existing areas of infrastructure surplus, such as corridors around the Green Line, our city's largest infrastructure project to date. Thank you for your time today, and I urge Council to repeal blanket rezoning.
Thank you so much. Please stay on the line in case there may be a question from a member of council. Next, we'll call on Cheryl Purdy. Are you with us, Cheryl? Come on up.
My name is Cheryl Purdy, and I am a resident with my family in Ward 8. So, Nathaniel Schmidt, please pay attention to what your constituent is saying.
I'm just gonna jump in, and I hadn't had the opportunity to state this at the beginning of the meeting. I'm gonna ask members of the public, if possible, just to refrain from naming specific members of council.
Fair enough.
We're just here specifically on the planning matter before us, and just want to make sure it's more about the policy and not about any one specific person.
Fair enough. Thank you for that. Imagine for a moment it is minus 35 degrees Celsius. It's Christmas Eve, and you have a full house of guests and family. Then you hear a voice holler from the washroom, "There is no water!" Our neighbors experienced this scenario 2 Christmases ago. No water for the whole street for Christmas week. Then their street ripped up due to a broken water main in the middle of winter. Why is this happening? Our neighborhood was built in 1952, and the infrastructure has not been updated since then. The water pipes are 74 years old. This infrastructure was not planned for high density. Basic fact. The City of Calgary knows all about this. Now, how do I know this? Because over the past 2 years, they have put a slip liner inside the 74-year-old pipes on our street. Not replaced, not made bigger, just a Band-Aid solution to decaying pipes is what the gentleman from the City of Calgary Waterworks Division told me when I asked him what they were doing. Now, with a blanket rezoning policy having been forced through, a normal residential street that would have had approximately 20 homes over one block and, say, 4 people in each home would have 80 people using 74-year-old pipes. But if you keep this egregious blanket rezoning policy in place, there could be in one lot, instead of 4 people, you could have 8 doors or more, and now 32 people or more using the same 74-year-old pipes where previously there was just 4. Now, multiply that times 20 homes, turned into 8-plex units with 4 people living in each one, would be 320 people using the same 74-year-old pipes, where there were only 80 people previously using them. These pipes were not designed nor built for this. What will happen if allowed to continue? Marta Loop is what will happen. A failed experiment of jamming as many doors and people into what was previously a wonderful neighborhood. Now it is pure chaos. The amount of burst pipe emergencies has been outrageous, and it is a clear failure shown in real time what blanket rezoning has done to our City of Calgary. Stop it. You've gorged yourselves with vanity at the expense of your citizens. Please vote to repeal blanket rezoning and return our neighborhoods to what it was before this failed experiment was forced upon us. Do better. We literally voted for you to repeal this. Stop the insanity, please.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Next, we'll call on Kendra Curtis, please.
There we go. Great. I've got a presentation. So my name is Kendra Curtis, and I am here representing the Lake Bonavista Homeowners Association, or did I say, sorry, Lake Bonavista Homeowners Association and the Lake Bonaventure Residents Association. So I'm representing 2 associations. And this presentation accompanies a letter that I also sent to City Council. And I'm going to take the time in this presentation to focus on the parts that are Lake Bonavista specific, as I think a lot of other people are going to address the generalities of blanket rezoning, and giving you our perspective on what blanket rezoning has done for our community. So, next slide. This is the original brochure that advertised Lake Bonavista. And just to frame what I want to talk about and advocate for planning, I want to read an excerpt from this brochure. It says, "The planned community means a richer life for your whole family and greater protection for your investment. You will love Lake Bonavista. The special appeal and pleasing aesthetics that typify Lake Bonavista result from the planned community concept employed by Keith in the development of this choice area. A planned community is achieved by initially designing the community to include such essential elements as schools, shopping. Next, of major importance is the added recreational focal point, which truly gives the area personality and living appeal. So next slide. So Keith, when they established this neighborhood in the early 60s and late 70s, submitted the design brief to the city that laid out what this community should look like. It included single-family homes that are associated with the lake, single-family homes that aren't. So if you look at sections A and B of this, those are associated with the lake. The one that says AB on your far right, those are single-family homes that are exactly the same as you'll find in Area A, but they were at a lower price point because they didn't come associated with lake membership. If you look down the left side, E, C, D, and actually the final B that's along McLeod Trail, it was originally supposed to be homes, but it's now commercial development. We've stuck pretty close to this plan, and you'll find that other than the originally proposed hospital site, which is now car dealerships, we have a variety of homes. We have over 5,000 front doors in Lake Bonavista and Bonavista Downs, that's the AB section. And I'm here to represent the 3,000 or so homes that are associated with the lake. Along with that, we have 6 schools in the neighborhood. So from our opinion, we are a community that has been modeled and it works. So next slide. And I'm going to tell you why it stood the test of time. We have a variety of housing types that were planned from day one. Everyone thinks of Lake Bonavista as, rich homeowners who are associated with the lake. We have more than that. We have homes that start at $200,000 and range up to $5 million. So I've given you on this slide a sample of, this is the homes that sold in February. These are homes that existed prior to blanket rezoning. These are not a result of blanket rezoning. And you're gonna find we have condos that sold at $220,000. We didn't have a $5 million house in February, but they are there, and they do exist. Just gonna check my notes to make sure I didn't miss anything because I'm going ad lib. So next slide. What has this done to our community? So you've taken a community that was planned. You've given our association, whose responsibility is the stewardship of the lake. It's a finite resource. It cannot be divided to infinity. You said, it's okay, you can go and densify these lots. So we've, as an association, had to go and create policies and tell developers what they can and cannot do, which has led to a huge burden on us. I have to say the president of the association right now is a full-time job, and I don't get paid. And we're facing possible legal litigation due to the policy that has been applied to our homes. And the lake is sensitive. It's one of the primary resources that we manage around the lake is water. And I think you all know that water is something that is going to be in short supply in the coming years, which is why our associations didn't say, please come and participate in the lake. We know that we're dealing with a finite resource that's at risk today, let alone if you were to add more people to it. Next slide.
Thank you. Unfortunately, you're at time.
All right, sorry.
But don't go anywhere.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have Jean Blackstock with us? Great. Come on up, Jean. And before you get started, I'm just going to ask Deputy Mayor Schmidt to take the chair. I need to head out for about 35, 40 minutes to provide a update on the Bear Spa feeder main repairs. So you're in good hands with Deputy Mayor Schmidt, and I will be back as soon as I can. Take us away, Jean. Thanks so much for waiting for us.
Okay, my name is Jean Blackstock. I live in the community of Rosemont in Northwest Calgary. That's about 300 families. It's quite a small community. It's a 50s bungalow community. Originally, it was RC1, RC2 zoning with a couple of apartment buildings near one strip mall. Today, I'm here to vehemently oppose blanket rezoning and that this blanket densification zoning should be fully repealed without any amendments. And like the previous person said, that's what we voted for. In 2024, Calgary City Council rejected pleas for a plebiscite regarding blanket rezoning. In April of 2024, City Hall started the longest public hearing in Calgary history. Over the 15 days, Calgarians were encouraged to voice their opinions by written submissions or by speaking at the public hearing. Written submissions total over 13,000 pages, written by 6,101 Calgarians, with 88% opposed to blanket rezoning. Of the 736 people who presented at the hearing, I heard somebody say 68% were opposed. I have 70%. Despite this overwhelming opposition by Calgarians, blanket rezoning was approved by City Council. I was one of those people who presented at that public hearing. In January of 2025, I went door to door in our community in very cold weather, but was amazed at the warm reception of people who I talked to who were against blanket rezoning. My door knocking was to advise people about restrictive covenants, which was the only way that we can understand how we can protect ourselves from the development as a result of blanket rezoning. I only encountered one person out of all my door knocking who agreed with blanket rezoning. And of course, my door knocking, I couldn't get a hold of everyone because not everybody answers their doors or they're not home, but that was the truth. I only encountered one person. Our community held an open house. About 50 people came in January, but they also wrote in, and 95% of those people who wrote in and who attended were against blanket rezoning for the following reasons. Of course, parking was a huge issue, didn't allow for yard setbacks, no ability for residents to appeal, will not result in affordable housing, which we've heard several people talk about how much money these new places cost. No ability to have a plebiscite, impact on trees, water, sewage, and infrastructure, impact on community character, lack of backyards, negative impact on property value, lack of transit, and lack of thought in planning. From our open house in January, we had another community meeting in February of which was held regarding if people are interested in restrictive covenants, and over 100 people attended that. And now we have a committee of 7 people who are committed to trying to have restricted covenants to try to address the concerns of people who attended the open house and prevent blanket rezoning from risking our quality of life in Rosemont. We had another community meeting in April with another 100 people. At each of these meetings, we have been lucky enough to work in conjunction with many other neighborhoods, such as Varsity, Brentwood, Eagle Ridge, Chinook Park, Calgary Grove, Westgate, Rosedale, Elbow Park, University, and University Heights. All of these communities trying to get everyone to get restricted covenants to try to ward off the damages that blanket rezoning brings to their community. Because we have about 300 families, our restrictive covenant group has 115 families who are interested in restrictive covenants and want to be updated. In June of 2024, a letter was written represented 60 Calgary Community Associations to the Premier. And
I'm sorry, Ms. Blackstock, but your time is up. So
no.
If you could please take a seat. I'm sure some council members will maybe have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you. And I believe that was the last speaker of panel 4. So first up, we have Councillor McLean with a question.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, Deputy Chair, Mr. Wiggers. I understand 5 minutes goes by pretty quick. Okay. Depending last council, my name was invoked regularly. And those 5 minutes sometimes weren't as fun. But please go ahead and, which I agree with Mayor Farkas's ruling on that. That's actually maybe to be avoided. But go ahead, please, and finish what you were going to say.
Thank you, Dan. Basically, I was going to reiterate a little bit that, I'll say it here, many Calgarians will not be here because they really expected that the ones I've talked to said, hey, I don't need to be here because I already voted. And I voted, the reason the councillors, the majority of the councillors said that they would repeal blanket rezoning. So I'm a little concerned that you will not really hear from those people who want blanket rezoning repealed because they're already under the assumption. And when I've talked to most people, that's what they've said. So I hope that the council makes a good decision to make the city a better city, and the things that people will be saying, they'll listen. And when they say they're going to consult the community, in the past, I was in one of those years ago when they were going to build towers over at the co-op in Oak Ridge, and they put us in groups at tables. And the city administration, they had 3 people at these groups, and they were telling us basically how we should be building these towers at the co-op. We were being told, although I sat there and said, no, we want 4-story. No, they said, no, you have to decide where you want the 10-story and where do you want this one. You can put it here or there. I said, we don't want that. She said, no, that's not the choice. So then at the end of the meeting, they basically forced us to agree to this. They had a presentation. They bring it back to council and say, hey, we've consulted with the people. And basically, they forced the agenda on us. And I hope that's not going to happen because I've said local area plans are a great idea. And I think that, you know, if you involve them in a smaller communities, not 10 of them at the same time, I think you can do what's best for the community. Because I'm not against density, not at all. It just has to be done intelligently and not where the water mains can't support it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thanks, I think we've heard from others some criticism of the way the city engages the public, and I think changes are being made, so that's good. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Councillor Tyers with a question.
Yeah, my question's for Nancy. Are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
First of all, welcome to you and your infant son. Thanks for joining us today. I suppose you're more involved than the average person in the process of engagement, as you had mentioned. So I wanted your opinion about LAPs. Should council repeal blanket rezoning and focus on LAPs? Are you happy with the current process that's in front of you to be engaged in that?
Yes, I found there was ample opportunity to be engaged online, in person. My husband and I went to a number of the in-person sessions. So I do think the city did a good job of engaging with folks and, you know, billboards on the road near us on Elbow Drive. So as far as engagement and what the city was doing, I think they definitely put the energy and the effort in. You know, does everyone show up to the best of their ability always? Maybe not. But I do think if you want to be involved, there was ample opportunity.
Okay, that's good to hear. And like maybe if that's the direction that we go, that there will be a lot of people involved in that process. One more question. As for LAPs, do you think that they're the right size? Or do you think they need to be smaller, bigger, in your opinion, for what you've seen in your area?
I would definitely think smaller. You know, communities vary a lot from neighborhood to neighborhood. And I think, you know, when you have that smaller approach, you involve the community leagues. That is definitely where I would like to see things going, but understanding there's a balance of resources and time and energy. So my view on that.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate that.
Next up, Councillor Johnston.
My question was for Kendra, if that's okay. Just wanted to see if you wanted the rest of your time to finish off there.
Sure. So we came to my last slide. And what I wanted to point out is that Lake Bonavista is the first man-made lake community in Canada, not just in the city, but in Canada. So we'd like you, when you come to tackling the problem of affordability, because we know when you repeal, you're not going to just like swipe affordability under the rug. There's going to be another plan that's going to come along, and you're going to have to address that. And we are not against affordability, but we are for planning. We're for preserving the things that made this city special and what draws people to this city, while creating areas that accommodate all of us, so that we have the choice to live in high-density housing. We have the choice to live in a single-family home. We have the choice to live in a home that is associated with a lake. So when you consider the next plan, keep that in mind, and a one-size-fits-all approach just doesn't fit the city. You need to take into consideration the things that have made us special and preserve them as you're trying to solve this problem. That was the last slide.
Thank you for that, and thanks for coming. Would you agree that a smaller local area plan would work better for Bonavista, Parkland, kind of those neighboring neighborhoods in Ward 14?
I do, and I think part of the reason that you're seeing these communities thriving is because they were planned from the beginning. We were actually seeing one of the things that was put out as the reason we need to have blanket rezoning is communities need a revitalization. Well, we're seeing that in these communities all on their own.
Yeah.
We keep statistics at the lake. Oh.
For all those online, could you please remember to mute? We are hearing you here in the meeting.
260 people. We just lost people.
And
there we go.
for all those online, please mute. Thank you. Sorry, continue.
That's okay. We're seeing a natural revitalization of the neighborhood. The statistics for the last few years at the lake, we're seeing an increase in children, and we're seeing an increase in the 30 to 40-year-old range. So those homes are flipping in a good way, but there are also areas of our community where, yeah, densification would make sense. It's just not randomly throughout, and I think if you consulted with those communities, you would be able to find much more reasonable solutions that the communities would not oppose.
Right, and my goal is to protect neighborhoods that want to be protected, right, and allow them to have a say in their future, right? And what's proposed, in my opinion, doesn't protect neighborhoods like Lake Bonavista and Parkland. And I don't think a large, broad local area plan that would include maybe neighborhoods that don't necessarily have lakes or the same characteristics as certain other neighborhoods should be included in the local area plan, but they should have their own to ensure that there's, like Lake Bonavista and maybe even Mindaport, maybe they would have some characteristics that are similar, but I think going forward we need to isolate local area plans to that of smaller sizes, whether it's by neighborhood or by a few neighborhoods that have equal characteristics to them. And again, I just want to make sure we, and my council members, sorry, not debating here.
Is there a question, Councillor Johnston?
How's that?
There actually isn't, so I'll stop.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Sorry.
But I do agree with that statement, yeah.
So,
thank you for coming, though.
Okay.
Any other questions, Councillor Johnston?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Councillor Kelly.
Ms. Blackstock, come on up. I think we caught you probably with only about a slide left too. We let a couple others finish. I wanted to provide the opportunity for you to wrap up your presentation if you'd like.
Okay, well, I think basically what I wanted to say is how much time and effort and resources and energy and money have gone into all of these communities trying to preserve what they have at the moment. And I don't believe each one of those communities is against development either, but that this wholesale blanket rezoning where we have no say in what happens and no say in the development process, we want to see stopped. So from most of the people that I have consulted within all of these groups have said to ask for blanket rezoning to be repealed and no amendments at this time. And what I've heard a lot of other people talk about are to look at the local area plans and to make the local area plans smaller to include communities that are, have the same characteristics. And so I guess that is what I would like to say, because this blanket rezoning and looking at the kind of development that is happening is very disheartening regarding the parking, regarding the garbage, regarding the tree canopy that's lost, regarding the climate advantages that are lost, so that the people that have put so much time and energy in this can breathe easy again. Because right now in Rosemont, we have, since this started, we found out that half of our community have historical restrictive covenants that say there can only be one dwelling per lot. And right now we have 2 development permits in process that go against those historical restrictive covenants that we are going to have to organize and come up with money and go to court if we want to be able to, so that a precedent isn't set that we don't stand up for those restrictive covenants. So, it's very disheartening, very time, energy, money for a small community like Rosemont to have to try to stop. So I think most of these people, especially the 115 families that are involved in our restrictive covenant and blanket rezoning community or group, want this blanket rezoning to be totally repealed without amendments at this time, and to work on thoughtful rezoning in the future.
Well, you and I are definitely in agreement on the local area plans for sure. That I agree with you that that's exactly the right way to go forward in terms of figuring out how to grow our communities. And in this particular case, I wanted to ask you the question. It's not even about growing Rosemont or densifying Rosemont. It's actually about, like, how do we get closer back to the historical population peak of Rosemont? So specifically, like, Rosemont has about 36% less people living in it than it did at its population peak. If we didn't do the blanket rezoning and we repeal it, I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts for council that you want to share in terms of how we would go about adding 36% more people back into Rosemont.
Well, I think our community would be happy to sit down and look at a local area plan and talk about how that would happen.
No, that sounds good. And then last question for you. I guess you had said there that, and I've heard a few others say the same thing earlier, but because we know each other, I figured I'd ask the question of you specifically. I've heard a few people say we voted to repeal blanket rezoning during the election, but not every councillor ran on repealing the blanket rezoning. And certainly in our ward, for example, and you and I have talked about this before, I was the only one who was running who did not specifically run on a platform of repealing the blanket rezoning. And yet I still, in Rosemont, for example, received more than 50% of the votes. I'm wondering if you can kind of square that circle for those of us on council who didn't run to repeal blanket rezoning, and what sort of message you would have for us that we got elected despite not running to repeal the blanket rezoning.
Yeah, honestly, I can't, because I door knocked every door in my community, and like I said, of the people that answered their doors, there was only one person who supported blanket rezoning. So honestly, I'm not sure. And, you know, we've had 3 community meetings where, you know, it was advertised to the whole community, and, you know, we've had 2 that had 100 people, 1 that had 50 people, and, you know, overwhelmingly, they are against blanket rezoning. So honestly, I can't really answer your question.
Okay. No, that's perfectly fair. Those are all my questions for today, but I look forward to continuing to work with you in the future.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson.
Question for Mr. Wiggers, please. Just at the beginning of your presentation, you were holding up a flyer, and I didn't fully follow. You were just kind of going off the cuff, so I just
sure.
wanted to, yeah.
I'm glad you said that, because when we were standing in line, a student came by and said the University of Calgary is doing this research project. And you just scan the barcode and you can answer questions, and it says housing and zoning in Calgary. We want your views. So I quickly went through it, and I'm looking at the question, they're all biased. So they will present that to you, and if somebody doesn't believe it, like the one that I said, you know, if we get rid of blanket rezoning at the expense of having less houses, then it will be at the expense of having less housing. That's not true. But I would suggest, if you're going to get the results of this, read the questions. Go through it yourself and scan through it.
But this is not, like you mentioned something about city administration. This is
not.
Oh, no,
okay.
Yes.
The other one that I mentioned about city administration is when they started here, they specifically said that they want to do zoning with a vision. You can go back.
In
that
the
was
presentation,
quote.
yeah,
and
sure.
thoughtful growth. That's what the exact quote words they had.
Yeah.
Is blanket rezoning thoughtful growth?
That's the question we're determining. Yeah. So yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Great.
That's why I brought that up, because it stunned me that they said.
I thought you were relating it to the flyer. So yeah.
But the flyer was the university one, and they will undoubtedly send you the results. But the results are, if you read the questions, then you can decide if the results are skewed.
Sure. Okay. Great. Thank you. Ms. Blackstock, please. Just you mentioned. You've been talking about no amendments. Can you just clarify what you mean by that?
Well, to go back to RC1 and RC2, which was many years ago. Yeah. And repeal to that. So I guess today you had your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I couldn't catch them, but I think it was number 2 that just went to RC1, RC2, and that's it. So that's what I mean by no amendments, because I know there's, you know, you're going to change the parking to half of this and 2 of that or whatever. But no, just go repeal blanket rezoning and go back to RC1 and RC2. And then from there, we can start with real public engagement to talk about what kind of growth we need in Calgary. Because, you know, what we have right now is, to me, very stressful. And it's very stressful for a lot of people.
So, yeah, so the pieces within, there's one piece at the beginning, like you're mentioning, that is about repealing to RC1 and RC2. But then the next piece is just RCG is a zoning level, just like MH1, all kinds of different zoning levels that we have within the city will still exist on the backside of repeal, whether or not we repeal. So,
Right.
and the proposal within that is to do things like changing from a fourplex to a triplex. So it's like minimizing the amount of housing. So if someone goes
Point
through a
of
land
procedure,
use
very
change.
argumentative.
No, I'm trying to explain to get a sense of whether you would think that this is beneficial, I guess. So like separate from the repeal piece, you're mentioning the amendments, these RCG pieces. So the RCG pieces won't apply by right to any lot across the city. Lots will have to go through a land use change to
Right.
get that upzoning, just like you would have to go to for an apartment building or anything like that. But the changes are actually, by and large, a reduction in terms of the number of units on the site, like going from an 8-plex, if you will, 4 up and 4 down, to a 6-plex, 3 up and 3 down, or changing the lot coverage. Are those things that you would be in favor of in terms of the end result? I'm just trying to, breaking apart from if the repeal goes through, RC1 and RC2, we go back. But in terms of the actual, what the rules around RCG are, is that something you would be in favor of, is shrinking the building size and the number of units within the built form?
Well, I think that depends on what you're talking about and where. Like,
Yeah.
I'm maybe not understanding your question. I don't want blanket rezoning,
Totally.
period.
Yeah.
But I know that one of the counselors talks about no blanket rezoning except for blah, 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 parking this and parking that. No, just right now I want, and I think a lot of people in my group want, to repeal blanket rezoning and then have the planning process, such as local area plans, to talk about where in Rosemont, if that's going to happen, we're going to have a 6-plex or a 3-plex or a duplex or a, is that what you're asking me? Because
No, so we would still have to make those choices. We'd be doing that as a council on a one-by-one basis.
Right.
But the rules of someone who goes to apply for an RCG, as of today, if we vote for the repeal, that's all that goes through, no amendments to
Right.
RCG, it will mean that someone could come back and apply to go to RCG, and we'd have the 4-plex, 4 up and 4 down. But the amendments that are being proposed to RCG are to actually change it to maybe like a triplex, 3 up and 3 down, or to shrink the size of the building.
But they have to come.
They would still have to come,
They have to
absolutely.
come.
No, that's a part of it. But I'm just wondering whether you.
I think we've
Yeah.
reached the conclusion there. Perhaps we move on, Councillor Atkinson, if you have another question.
That's fine. Yeah, it's good. We'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chabot.
Well, my point of procedure was that what our objective here today is to ask clarification on presentations made by members of the public, not to introduce new evidence and new issues for them. But I think that's kind of what was happening here.
Well,
Just checking in on those amendments, the no amendments. I keep hearing no amendments.
But there was no discussion from this presenter about that, about the specific amendments that you were asking her questions about.
Councillor
It wasn't
Chabot,
part of her presentation.
That was the clarification, though.
So there was a lot of leeway where other councillors were also making points or going at length. But yes, if we can leave it to what was in the presentation without debate from all councillors, then we'll get through this much more smoothly. So thank you. I'll move on to Councillor Chabot, and your point of procedure. Both Councillor Chabot and McLean are taken, and I will rule on that. Thank you. And it's your turn for questions now, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you for Ms. Curtis. I was going to ask you, where exactly is Lake Bonavista?
So, oh, no problem, yeah. If you go to my second slide,
that's
it's...
okay. It was a rhetorical question.
Okay, good.
My parents owned a home in Lake Buena
Yeah.
Vista. I'm very familiar with Lake Buena Vista.
Yeah.
So the area, as you pointed out, was designed around very specific objectives, single-family homes in certain areas, multifamily. It has evolved a little bit over time. I remember Lake Aspen Road used to have a mobile home park, which got taken out, and then the
Yes.
multifamily was put in there.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, have you had a chance to look at what your population was originally versus what it is today?
So in the design brief, there is a design for the population, and it's stuck pretty close, except some high density has come in. So for example, where the mobile home park was on the corner of Anderson and McLeod, you're going to see 2 car dealerships and a 500 door condo, and those are the condos that you're seeing selling for 220 and up. So other home types have come in. But they've been put in places that are next to the transit corridor, places where you would expect people to have fewer cars and that type of thing.
So you'd be open to those kind of developments to increase the total number of units in your community if it was done in a planned fashion, is what I kind of gather from your submission?
Yeah, we are, if it's done in a planned fashion.
And so residents association, right? So only those people who benefit from the lake privileges pay the residents association?
Correct.
The fees? Whatever.
The fees, yes.
And where the commercial center is, Lake Buena Vista Shopping Center, that, to your knowledge, do you know if all of those shops have remained viable over the years with the current density?
They seem to be. You go into the mall, there's still stuff. There are empty places in that mall. I know it was recently just sold, and a few places have ended their lease. So I don't know if that's a result of the new ownership of the mall or if it's a commentary on the mall itself.
Okay. But going back to something you said, you'd be open to more strategic planned sort of increased intensity of use if it was done through a planned process. And do you know how old your area structure plan is?
I do not know.
And you haven't had any updates to that as far as you know?
In the design brief that I was able to find, because I haven't been able to find where that came from, I think the last update to that one in particular was done in the 80s when they built the homes along Lake Bonaventure Drive.
Might interest you to know that I helped to build the homes in Lake Bonaventure.
Okay, there you go, yeah. So you might know, yeah.
Dated myself. Okay, thanks. Yeah, no further questions. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you to panel 4. We will now be moving on to panel 5. So we'll do a swap out here. We have Rowan Weeb. Rowan, are you on the phone?
I am.
Thank you. Stephanie Brazel. Perfect. Coming down and take a seat. Nathan Howerluck. Excellent. Mark Lockey. And Rajdeep Kandola.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
On the phone as well. Perfect. Okay, so we'll just let the folks take their seats. And Rowan Weeb, whenever you're ready, please take it away.
Okay. Hi. I was born and raised in Calgary. About a year and a half ago, I moved to Edmonton to do a master's degree, in part because I picked Edmonton because it was cheaper. In 2019, Edmonton changed their zoning laws to something similar to our current RCG. Because of that, townhomes have been popping up all over the inner city. You know what also happened? Rents have been dropping. I got a 750 square foot apartment for $1,300 a month, which is unheard of in Calgary. But right now, a larger unit in the same building is being advertised for $1,200 because rent's still dropping. If I wasn't moving home in a few weeks, I'd be downstairs haggling over a lease renewal. We're starting to see the beginning of these rent drops in Calgary, but we need to give the RCG upzoning time to work. For rent to go back to being affordable, we need tens of thousands of homes to hit the market, and they need to be where people want to live. I'm a capitalist, and I think that the free market needs to determine what people want. And as a capitalist, I also understand the scale of the supply and demand mismatch. Calgary is short tens of thousands of homes, and limiting building to nodes and corridors, or just getting rid of RCG entirely, means that we will never build enough. Calgary is among many cities that have allowed the nodes and quarters approach to building density. And that includes what we've heard from people today saying, well, we need to put the housing by the strip mall, by the highway, by the arterial. But putting buildings next to highways, in part to dampen noise for the real neighborhood, has serious consequences. Highways create high levels of noise pollution, which causes poor sleep, leading to heart disease and cognitive decline. Air pollution from car exhaust and microplastics from tire wear cause further harm. I'm disabled and struggle to climb stairs, which makes smaller apartments perfect for me. But I don't need more help getting sick, thank you. We're literally pushing the marginalized to the margins of our communities. Limiting housing to existing transit nodes also means that we are hampering the expansion of transit. A neighborhood of single-family homes might have poor bus service now, but if we added 20% more people, suddenly more frequent buses become viable. Limiting where housing can be built limits our imagination of what our city can look like. In Jacob DeWang's analysis on housing starts in Edmonton, he shows that people are generally choosing to build near existing and future train lines, but they're not up against the highway. 50% are within 800 meters, but the growth can be seen up to 2 kilometers away. Near transit, but not in the tiny radius that node and corridor advocates imagine. And the evidence shows that people want to live near transit, whether that's right beside trains for daily use or within a 15 to 20-minute walk for periodic trips. I'm graduating in a few weeks, and I want to live in Calgary. But affordability and poor locations of density mean that I might not be able to get the home or job that fits my needs. The City Council talks about freedom a lot, but they don't talk about the freedom to move out of bad or overly expensive housing. They don't talk about the freedom to live near the people and amenities they want. They don't talk about the freedom to get to work or school in the mode that works best for them. Limiting density tells me the freedoms that Council does care about, the freedom of some to exclude, to limit, and to look down upon some of the most marginalized people in our society while restricting what homeowners can do with their private property. Thank you.
Thank you to Rowan Weeb. Next up, we have Stephanie Brazil, sorry.
It's Brazil. It's like we say Brazil in Brazil.
Perfect. Got it now. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
When I love something, I want to share it with as many people as possible. It's too much to keep it just to myself. And that's how I feel about my neighborhood. I want to have as many neighbors as possible so others can experience the joy that I do. My name is Stephanie. I live in Ward 7, and I'm here because I oppose repealing the blanket rezoning for Calgary. I'm here because our infrastructure can't support what we have been doing. Our pockets and climate can't either. We don't have infinite land to deforest to build more houses. We need to strengthen our food sources, protect nature, build connected communities, invest in efficient and reliable public transit. We can't stop when we're just starting to get momentum. We can't stop when we don't have an alternative to one of the most pressing issues we're facing as a community. When my rent increased last year to almost $100 per month, and I know people who had it even more than that, I'm grateful that I had options to move to a different place where I could maintain my lifestyle without paying more. I have access to public transit, bike lanes, businesses, and restaurants nearby. I save money every month because I have the option to bike or walk everywhere, and I don't need a car at a time where car ownership is getting more and more expensive, and the effects of driving on our climate are undeniable. And I could only do that because there were more rental options. It is possible to increase urban density and maintain a neighborhood's character, and consider many other concerns with increasing urban density. We just need to be intentional. If you love Calgary and your neighborhood, you don't keep it just to yourself. You share it with others and bring others along the journey with you to make your neighborhood even better. Let's build cities and houses for people, single people, students, young people, roommates, unhoused people, families with pets, families with kids, families living with their adult kids, families living with their parents, families who want or need to live close to their family and friends, seniors who need access to services, people from different ages who cannot drive, people who want to live car-free, and so many more diverse needs we need to provide affordable housing for. I trust that you will make the right decision to keep the blanket rezoning and keep our real needs in mind when the time comes, as the leaders you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brazil. Next up, Nathan Howerlock.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Administration. My name is Nathan Harlick. I have some slides. Oh, they're beautiful. Thank you. I'm on the Planning Commission, but I speak for myself. I'd like to introduce myself and discuss engagement. I also have some other slides, but let's start there. Slide 2. Like many Calgarians of a certain age, I was born in Bridgeland, and I grew up in Huntington Hills, and as Channel 2 and 7 sang, Calgary's the best hometown I know. But it's not perfect. Slide 3. For example, between 2005 and 2010, we lost over 5,000 one- and two-bedroom purpose-built rentals. Where'd they go? Before we go to the next slide, let's notice that we now have as many rentals with 3 or more bedrooms as we did in 1994. For those of us who care about families, that's both good and not great news. Slide 4. 20 to 25 years ago, Calgary created jobs faster than built homes. Because housing is a spectrum, rental housing was renovated into homeownership housing. Economists call that upward filtering. Slide 5. When you compare those rental numbers with Calgary's population, your odds of finding a rental were better 30 years ago than today. Back to the story. In 2005, a lovely lady moved to town. At the end of every lease, she found herself rent-evicted, and another apartment became a condo. We dated, got engaged. After another rent-eviction, she signed a 6-month lease for her basement suite. We were married in the spring of 2008, and I moved in. The owner of the suite didn't renew the lease. He wanted his daughter to live in the basement. We found a walk-up apartment where they were finishing renos on our unit. We gave our first and last month's rent and got the keys. While some friends and I were loading the truck, she went over to our new place, discovered that the keys didn't work, and other people arriving to the same scam. We finished loading the truck and crashed in my parents' basement. We used a line of credit to cover another 2 months' rent, found a different apartment, and moved into a new place a couple days later. Soon after, we inherited enough to help with the down payment, and were able to buy a 50s townhouse in Renfrew that itself had been renovated from subsidized housing into market rate ownership housing. We needed family help to have stable housing. So I keep showing up here trying to make it maybe a little less worse. Let's talk about the proposal and start with engagement. Slide 6. Most of you probably knocked on doors and asked, would you like a fourplex with suites next door? And most people probably said, no. I have my complaints about our CG, but I'm concerned that we didn't ask better questions, like, which is worse, higher taxes, lower levels of service due to entropy, or a fourplex with suites next door? Slide 7. A couple of weeks ago, the Infrastructure and Planning Committee learned that our capital maintenance and replacement costs for the next decade had up to $17 billion. That's $1.7 billion a year. Slide 8. In 2024, residential property taxes added up to $1.2 billion. Slide 9. In November, like the Lorax of pavement, I talked about the pavement quality report. I could talk about it more if you'd like. Our development pattern probably consumes more than it returns, which guarantees rising taxes, and it's kicking in just in time for the largest generation in history to retire and go on fixed incomes. I doubt there was any engagement about that. Slide 10. I fear we've eaten our seed corn. So now what? Commercial taxes could subsidize residents, but that seems unlikely with downtown's vacancy rate, Imperial leaving Quarry Park, and our tax ratio nearing the province's 5-to-1 limit. Off-site levies from new areas could cover work in old areas, but that's a Ponzi scheme. Other orders of government could give us money, but they have their own stuff to fix. If there's only one taxpayer, why send our money out of town and then ask for it back? We probably need to increase residential taxes, intentionally run some non-critical infrastructure to failure before repairing it, and let more people use existing infrastructure. And if our population ever falls, fewer people would have to cover those costs. We'd be in more trouble. Slide 11. Those numbers should change engagement. You could use this hearing to ask some of these questions. Which is worse, higher taxes, things falling apart, or some level of change next door? Should some level of change be possible anywhere? What level of change would you accept next door with no engagement, and then permit that level? Allowing some level of change everywhere may be key to preserving community viability, fiscal health, and opportunity for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howerluck. Up next, we have Mark Lockie.
Sorry in advance if I happen to cough during this presentation. I have a little bit of asthma right now, just to give you a heads up. Council, Mayor, Administration, my name is Mark Lockie. I'm a townhouse owner here in Calgary. I am a Master's of Planning student at the University of Calgary. I am a part of pro-housing organizations, but I'm here speaking on my own accord, and I am speaking in opposition to repealing blanket rezoning. Next slide, please. As we know, Calgary has a massive infrastructure gap at the moment, with $49 billion needed over the next 10 years to fund not just maintenance, but also the growth of our city. Infill housing in established areas can be a part of that growth. I recently looked at the numbers in Banff Trail and found that the townhouses that have been built recently in Town Trail contribute 3.73 times more tax per hectare than the houses that they replaced. When council needs to increase the budget, as they're going to in the coming years, this amount of additional tax revenue can help reduce the amount of tax increases on existing residents and help aid that infrastructure gap that we have. Next slide, please. 91% of Calgarians believe that the city isn't affordable, and there is this perception that the infill townhouses are only luxury units, not providing any source of affordable housing for residents. This couldn't be further from the truth. From March 2022 to September 2025, there were 666 building permits issued for townhouses in established areas. Of those, 261 were financed through a CMHC program called MLI Select, which affords developers improved financing terms and better amortization if they commit to implementing 10 to 25% affordable units within their developments. This has enabled 2,011 units within our city, with 500 of those being affordable, delivered through private financing with no government subsidy involved. Recently, council invested $30 million in 566 affordable non-market housing. I applaud that council has the vision and foresight to continue investing in non-market housing in our community, and that needs to keep up. This program, and in addition to the rezoning for housing, has helped contribute about the same amount of units with no municipal financing required at all. As a city, we cannot afford to give up that much housing provided by the private market. The typical project looks like 4 3-bedroom units with 4 1-bedroom basement suites. Those 4 3-bedroom units fill a genuine gap in our market. As the last presentation showed, we only have about 8,000 3-bedroom rental units in our city, according to CMHC. Those 4-bedroom rental suites are some of the most affordable in the city at market rates. The townhouses rent for about $23.79 a month, compared to 3-bedroom apartments at $24.77 a month, and single detached homes at $26.81 a month. This is far more affordable than the alternatives currently available. These aren't luxury units. They're also not subsidized housing. They're the private market providing for market housing for residents. On the ownership front, nobody is going to claim that a $750,000 townhouse is affordable. It's true. The truth of the matter is, though, that the house that it's replacing equals about the same. Recent research from Los Angeles suggests that redevelopment projects need to build at least 5 units of housing for every unit demolished in order to maintain the same level of affordability. Anecdotally, that's about what we see here in Calgary, where the price of a new home equals to about the same as what it replaced in the townhouse segment. The benefit as well is that $750,000 townhouse comes with a mortgage helper basement suite if the new owners choose to use it. That can make up for any difference in price that the townhouse may have over the unit that it replaced, while providing additional housing for additional residents. You have to remember as well that developers are in the business of building homes. They're going to build homes, whether it's townhouses, whether it's single detached, or whether it's duplexes. If we don't make it easy for them to build townhouses in established communities, they're going to build $1.7 million single detached houses or $1 million duplexes. I'd love to ask council, what do you find more affordable? A $750,000 townhouse or a $1.7 million single detached home? Next slide, please. If we repeal blanket rezoning, we're going to forego housing. We could lose between 886 and 2,658 units, depending on how much housing we lose. I encourage you to consider the consequences of repealing rezoning on affordability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockie. Finally, Rajdeep Kandola on the phone whenever you're ready to begin.
Hello, my name is Rajdeep Kandola. I'm a family physician who works in Forest Lawn and lives in Cranston in Ward 12. I'm speaking in favor of maintaining upzoning and against destructive land use restrictions. I began speaking on these issues in 2023 when many of my patients started to struggle with housing costs. I think, for example, of the senior with cancer who worked hard his entire life and could not afford an apartment in this city. He had to take a new job at the age of 70 at the Saddle Dome as an usher. I think also of the family of 4 whose mother had grown up with trauma and had many health issues, who were struggling to pay for their electric bills after paying for housing costs. I, along with many others, spoke in favor of changes to zoning to help alleviate the suffering of these folks. I have heard it claimed that the blanket rezoning was done without care and consideration to citizens' views. But after listening to the longest public hearing in Calgary Council history, I have to say this is not true. We heard great arguments in favor of the tax and economic benefits for better housing policy. We heard from younger folks who merely wanted the same opportunity their parents had. Ultimately, these arguments carried the day. The zoning changes passed and housing became affordable again in this city. Now we are being told that this great achievement for our city happened without the support of our citizens, and we have to repeal. What went wrong? On the one hand, many people can now afford housing that previously could not. On the other hand, folks said they didn't want their neighborhood to change, and these folks were against blanket rezoning. The trouble is, neighborhoods have changed. Neighborhoods are below their peak population. Neighborhoods designed for kids with schools and playgrounds have a fraction of the kids they once had. We heard about one example of a neighborhood 37% less population than it once had. I would bet that a huge proportion of those are kids and that the kids' population has declined dramatically in those neighborhoods. So where are families supposed to live now? We can build new neighborhoods with new schools and new playgrounds, but that costs a lot of taxpayer money. We have seen in Toronto or Vancouver that eventually, to pay for this, development charges go up. Then this makes new housing very expensive, and then it doesn't get built at all. What's happening is that young people, unable to afford housing for families, are giving up on starting families entirely. I started this journey concerned for the well-being of my patients, but I continue it because I'm concerned about the well-being of my children and their generation. The next generation will not be able to afford housing in this city if policies go back to where they were. They will not be able to lead good lives, and many people will not start families on their own. I was told by council candidates during the last election that people simply did not want the citywide RCG zoning. However, taxes are pretty clearly a far bigger priority for voters than infill. In a poll of priorities of voters by Leger during the last election, the highest priority was lowering taxes, with 43% ranking this priority highly, and infill was only the 11th priority, with only 11% of respondents ranking this priority highly. We keep hearing how the people spoke, but it was really this 11% that people are listening to. Are you going to let the 11% stop us from becoming a dynamic, prosperous city with opportunity for all? Or will we let them decide for all of us to put our city on the pathway to decline? If you must repeal, then replace it. A majority of mayoral candidates who received a majority of votes had platforms that said they wouldn't just repeal zoning, that they would replace it with something better. We've heard that candidates said they would repeal, and that's who people voted for. But what about the other side, the people who voted for candidates who said that there should be a replacement? If you do not develop a replacement, then not only will that go against what people voted for, it will cost the city hundreds of millions in federal funding. The choice is clear. Embrace pro-housing policy and infill, or suffer deep financial consequences. Vote for the next generation, or vote for the unfounded fears of neighborhood change. Do the right thing, the humane thing, and the smart thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Candola, and I'm relinquishing to the boss now. So.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson for this panel, please.
Question for Mr. Harlock, please. Your question there near the end, it's the question, what are we allowed to build across the board, right? And you mentioned how you sit on CPC. I'm just wondering, you said also earlier in your presentation that there are problems with RCG. What is it, from your opinion, that should be allowed to be built everywhere?
Well, that's a political question. There's a reason this didn't come to the Planning Commission, because technically, row houses everywhere is fine. The water pressure is fine. The infrastructure can hold it. It's okay. Most neighborhoods have emptied, and we're trying to figure out where those people will go and trying to get those neighborhoods back up to where the infrastructure was built. And if the pipes are falling apart, fix the pipes. Because the people who live there should have pipes that aren't broken. So what do I think? I lean much toward, I look at all of those numbers and say if it's 0 to 3 stories, great, that's fine. There are lots of people in town who will disagree with me on that. I think the bare minimum is the old RC2 district, which was the exact same size as RC1. It just had 2 doors. Unfortunately, because of how the motion is written, that's not really an option for this. If you thought that was the best choice, you'd have to hold another public hearing to move everything to RC2. I'm worried that we'll have this idea that we should water down RCG until it is acceptable everywhere, and still find out that it's not acceptable everywhere, and then we'll spend the whole term trying to figure out what comes after, and meanwhile, we'll not have really dealt with things. What was the question? What would be okay? In my mind, I think you should be asking everybody that question, because the answer should be permit that. Don't make it discretionary. When it came to Planning Commission, I moved that it should be permitted use, that they should keep some form of row house that was a permitted use. If the box was fine, allow the box everywhere. Administration, commission, and council thought that was wrong. I disagree with them, but that's okay. That's life.
Yeah.
Does that answer it?
Yeah. But then also you had a piece in there around there were pieces of RCG that you don't necessarily, and that is potentially a piece of what's being discussed. Are there things that you think we should be thinking about when we're considering changes to RCG?
My primary complaint is that we don't have a permitted use for row house anymore. We used to, and we lost that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This panel touched on a lot of things that I'm sort of struggling with a little bit, and so I wanted to ask a couple of questions here. Sir, maybe I'll first, Mr. Harlock, I'll start with you, and then Mr. Lockie, I'll probably ask you the same question. It's kind of a question I want to ask of everyone, but there's not enough time for me to ask it of everyone. But you brought up specifically taxes in your presentation. I think you were the first one today to really sort of bring that up. One of my worries with this is what you brought up, which is that this makes things a lot more expensive if we repeal this. I'm wondering if any of your, in any of your conversations or research even for that matter, maybe I'll ask Mr. Lockie this, the research question. You said, if not this, then this. Like, it's not about what you want, it's about what the next best thing exists. And so, like, how high do property taxes go before, in your opinion, Calgarians go, that's too high, I'll take the extra density?
I don't know that I have the answer to that. I'm a little worried that our property taxes are in the bad Goldilocks range, where they're too high for most people to be able to comfortably afford, but too low to actually do the job of maintaining the city that we've built. And that becomes a question for the 15 of you to sort out.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's exactly what I'm trying to figure out with that number. So maybe I'll, Mr. Lockie, if I can, for you, I'm not sure if this is a question that you've answered in any of your research or whatnot, but I'm wondering if you, from the engagement you've done, if you have any bit of idea in terms of how high do property taxes need to go before people go, I'll take the density?
I don't have an answer for that. I think that is something that could be done through the local area plans. I think the local area plans need to be used to give residents a choice for what happens in their communities. Now, of course, there's other barriers to that. Obviously, it has to comply with the Municipal Governance Act. But it would be nice if we could find a way to give residents of local area plans an option. Have a baseline density that we need to keep the housing accelerator funds, for example. So that's going to be at a minimum duplex plus 2 basement suites for 4 units. And then ask the residents themselves, do you prefer to pay more for services? Do you prefer to have non-mandatory services cut back? Or would you prefer to allow more density within your neighborhood? I think that this can be done without repealing blanket rezoning. You have a couple of years to be able to figure it out. You're all on council for at least another 3 years. You could use that time to really invest in the local area plan process, ask residents themselves through the local area plans what they prefer, and move forward from there.
No, I appreciate that. Obviously, I would have loved it if we could have done that engagement at the beginning of this process, but the notice of motion was made in December, and here we are. We, at the end of this, get a yes or no vote on what's in front of us. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Condola a slightly different question on the phone. You mentioned schools, and again, this is one of the things in Ward 4. You mentioned about like where are the people coming from and going, and I think that there's an aspect there of we have a lot of empty nesters, which is why we're seeing our population decrease while the kids move out of the neighborhood, and yet we have all the schools, and we're busing kids in from elsewhere. From wards 2 and 3 specifically to fill those schools. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts specifically around schools and the motion that's in front of us here today, how it might impact schools moving forward.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid growing up, in Alberta, I could walk to school, and it was, this was so when we talk about preserving community character, that used to be the character of our communities. I would walk down the street, street after street until I got to school. All these kids around me were doing the same thing. And now I see in the communities that are at the edge of the community, at the edge of the city where families can afford to live now, kids have to line up for the bus, and then they're in a bus for 30, 40 minutes longer and spending a huge part of their childhood riding a bus. It's not fair to them, right? Kids, we know as we get older, time moves faster. For kids, an hour is just forever. And to be kind of just sitting there on a bus as opposed to doing something active like walking to school, when we talk about community character, when we talk about culture, we've lost it. This is actually a consequence of the policies that we pursued. Is that we don't have that community culture anymore. These neighborhoods, these older neighborhoods that people are saying they want to preserve, they were very different when they were first made. And we should go back to that. We should build homes for families in neighborhoods that have the infrastructure for families, that have schools and playgrounds. I think it's quite obvious what to do here.
Thank you. I appreciate your perspective, and to all 3 of the panelists that I asked questions of, thank you for your presentations. They definitely are helping me form my
my position in my head. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schmidt, please.
For Mr. Hauerluck, you mentioned you had the graph at the beginning that showed the differences over time of the availability of certain types of housing. You mentioned upward filtering when you described that, and the loss of some rental properties becoming ownership properties. Can you connect that more explicitly to how you think the outcome of this hearing would have an outcome for what you described there?
Well, generally, I would say we probably need to add houses in all of those market segments. But we had more houses. Well, how do I put this? So it seems like we certainly lost some rental properties because they were demolished. And we built new things there. But we also lost some because they became condos. And that's certainly the experience that we saw 20 or 25 years ago. I think it still happens. Adding more some more purpose-built rentals is beneficial. There are probably people who are building these for themselves and saying, great, I have a secondary suite. Also, a rental property. I don't know how many we need in every category. I don't think anybody in town does either, and I don't think anybody in this building knows if we build this many, ta-da, everything's perfect, which is why I think you need a responsive housing market that can actually figure out what is needed and build.
So when you talk about a responsive housing market, it sounds to me like you're talking about tools in our toolkit to build housing. So we have heard a little bit about this hearing being the one tool that we've added. But from what you've been telling us, it sounds to me like we need multiple tools in our toolkit working at the same time. Is that something that would be able to move this graph in the right direction and provide more housing?
Yes. This is only a small segment of all of the housing in Calgary. The short version is, how do you get more housing? Well, the libertarians are right. You make it easier to build. And the socialists are right. You throw some money at it, too. And if you don't do both of those things, you're throwing money at places like Vancouver that make it really great for somebody who already owns a house to take the money from governments. Awesome. Not a great use of tax money. So throughout the whole system, we need more ownership housing, we need more rental housing, we need more non-market housing, we need more supportive housing. We need the whole thing. You need the system to function. And currently, I'm not so sure that it's doing that very well.
So we need to be able to chew gum and walk at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
As Councillor Chabot says, we're all out of bubble gum. Councillor Clark, please.
Mr. Howlock, sorry, may I have you come back? Thank you so much. I just wanted to congratulate you on your home ownership.
Oh, thanks.
That's exciting. I really enjoyed your presentation. I think this absence of rental properties is an enormous concern. I just wondered, in the process of deciding, the type of housing that you'd choose to live in, why you didn't go the way of the row house with the mortgage helping suite?
It wasn't an option. It was a 1950s townhouse that didn't have a suite.
Right.
But it did the job for us.
Were they not building these row houses, these multiplexes in your neighborhood?
No. 2008, they were not.
Oh, it was 2008, of course.
The district was created after that, and frankly, the neighborhood had a big fight in the 50s about it, whether it should be built at all.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize the story went that far back. I thought this was more recent.
So yes, thank you for the decades-old congratulations.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Candola, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask you, you'd kind of invoked your clients, your patients in Forest Lawn, and they were great stories. I just wanted to clarify, so these folks found housing through blanket rezoning, like through these row houses?
So both of those cases that I discussed, they're now able to afford housing. I don't think the housing is new units due to blanket rezoning. I think those units that they moved into were probably opened up because other people moved into units of blanket rezoning. I think it's. I mean, in Forest Lawn, there's been a lot of supply increase due to blanket rezoning. So for sure, there's a lot more supply now than there was previously.
Okay. All right. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pantzopoulos, please.
Thank you so much. Mr. Harlech. Thanks so much for answering Councillor Atkinson's question about, whose decision, and I think your line was it's a political decision. And I think that's important because a political decision by definition is what's important for the people. It incorporates economics, it incorporates how you feel, community, and all those good things. So I just wanted your thoughts with that, driven by the people. A lot of people have spoken about local area plans. And your thoughts, how that fits in.
Well, I was involved with the first local area plan, and there are some pluses, but we have, 200 some odd plans throughout the city, and we talk about updating them every generation. If you do that every 20 years, you should be updating a plan every month. We're not at that pace, and I'm not sure.
How do you feel? So LAPs have what the people want. So if we did update an LAP, and let's say we did every 5 years or 10 years, because we could put resources to that. So maybe to the question, given it a political decision, how do you feel about the people's opinion in community when they put together an LAP and their thoughts? You said they're quite delayed, but if we were to get a position where we start updating on a regular cadence and the backlog gets filled, how do you feel? How important is the LAP in a decision?
Local area plans are important. It's also important that we line up our goals so that they actually achieve the biggest goal. And whether that 50-50 goal is the best goal or whether it should be just have enough houses and be fiscally sustainable.
So what happens if the LAP, the community-driven, is inconsistent with the 50-50?
Well, everything before 2009 is in that category. And so it's been pretty easy for council and commission to be in the habit of just ignoring them. And at some point, when everything's updated, we're going to have to get into the habit of saying this is what it is. But I am worried that most of those are not actually haven't actually thought about whether we
just
line up with
how
our goals.
important is that LAP relative if it's inconsistent with, if there's a new one? I live in a relatively old area, new area. LAPs are fairly newish. How important is that voice of community compared to if it's inconsistent with the 50-50 or your economic story or the dogma that we need density for housing everywhere?
That always gets into that's the question.
No,
in a perfect world, I've probably said this in closed meetings, I'll say it here. I'm often worried that the planners aren't serious about building local area plans to achieve their goals. And so when applications come in, we see things and they don't line up, but it supports the local area plan and all right, and so we give it the thumbs up even though we've thrown in so many perspectives that I don't think we're actually going to hit those goals.
Thanks so much for that. Appreciate it.
I don't know. I hope that helped.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Sorry, Mr. Harlock. I was going to let you off the hook, but I feel compelled to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
You're big on data and analysis and whatnot, and I'm just curious whether or not you've had the opportunity to analyze things when we're talking about blanket zoning as to how many row homes have been developed versus single family versus side-by-sides since the approval of the blanket zoning, and how much additional tax revenue that's generated for the city.
I have not. I have not run those numbers. I have some numbers from before 2018 to 2023 about prices, but no, I don't have.
Yeah, it's a question I'll likely ask Mr. Loki or Lockie as well. But before you go away, so you did talk about local area plans and 200 and some odd ASPs or ARPs, but when we do LAPs, it usually encompasses more than one ASP. Yes. So we may not be on track to achieve the 200 number, but I think we've gone above and beyond insofar as advancement on LAPs. Would you not agree?
I would agree that if you keep LAPs large, then you're probably going to keep at the pace that you need. But if you start doing it community by community, you're going to have to move them much faster
So
than we
you're
are.
arguing against the reduced size of LEPs?
That's where I'm going
Okay, thanks. I was just trying to understand your perspective there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. So, again, a question. We did see from one of the previous presenters, they talked about $55,000 or something in additional tax revenue. I'm not sure where that number came from, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not large, especially when you talk about 25,000 new homes being built last year, and only a small percentage of those in the developed area that were directly related to RCG. And so, again, to a similar question, have you had a chance to look at how much additional tax revenue was generated from row housing that was directly as a result of the blanket zoning in the developed area? How much additional tax revenue that's generated? How much additional tax revenue was generated from all of the other housing types? And how much was generated from multi-story high-rise structures, and then analyzing it from that perspective and giving us an assessment on where is the best bang for our buck? Is it truly in, missing middle in the developed area relative to row housing, or is maybe TOD way more beneficial, or main corridors again with a higher density land use? Sorry, long-winded question.
No problem. Good question. First of all, you have to remember that it's not necessarily additional tax revenue, because the way that the municipal budgets work are that you set the budget and then you determine the tax rate or the mill rate and you work backward from there, right? So at every new process.
We don't determine the mill rate. The mill rate is an output. Sorry.
But that's how it works, right? You determine the budget and then you see how much the city needs. So you're making land more tax productive using the same amount of infrastructure when you do that, when you allow townhouses into neighborhoods. That's important. You have to remember that RCG is only a year and a half old, and it can take a year and a half, 2 years, 2.5 years to build a unit. Not enough have been built to really be able to tell if it's been working or not, and that's also why we haven't seen the effects of affordability yet, because it takes time to build houses, and we really need to let time take its role to really see what's happening. Yes, you're right. It's probably not going to be as tax efficient as high rises. The more dense you get, the more tax efficient it gets. But the truth is that we need to do both and, not and or. We need to be able to provide dense housing close to transit nodes and allow density in our established neighborhoods to provide family-sized housing for the people that need it.
Have you communicated at all with folks that sit on the Subdivision Development Appeal Board in regards to the number of appeals to see how efficient this process has been in relation to how much new housing it's generated?
From what I understand, they have seen a lot more appeals. I haven't communicated with anyone personally, but from what I've been reading, there have been more appeals at the development.
What do you think of the concept that was introduced here by a few others insofar as being as you're doing your master's in planning, by utilizing the local area plans to do then city-initiated redesignations in those areas that are deemed to be appropriate for higher density type development?
I'm in favor of that. I think also, like we see Vancouver is just recently going to this as well, where if they have an approved plan in an area, you no longer have a public hearing for land use amendments. I think that it's important to communicate with and to discuss with communities the effects that are going on in their communities. I do have a preference for blanket rezoning. I can explain why if you would like me to, but I'm not going to go through that here. But yes, local area plans are important to get the community feedback. And if they approve density in areas, I'm on board with city-approved redesignation in those areas.
Strategically focused planned areas?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
All right, thank you. That is it for panel 5. Council, I think we have 15 minutes here before our break. If we start this panel, we're looking to break probably, I'm guessing 3:30, 3:45. You all good with that? Otherwise, we could take the break now. Or, Madam Clerk, would that work for your changeover?
My changeover is set for 3:15, Mayor.
Would it work to take the break now?
Oh, it would, yeah.
Rather than, I'm going to make the call, Council, why don't we take our break now and come back at 3:30? Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Jamieson. Present. Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor McLean. Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers.
Here.
Councillor Ward.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Dollywall, are you online? Coming back to Councillor Kelly. Councillor McLean.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we are now on panel 6. I will list out the names and we'll assemble this panel, starting with Shamir Gaydar, then Grace Louie, Joel Tiedemann, Michael Farrar, and Sina Rezayan. So if I called your names, please come on up or prepare to speak. All right, we'll start off with you, Shamir, please.
Perfect. Sina and Mike are not here, I'm unavailable to make it today.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and City Councillors. My name is Shamir Gaydar. I am the chair of the Calgary Intercity Builders Association. Today, I'm joined by my colleagues, Grace Louie, President of the Association, and Joel Tiedemann, Vice President of the Association. CISPA is the industry association that is best known to represent the established area's builders, developers, trades, and other related businesses. We're here today to speak about the repeal, the positives and the negatives it will bring. I want to emphasize there are positives and negatives to a repeal. Firstly, thank you for allowing me the time to speak, and thank you for taking such a deep responsibility of leading this city. You have a difficult decision in front of you, a decision that will have impacts, immediate impacts on housing, affordability, and Calgary's future. But the impacts do not stop there. This decision will impact the future generations, current Calgarians, and new Calgarians. In 2009, the City of Calgary Council had the vision to adopt the Municipal Development Plan to grow the city up and out with a target of 50% new areas and 50% redevelopment. We commend those past leaders in realizing this was a step that was needed to keep Calgary sustainable. I even believe we have one of those leaders here today. And this is still true. We need to grow up and out. Growing up and out is needed to make the future of Calgary sustainable and minimize environmental impacts by using existing infrastructure, existing roads, firefighters, police, transit, water, storm, sewer infrastructure, businesses, parks, streetlights, and every other aspect of the city. With needed growth in new areas, additional future maintenance and life cycle costs come with that. Ultimately, these costs have to be paid by Calgarians through property taxes regardless of where they live. But again, we cannot only grow out and we cannot only grow up. They must be done together. Growing up and out is necessary to welcome our 2 millionth Calgarian. A goal of reaching the 50-50 growth that Calgary needs isn't easy, but it is possible. Listening to communities, people, councillors yourselves, advocates for rezoning, and advocates against rezoning, we have truly come to a couple realizations. First, the issue has not been the RCG district itself. The issue has been and continues to be RCG zoning applied everywhere across the city. This has created uncertainty within communities, which we as industry fully acknowledge. At the same time, it is important to note that industry is seeking that very same certainty. The district itself works. Second, applying RCG on a citywide blanket basis was an attempt to improve the approvals process, but it has been unsuccessful. It wasn't the only option. With the support and direction of council, using existing policies, we can get homes built faster and in the right locations in the established area by just improving those processes. Doing this can also help reduce certain unnecessary regulatory costs, making established area housing more affordable. It is important to realize development is like a tripod. To stand, it needs all three legs. The first leg being city, the second leg being community, the third leg being industry. You need all three legs to make redevelopment work. If one is missing, development does not happen. A repeal without a path forward will essentially be removing one leg. There will be immediate consequences that will shape Calgary's future. Consequences like less homes being built in the established areas, resulting in a decrease in supply. Populations in these areas, some of which are not even at their historical numbers, decreasing. Rents increasing, home prices increasing, longer building process, increasing costs, eroding affordability, property tax increases, future infrastructure maintenance costs increases, jobs for trades disappearing, jobs for consultants disappearing, local businesses will be affected, investments in redevelopment will start to disappear, and many, many more. My colleagues will go further into the details about the 2 points I made earlier, but I will leave you with one last thing. Repeal without a path forward should not be an option. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Grace coming up.
Mayor Farkas, members of council, my name is Grace Louie. I'm here in the capacity of president of Calgary Intercity Builders Association. So the main issue on repeal seems to be less about the RCG district itself and more a response to it being applied as a base district across the city. The RCG district was built and implemented over a decade of careful collaboration between industry and city administration. It has been crafted and tweaked in a way that allows for the successful delivery of diverse housing forms in established communities in particular. It was a district that worked in its original form. In the 10 years since this district existed, we did not see the type of community response that we have seen today and last time when it came to be applied across the city, because again, it wasn't necessarily unilaterally applied everywhere. Because this district is technically complex, we strongly request that council refrain from making direct amendments to the district on the floor of council. While well-intentioned, adjustments made without technical study can result in unforeseen consequences that could unintentionally stifle development and further complicate the approvals process. Amendments to building height, modifiers, parking, and site coverage should include the input of subject matter experts to ensure that the district remains functional. As an example, our membership did a detailed analysis on the currently proposed amendments to the RCG criteria. And Joel, if you can, or Shamir, if you can put this up on the exhibit. So here's what we found, is that on the purchase price on a 3x3, the district is projected to actually increase the costs of a new townhome by approximately $143,000 for the end user. This results from spreading the fixed costs of a similar 4x4 project across a unit and a suite on sort of a 3x3 project. We won't necessarily go through this specifically, but we do have handouts that we can certainly share with council if you're interested in hearing about this later. There is a way to do the 3x3 units that would not necessarily trigger such a high premium, but that requires collaboration on technical details, similar to how the RCG district was originally crafted and refined and applied. We want to emphasize that we are not against changes to the RCG district or changes to the overall process. There could be some positive impacts and benefits to making those changes and adjustments, but we think, again, that those changes should be made with proper stakeholder involvement and a clear understanding that the desired outcome will be realized. To that end, should, at the end of this public hearing, council decide to repeal the citywide application of RCG, we would request that the repeal reconstitutes the land use bylaw to the status that it was at prior to August 2024. We would also request that council retain the previously approved housekeeping amendments into the reconstituted land use bylaw to maintain technical clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up.
Mayor Farkas, members of council, my name is Joel Tiedemann. I'm here today in my capacity as the Vice President of CISPA. If it wasn't obvious, Grace's presentation and my presentation follow Shamir's, just getting into more details. CISPA acknowledges that many on council have a clear mandate from the public to revisit or repeal citywide rezoning. While the original intent of citywide rezoning was to shorten the overall approval timelines for housing approvals, this has not been the reality in practice. The ultimate goal of applying the RCG zoning bylaw was to shorten the approval timelines for new housing units. Eliminating the 6 to 8 month land use redesignation process at the front end of these relatively low density projects was the big win. However, this is not manifested on the ground. While we have eliminated the need for land use applications for this style of project, we have picked up a similar size delay on the back end of the projects post-approval, which is a much bigger risk to housing projects than what we used to have. We recommend that Council direct administration to shorten the land use and development permit timelines within reason to specific targets in the appropriate locations, as this will solve the core issue blanket rezoning was trying to correct. By working collaboratively with communities and industry, administration can use existing policies, tools, and engagement processes already in place, such as the LAPs that have gotten a lot of talk today, to identify how sensitive density can be added to the established areas in the proper locations. In summary, to balance the need of the public with the necessity of housing delivery, CISPA proposes 3 actionable requests. First, direct administration to approve the repeal of the blanket rezoning and reconstitute the land use bylaw to its status prior to August 2024. To be clear, we are not making this recommendation because we think blanket rezoning is a bad policy. It simply isn't functioning as intended. Second, as Grace mentioned, ensure that all previously approved housekeeping amendments are carried forward into the reconstituted land use bylaw to maintain technical clarity. By repealing citywide rezoning, we'll be adding processes back into the fold that have historically added 6 to 8 months to the housing approval process. We would ask that Council direct administration to come back within 1 fiscal quarter with process recommendations that would shrink the land use and DP approval process to a more efficient timeline. This could be achieved by striking a committee comprising city administration, industry experts, and community representatives. The group could be tasked with reporting back to Council with evidence-based recommendations to improve low-density residential districts and streamline the overall application process. Another quick win could be to exempt RCG land use applications from needing to go to CPC and having them go directly to Council. In conclusion, by adopting these 3 proposed actions, Council can honor its commitment to the electorate while providing the stability required to address Calgary's housing challenges. CISPA remains committed to a transparent, collaborative relationship with Council to build a city that is both vibrant and attainable. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the panel. Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you for Ms. Louie. Ms. Louie, sorry, you had you had mentioned something about, and so did Mr. Tiedemann, about reinstituting some of the decisions that had been made previously by Council. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but my notice of motion did incorporate those recommendations, which is what's actually before us in the land use bylaw. So essentially, if Council votes for this, then it would reinstitute all of those things. And that's sort of what you're advocating for?
It is, but we are also aware that Council is open to persuasion and that different outcomes and amendments can certainly come before a final decision is reached. So we're making sure that these pieces are important to us as industry and as builders and developers, and so we are encouraging that those be retained.
Okay, I had a look at the recommended wording on the bylaw, and I can't remember in great detail exactly what was incorporated into it, but my notice of motion was quite specific in that intended to have those uses reintroduced, like RG in the developing area to go directly to a building permit, daycare included as a use, elimination of bike stalls, all that kind of stuff was supposed to be incorporated into the amendment that Council is going to vote on at first reading. And there's subsequent amendments that are being proposed as a result of a motion arising that is subject to other amendments. But that's your understanding as well, right? Right. Okay. So one of the things that was discussed around planning processes on a go-forward basis for replacing it, at least into the future, something more sensitive. So are you guys looking at maybe incorporating recommendations of an LAP and where proposed density would be supported as a tool to do subsequently city-initiated redesignations? Is that kind of?
Yeah, I'll start, and then others can answer behind me. But yes, we do think that the LAP would be a great tool because it already combines collaboration with the three groups that we had spoken about: city, industry, community, and then whatever gets sorted out through that extensive engagement process. It would be very useful if certainty is understood at the close of that after council approves it, and then whether it's city-initiated or approval processes are simpler in areas that have been identified for building. We think that that is, one of the steps that could be taken to improve certainty and to probably help the approval process in a way that originally citywide rezoning was attempting to do, but this might be a more successful way of doing it. Shamir might have some more to say.
Yeah, I would add to that saying, right now with the process, if you're building an RCG property, doesn't matter where it's located, it's exact same process. So using the LAPs to allow faster processes where it is supported would be a great thing, because we can actually get homes built, our developers can actually get homes built quicker and in the right location. So having something to support that with faster processes is what we would look at.
As another question for maybe any one of you three, it's in relation to some of the proposed amendments that was the subject of the motion arising. I heard you guys say that you wanted to be reinstated to what it was prior to, which included the original definitions of RCG. And so have you looked at these proposed amendments, and what are your thoughts around those?
Yeah. We've looked at them very closely and had conversations with some of the various councillors who are bringing them forward. We do understand the desire to potentially, bylaw sustainment is an important thing, right? As we learn, as we build, we need to tweak. The reality of what we're seeing up on the screen right now is because of the approvals process that an RCG style application goes through, there's a fixed cost associated with that type of development that a 3+3 simply can't carry. So, that is one of the proposed amendments that we would definitely not support. But because the land use bylaw is technical, that's why we requested that if there are going to be amendments brought forward, that we can run them through the modeling and see, is this actually something that can be built on the ground?
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're sort of implying that we should maybe delay making those amendments until such time as we have better engagement with industry on some of those amendments?
We're asking for a committee to be striked and come back within a short time frame to give you guys the tools that you need to help us build. Whatever we're coming up with here can be great on paper, but if it can't be penciled, it won't be built. And that will do that. And, for example, and you can ask me about this, but you're going from a 4 to a 3+3, it significantly increases the cost. I'm not saying we can't build a 3+3. We absolutely can, but processes need to change. That, to be determined here on the floor, can be detrimental to that, because the unintended consequence can be a 2+2, and that's all that will ever get built. But that will create a very highly expensive home. So we're saying use the expertise with us. And when they are supported by LAPs, let us work with you and let us give you ideas of how to do it.
Okay, thanks.
Answer your question. In the interim, though, we recognize that council probably want to make a decision at the conclusion of this public hearing, and so our request is then let's roll it back, fully repeal, so that it goes back to what it was back in August 2024 with the housekeeping amendments. And then this other process will take some time to come back. And that's why we had said it might take a quarter for that time to come back. It'll probably be highly technical. It requires a lot of input. So at least there's something that stands in place while the other process is being developed.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought you said. Just wanted clarification around that. Thank you very much for that. No further questions for me.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor Chabot kind of went where I was going to with like I think it was recommended, or 5A with the bike lockers and storage and so if that's all built in, we're good. I guess I like what you're saying here. You're not maybe just everybody has a reason to come here, but you guys are pretty intricately involved in inner city building where most of our blanket zoning pertains. So I think your thoughts and the suggestions carry a lot of weight. So again, to reiterate, what you're saying is that if we did a full repeal, which I think we understand most people want to see, if we did some amendments on the fly, or sausage making as we like to call it, would maybe we'd lose the confidence of the city as a whole. And you're suggesting we don't do that, correct?
I think what we're saying is the risk of making sausage, as you suggested, as Grace mentioned, while the proposed tweaks may be well-intentioned, they could have downstream impacts that mean that this district is non-functional to actually build housing in, and that's what we want to avoid.
Well, and then there's the whole, with public hearing. Do we have to do public hearing on every single thing? Which, again, there's another argument to be made that if we spend 6 weeks, 3 weeks last time, and 3 weeks this time, times 6 days a week, times 12 hours a day, we could have approved a lot of zoning in the amount of times we're sitting here discussing this. So sometimes coming back to council, I think, is a good idea. However, you suggested removing RCG from CPC. You're aware that came to council. I think Councilor Sharp brought that up a couple of times and it failed. Were you guys always supportive of that, or this is what you'd like to see going forward?
This, I would say, is something we'd like to see going forward, is a faster process. What's involved in that process? We have our ideas, administration will have their ideas, community will have their ideas. That's where we need to sit and come back. And to go to your last point, yeah, repealing it, that can be done. We're not here to say do this, do that. We're saying we need to find faster process to build you guys housing, to build this city housing, to create some units that people can live in. Now, with that being said, repealing and doing nothing will be way more detrimental than trying to make sausage, because with sausage, maybe we can try to figure out some options to do it, but we're not going to be able to do it unless it goes. We need something, a path forward.
Yeah, I agree. A full repeal, I think, is probably the way to go as we sit through here and remain amenable. Sausage, not everybody likes sausage. I mean, depends which flavor, I guess.
Exactly.
What about removing, again, this is just going down that same line, is planning commission, is there more places we can remove? That's another step. I mean, there's some that have suggested maybe removing planning commission altogether. And on that same vein, having some maybe land use items go right straight to consent agenda, like we'll see, like they do in Edmonton. If maybe, what are your thoughts on that?
Speaking personally, I sat on CPC for 2 years, and on my exit interview, I said I think CPC should be eliminated. So that's where I stand on it. I think there is a role for it when CPC is looking at major development permits and they are the approving authority. I think that's the best place for it to go. But if we look at applications that come through CPC and go to council, council still votes on it. So if council is the approving authority at the end, CPC just adds another month onto the approval process.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with that. I think that what we should do is a full repeal at this stage because we're amenable. And then something has to come up that's fulsome on the fly. So I really appreciate where you're coming from. Then I think, again, we're getting a lot more people coming around to it. I think that's probably the right idea. Can we skip to that right now? No? Okay, maybe not. All right, that's all I have. Thanks.
Just 2 more weeks, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Prantazopoulos, please.
Thanks so much. Can you take us back to time before blanket rezoning? When, what was inner city building like? I moved to Martin Loop a long time ago. I lived in a townhome. It was built, and just maybe walk through that.
Well, I'll walk you through a process. So what would happen is a developer would purchase a piece of land. It was zoned RC2. So all you could really build on that, and sometimes RC1, but we'll put them into the same boat right now. But all you could build was a single or a semi-detached, that's it. Suites or no suites, that came in, so you could do that as well. Problem is the market for that place, because it created homes that were well over 900,000 at that time. Now we're looking at close to 1.1 for something like that, which makes it very difficult and unattainable. So what you would do is you would leave the home empty. Now, every day a home sits empty that's not being used for redevelopment or anything adds $500 a day of cost. That $500 a day is ultimately paid by the end user, be it a renter, be it a purchaser, whichever way. Those costs add up. We talked about rezoning. Now, the developer will say, I want to take this for rezoning. So they'll go in, they'll put an application through. Rezoning could take 6 months to go through. At $500 a day, that added $90,000 to the cost of the end product. And again, reiterating this, the end user is the ultimate person paying for it. That means that every Calgarian, that Calgarian living there will pay for it. So they would go through a rezoning process. It would get approved from administration. The next step after that, it would go to CPC. The next step after that, it would come to council. And then after that, you could apply for a development permit. Some people would apply in conjunction for a development permit with rezoning, but you had to have a lot of confidence and not worry about any risk in doing that. So that could speed up time. But those aren't the right ways to speed up time. And, taking a risk like that to see if it will work. After you go through the rezoning process, it gets approved, you go through a development permit. So once the development permit's done, you can actually start building what we call the brick and mortar house. The previous steps were all the paper house. But you can see the paper house in the past to get to that point could take 9 months. The brick and mortar house is actually the easy part of development now, not the paper house. So that's where those costs and timeframes came up.
So things were still getting built and developed. I appreciate it was just a different cost. $900,000 versus $733,000. I recognize inflation sort of adjusted there. Yeah. Earlier on you sort of mentioned, I think, look, there's a consensus or people are thinking it's not working very well. And then there's a lot of discussion about what do we build back to. And maybe just speak to that. In your presentation, there was a bit of, if this repeals, rents are going to increase, costs are going to increase, and there was quite a dark cloud, what's going to happen in Calgary real estate. What if we did things like transit-oriented development, nodes and corridors, those sort of general areas, look to the LAPs where density is supported. Would that be sufficient? I appreciate it'll never get back to where we are today, where you can build anything anywhere, but is there a middle ground? Would that be sufficient? Would you suggest that would slow down sort of the dark clouds and maybe a little ray of sunshine might come through?
So just to be clear, Councillor, so what we have up on the screen right now is it's not related to the repeal, it's related to changing the maximum density. But what we're advocating for is the LAPs work quite well. Because what it does is it tells the communities and it tells land purchasers where the density should be expected. It's the certainty piece that everybody's talking about. Now, what you say is very salient because the LAP process takes a very long time and a lot of effort. I've sat on 2 LAP working groups. They're great processes, but they are long. So there's a question about, well, what do we do in the communities that aren't in the queue for an LAP or further down the queue for an LAP? And I think we would support something exactly like you said. If there's general rules around nodes and corridors, around mobility networks, something, again, from a much higher level that could give the builders and the communities certainty around where are we going to see these applications in our communities absent an LAP.
See, that's what I've heard a lot is that old saying, business, you can deal with a yes and no, but not a maybe. And it seems a lot of people, and it sounds like your association as well, you're not interested in the cul-de-sac in the middle of a community building an 8-plex. You really want that certainty. Now, you love the fact you can do it, but hey, if you knew you could build here, and it comes down, you could compress that timelines from 8 months to 8 weeks. Just wouldn't that be amazing? Because there's certainty. Hey, I know that if I bring it forward, if it follows these 20 rules, it matches, just like you have today. So that's important just to hear that. Really, I think we're talking the same languages. Give us some certainty. It's not necessarily all things to all people, so that it would be able to stem sort of the darkest of scenarios. Maybe come back. I love the conversation about engaging and working with administration and cutting down red tape. Like that's an amazing. I think regardless of where this vote goes, maybe just talk about those benefits as well. I heard 6 to 8 month delay. What could be possible? What do other jurisdictions have that given not a blanket, but where could you go? And give us some examples. We'd love to hear that.
Well, right now, the current process, if you build in the right spot, and I won't call it the wrong spot, but I'll just use that for a point here, in the wrong spot, it's the same process. What we want to look at is ways that we are encouraged to build that will give community certainty and give developer certainty. Everyone wants certainty, and we don't have a problem with that. But if you're building on an inner city cul-de-sac, and I'm going to use that because you just used that, and let's say on a node or a corridor, it's the same process. If we have a faster process that says, you're going to go build in this cul-de-sac, you have the right to build in this cul-de-sac, but it's going to take you a lot longer of a process. Or if you build on a corridor or a place close to transit, there's multiple ways which we would love to sit with administration and community, maybe even using LAPs, and where places where there are no LAPs, there are other processes that we can suggest. Then that process being faster would only entice developers to build where it would be faster. And we can get homes built a lot faster. And those regulatory costs, like if anyone wants to ask me what the regulatory cost difference is, I can really answer that, but there's regulatory cost differences between them. We can bring those down and bring housing more affordable by just doing that.
Go ahead, please.
And you asked for an example, and I would say we can look right in our own backyard. So right now, for townhomes in the greenfield areas, you can skip the development permit and go right to building permit process. So if we, assuming we go through the repeal, remaining open to persuasion, and we have to go through the land use process, then that becomes the venue where the public has their say in terms of what's coming in. And if council approves it, everybody says, great, this can happen here. Now we can go right to building permit. Now you're shaving out like 4 to 6 months out of the approvals process. So that's a good example that we're already doing in Calgary.
I just really like that you went to certainty, because I think a lot of the presenters have talked about, I want this. Whether we call it NIMBYism, I call it certainty. Business owners come up and say, we need this, and that's certainty. And I think if we can get to that same place where you have certainty of, I know that when I go through this process, if I follow the rules, and you're right, the right and wrong place, you're going to get something built. And as a homeowner, all of my fears, I know these are the rules. And I mean, council ultimately can have, final decision. But it sounds like that would be something consistent, where if you had certainty to builders, you feel your clients would be happy, the communities would be happy, because I'm sure as a business owner, you don't want to be rough and tumble going into community. People are angry, they see your logo. Is that a fair, you know what I mean? Right? Like, is that a fair? Like, if you could have that kumbaya place, that we get certainty of, that's something that your association could get behind, that it doesn't have to necessarily be 4-plex here, 2-plex here, 3. I know there's economics.
Correct.
But give you certainty. That's something you can put your shoulder behind, and give regulatory changes. Is that a fair?
That's,
Yeah, you got it.
Perfect. You have a friend in me. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schmidt, please.
So in a world where rezoning is repealed and we come back to land use hearings, how much of an effect for you, and you've kind of answered it already, but would more efficiency in the processes around land use hearings, so not land use hearings, that comes back, but those efficiencies that we could potentially find through your proposal, how much cost savings would you be able to put onto the consumer as far as affordability is concerned if we were able to make improvements there with land use hearings in place? Would we actually see some better outcomes as a result of that?
With process improvements, we definitely can see a lot better outcomes. And the key behind it is time, as I mentioned earlier, time is costly, and in the end, it's borne by the end user. So if we can figure out how to shave time off. For example, right now I mentioned going for rezoning was taking 6 months. That costs time. And also opportunity. Not all of our members are a lot of small, medium-sized developers. So with that, they don't have unlimited pocketbooks, so they can only build a certain amount. So opportunity costs. So if they're building one, they have to wait for that approval to get over to go to the next one. So if we can shorten time, more will get built. And as we've heard a lot of people say, supply and demand is just simple economics. Supply will create and push rents down. I will tell you, with the amount of RCG that has been built over the last little bit, rents have come down in the established areas. I was talking to a counselor the other day, and I was like, we have rents right now in Bridgeland that some of our members are talking about for $1,100 a month. They were $1,400 before. But if we don't have those process improvements and have a full repeal, then those rents are just going to go back up. So we need a process to fix that. I'm hoping I answered your question. If not, please, I can answer more.
I would just say that, like, if we were to do something like what Councillor Chabot suggested, so if you come in with an RCG land use application, it's in an identified LAP location, it all aligns, maybe it skips CPC and goes onto the council consent agenda. Let's say that's 5 or 6 weeks of time that you save there. Shamir's simple math, 6 weeks, $500 a day. That's the cost savings at the back end.
So I think that raises another question where what you just told us is that from what this land use has been producing is cheaper rents, cheaper housing prices. We've heard a lot of comments so far about how there's a perception or a reality, I'm not sure that's why I'm asking you, that these new multifamily units that are being built are more expensive and that we're just building luxury units, and that the house from the 1960s that was up before was, you know, sold for $700,000 and now you're selling 4 units for $800,000 each. So how can you square that circle?
And let me clarify and use some actual numbers to make it work. So when it comes down to an old bungalow that you're going to redevelop, a lot of times getting an old bungalow that you're going to redevelop that can do a 4+4 is not 700. You're going to be looking at around 800, 850. So let's go with the number 800. So you're going to take this $800,000 house down and you're going to build 4+4 units. In the end, yes, the units are $750,000. They have a suite. Without a suite, they're cheaper than that. They're not $750. They're in the $600,000s. So it depends on what you're building. Number one, because without a suite, you don't need a second kitchen. You don't need certain parts of the building code. You don't need a firewall. You don't need things like that. So it can produce. It just depends what the market wants. But the thing that everyone forgets in that $800,000 bungalow you're buying to tear down, you're not buying a nice bungalow. You're buying something that's falling apart. The roof's leaking. The kitchen doesn't work. It has aluminum wiring. The floor is buckling. There's mice in there. Like, a lot of them are so bad, they're falling apart. So the only people who will buy those $800,000 houses or those ones falling apart are either A, a developer to redevelop it, or B, a renovator that knows they have to put in $250,000 to $300,000 to fix that unit up so that way it can be rented out again. So truly, and we talk about 600, I know everyone uses the number 600. Truly, there is no $600,000 bungalow that is 100% livable in some of these areas because of the state of those units.
Point of order. Thanks, Your Worship. Well, I appreciate that presenters can use whatever they want in our presentations. Ultimately, our decision cannot be based on monetary implications. And I'm hearing all these questions around dollars and how much it's going to cost. And I don't think it's necessarily appropriate insofar as the land use is concerned. Whilst I know there's been a lot of discussions around this, I mean, there's got to be a point where we say, okay, you know what, let's not talk about the economics of this because that can't factor into our decision unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, point well taken, Councillor Chabot. I'll endeavor to rein us in.
Sorry, and mine was more just directed towards affordability aspects because that's been something that's been raised several times throughout the hearing. So to be able to get some clarity around affordability as far as what the public seems concerned about. But I mean, I can limit those questions.
I'm going to maybe test administration here. Or I'm going to lean on maybe our trusty legal planning law for assistance. Is affordability and the price point of what's built really before us when we're thinking about the land use, or is it merely the built form?
Could you ask that one more time, please?
So when we're deciding things like land use, planning, rezoning, are we thinking about how much that unit will be sold for? Again, I'm wanting to allow for a free range of discussion on this topic, but I want to keep us tight to what's before us. But when council is making a decision, strictly speaking, are we looking at the economics of it, or are we looking at strictly speaking, the land use and the planning merits?
we are, strictly speaking, considering the land use and planning merits. I will say that relevant planning considerations is a complicated issue because there's no shopping list anywhere in the legislation that says here are the things that are relevant and here are the things that are not. What we have is the purpose section of Part 17, which if you want, I will read out for you. And we have case law that's typically on a small number of parcels that have been considered when courts determine what's relevant and what's not. There is some high-level language scattered throughout Part 17 that relates to economic issues, but by and large, historically to date, courts have restricted consideration of economic considerations, particularly when it's really dollars and cents ones. So I urge council to be cautious when they're delving really deeply into questions that are all about dollars and cents, particularly if we don't even have any data behind those dollars and cents before us.
Thank you for that. And colleagues, based on that, I feel like I have a bit of a mandate to rein us in on the economic discussion here. So Deputy Mayor, I'll allow you to continue, but let's probably be as strictly speaking as possible specific to the planning.
Perhaps I'll just add on to that point of order that there have been very many questions so far from a range of councillors around economic issues unrelated to even affordability of the home. So if there's going to be a point of order on my line of questioning, then I think that now needs to be
I'll be equally tough.
Demonstrated equitably across council, because I believe that many of the questions so far have gone down to tax productivity and infrastructure and all those related issues as far as their cost element is concerned. So if we're going to limit it that much when it comes to questions around affordability of the built form, then I think that we've already gone way outside of those bounds through this hearing. So I just hope that that point of order and that procedural aspect is now put into place for everybody. So
what I'll suggest, Deputy Mayor, I've allowed latitude just for the public speakers, because I feel that the public is here to give us their opinion on really any topic really they wish, even if it's loosely related to this. But when it comes to us as members of council, the topics that we introduce into the conversation, I think there's a higher bar to be met there. So I'm not going to really try to police the public in terms of what they think is important. It's their 5 minutes. It's really important. But for us, given the advice that we know and the fact that we really as collectively should know better than to go down those roads, I'm going to police us a bit more, but I am not going to attempt to really shut down members of the public for their 5 minutes.
Sorry, I also have a point of order as well.
Sorry. Can we just conclude maybe
It has
this?
to do with this, though.
Could we just conclude this specific point, and then I'll go over to you, Councillor Johnston, if you wanted to speak? Sorry, Deputy Mayor, did you want to respond?
No, that's fine. And I wasn't suggesting policing the public. I was the horseshoe. So yes.
Over to you, Councillor Johnston.
Sorry, within the admin zone attachment 1, economic is a part of the implication. So they themselves have already introduced it to be talked about. Allow housing growth to proceed through land application, add time, cost, and uncertainty to housing delivery, address concerns from residents about pay scale and change of established neighborhoods. This is all economic. So it's already introduced by administration to talk about. So I feel I'm defending Councillor Schmidt right now to be able to speak about it because it's already been introduced. So
could you just refer to which page?
Attachment. The cover, repeal of blanket rezoning.
Okay. Our council, generally, I'm looking for a mandate from all of you as colleagues as far as how you would like to see this meeting adhered to. I'm going to say that some of the economic questions here have been relatively exhausted. I'm not, obviously I can't censor all of you.
Well, it should be consistent is what it should be.
I understand that. If you just allow me to finish my point.
Well, I wasn't finished mine, so.
Okay, proceed with finish.
Mayor Farkas, there might be too many microphones on. The system only allows 2 to 3. So if everyone could please just double check their panels and make sure they're all off. Thanks.
All right, I think we're back on. Councillor Johnston, you can finish your thought.
Yeah, the idea is that we're consistent through, from the start to finish. And I guess, sorry, I would allow you to hopefully figure out what the consistency going forward is. It's just, I think Schmidt made a very good point, and it's within the documentation that was provided to not only us and the public. So if it's written down, I say we go with what's here, and if that's introducing economics into it, then I think that should be allowed.
Thanks, Councillor Johnston. My ruling here was really just based on the direct advice that we had from our planning lawyer as far as what the case law was for public hearings. Obviously, we can't reinvent the wheel. We can't reinvent case law, but I'm going to try to the extent possible keep us focused on the planning merits here. And if administration wanted to weigh in further, otherwise, that's how I'm going to rule on this. But I duly take into though as far as being equitable and fair in terms of how that's being applied.
Through the chair, there are some comments in the report that speak at a high level to economic issues. And earlier when I started my discussion about the fact that there is no black and white concrete shopping list of what's relevant and what's not, what's happened historically when courts look at that issue is something in that situation relevant from a planning consideration. Courts always focus their attention, as I said, on Section 617 of the Municipal Government Act, which speaks about achieving orderly, economical, and beneficial development, use of land, and patterns of human settlement to maintain and improve the quality of the physical environment within which patterns of human settlement are situated. We have a charter addition to that that applies to Calgary that says within the boundaries of the city, including promotion of environmental sustainability and stewardship without infringing on the rights of individuals for any public interest except to the extent that it's necessary for the overall public interest. So historically what's happened with that kind of gray story I've told you is courts have looked at different economic considerations. Some of them when they're high level, like the overall economic viability of a community, they say is acceptable. When you get into something smaller, like business competition between two businesses, it's not. So I would say overall, the concept of affordability broadly, I would say does fit in with the language of Section 617. But when we start talking about how many days is an applicant going to have to spend on something and how much are the costs in each of their applications, getting down to really nuts and bolts numbers thing for which we don't have the data before us, I think you're starting to stray into territory that is riskier for the decision that you ultimately make.
Can I respond?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I think it's important for us to have this conversation early through the proceedings.
Okay, well, specifically, it says the city fee for land use redesignation is $2,779 per application. So specifics are included in the package that council and administration got. So it is implied that we should be able to speak about it.
And right now, we're asking a bunch of questions about hypothetical changes to the process that's going to change those numbers one way or the other. And we don't really have data to suggest or support what those ultimate changes would be.
Okay, so it says the proposed change will increase time costs and uncertainty. So wouldn't you guys yourselves be delving into hypotheticals within your own document?
Council, what I would say is the fee schedule is not a hypothetical. That is what the cost would be to an applicant for a land use application. And what our report indicates is that a decision to require land use applications on all parcels would introduce time, cost, and uncertainty to the applicant, and we wanted to identify that as the result of the proposed change. And so it's not meant to look at individual parcels, which is where a lot of the cost pieces that we're talking about when you can't consider cost or financial implications. This is the city's process that would be introduced back into the existing planning continuum.
Okay, it's not individual either. It says approximately 460, so that's...
Sorry?
Sorry, I won't argue. It's just...
I'll leave
it here.
I really just want to jump back in here and get us back on track, colleagues, if you don't mind. I think the point's well taken. I think Councillor Chabot was intending to speed us along here, but I think we could get into further questions of clarification for an extensive period of time. But I just want to conclude our ability to hear from this panel. I think, Deputy Mayor, you still have the floor.
Thank you. One other question. When it comes to something that hasn't come up yet, but I think is somewhat related to part of where you work is, say, a less intensive use, for example, like a semi-detached. But with the, is the addition of suites, say a backyard suite, on each semi-detached with secondary suites, less disruptive as far as the built form as far as the neighborhood is concerned, because you're not stacking units, you're not building fourplexes and row houses. Is that something that is worth considering as well? Is how we currently use suites and the availability of suites?
The ability, oh, now my mic doesn't work. Hello? Okay, perfect. The ability to use a semi-detached with suites and backyard suites would open up a lot more availability for housing, for sure. I would say that. And the reason is you know, and it wouldn't be as disruptive because you're going to be looking at a semi-detached with a suite, with a backyard suite, but you're also going to have more parking. So you'll have a double garage back there, which would be underneath that. So that would create that, less garbage bins. So I could see that as a really good positive. As well, I believe another speaker mentioned earlier about CMHC financing and the ability to have and use that financing to create more units where we can get more affordability. At that point, yes, you could look at using some of that CMHC financing to get there. So that is a good possibility.
Those are my questions.
Yep, great. We will carry on to Councillor Kelly, please.
Geez, isn't governance fun? I feel like I entered the queue forever ago. Most of my questions have been asked by other councillors and or deemed potentially not askable. So maybe I'll sort of pivot to you. I was really taken by the fact that as a group representing builders that you are recommending that we repeal the blanket rezoning. But if I heard you correctly, that was caveated with the establishment of what comes next, and your specific recommendation was around the establishment of a task force or committee to bring back some recommendations. I just wanted to be perfectly clear in terms of it. Is your support of the repeal conditional upon that next step?
I would say very conditional. We would want, if you're hearing from the public or communities that, you know, repeal, don't repeal, you're hearing a mixture. But if you guys, as councillors, are going to repeal, our support would come with an outcome out of that. That would be striking a committee with really quick results to come back and figure out how we're going to add this housing. Because if we don't come back with quick results on how to add this housing, the consequences are going to be much more dire, and they're going to be permanent. Because, as I mentioned, we already have a lot of developers in our membership who are leaving and building in the city of Cochrane, Airdrie, Brooks. They're moving away. And Calgary is not a point where we now can keep all that talent. We have to compete for that talent. So we don't want to send them away to go build somewhere, because once they make those commitments, coming back is a very difficult thing. So yes, I'll reiterate this. Our support behind it would be, very, very important to have an outcome. And as I said in my speech, and Joel just pointed it out to me, repeal without a path forward should not be an option. We need a path forward. And that is your guys's, the 15 of you, to figure that.
Sorry, go ahead, Grace.
So one point that we also made in our presentation was that we recognize that applying RCG citywide has caused sort of the reaction that you've seen, and that doesn't necessarily need to be everywhere, but the intention was to put RCG citywide because it was supposed to help the industry, was supposed to make things simpler, quicker, more affordable, bring on supply. So I think if we're going to be repealing it, maybe what we could do is focus on the problem that it was intended to solve, which is to make things faster, quicker, easier. And that's why we've got the second piece to say, if it's not everywhere across the city, then help us improve the processes, which would be probably a useful offset for applying RCG everywhere.
I really appreciate that. It aligns a lot with what I'm hearing from community associations as well, and I know that you had mentioned community representatives in there. So if we are to go ahead with the repeal, I will commit to having a conversation with you and community groups as well and administration to see what we might be able to do to bring forward a motion arising to address that exact thing, because I think most of us around the horseshoe here will agree that something has to come next, and I appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, please, for the panel.
Yeah, can you just clarify why you support repealing? Like, just you kind of touched on it at the beginning there.
It's not that we support repealing. It's not, we're not coming out and saying we support repealing. We're supporting housing being built, processes. When we came up with blanket rezoning, what happened is we had RCG, but we'll come up, we look at the back, the kickback we've had from that. RCG is a great zoning. It works. We're seeing houses get built. We're seeing units get built. It pencils. The problem was when it went everywhere, we had an uproar of people going, taking it to appeal board, doing that. So it actually increased the risk for our membership. Our developers couldn't build it. Now, we support RCG. It's not working everywhere. But a lot of it was RCG. The main reason RCG blanket rezoning came in our opinion, was to improve processes, to take that 6 months for rezoning to come through. Now, again, building in cul-de-sacs, yes, we do see some kickback on that. But it's the same building in a cul-de-sac and building on a main street. There is no difference. There is no difference in processes. We just want to get homes built. Our membership just wants to go in, make an investment. They're small businesses. A lot of people think a lot of the developers are huge businesses, but they're not. They're small businesses. Sometimes they're even mom and pops who are building their own RCG product. And then coming out and having an RCG done at the end, which they can use for their family, they can use it for the future, whichever way. So the only way we're coming out and saying we will support RCG, and I'll be very clear, repealing RCG is if there's a path forward. And that path might be bringing back RCG, towns. Where do they belong? Like that is up to your decision. That's maybe also something we can sit with administration to come up with, and community saying, okay, if it's accepted by an LAP here, then why am I going through that? Why is it taking longer to go through that process? That should skip CPC, should come to council on a consent agenda, and should it take 6 months? I know my colleague talked about maybe saving 5-6 weeks. Does it even have to be only 5-6 weeks? If it's supported by an LAP that had community engagement, it should be a lot faster. And that's what we're supporting, is faster processes.
So, but so you're talking about like the kickback from community, but there's two sides to the kickback. There's the kickback from SDAB challenges and in the areas where it's being built, and then there's the citywide in a lot of areas which it's not being built is where, right? So can you speak to sort of the difference that you see between the challenges that you're feeling at the SDAB level versus the challenges you're seeing just with the pushback on RCG as a whole?
Yes, and thank you for correcting me on pushback.
I think you can talk to administration about the numbers that we saw at SDAB last year. They were historic. We have another industry and CISPA colleague who's going to be speaking later. His firm individually went to SDAB 49 times last year. And so I think what happened is because the public felt like they were cut out of the process through citywide rezoning and not having the public hearing at the individual land uses, they felt like the only recourse was to appeal. So not only are we seeing it happening on contentious applications, but we're seeing it happen on a huger percentage of the applications because it's the last recourse the community feels like they have. And sure, maybe it's not happening in a community like Lake Bonavista. They don't love the blanket rezoning, but it's built up the angst in community, and it's being used as a tool to slow down development, and it's coming at the riskiest part of the development process.
I guess a friction that I'm feeling in all of this is that you're also proposing to push forward on like easier lines within LAPs, which makes sense to a certain degree, but by and large, where we've seen these RCG townhomes built is in areas with LAPs, and yet we're seeing higher than ever SDABs. And then you're also sort of saying, but we need to keep the rules the same. But in the areas in which we're building it, they have LAPs, and if we speed up that process, but we continue to build the same thing, I just don't understand how we actually then are addressing not the Lake Bonavista side where they aren't actually seeing it built, but the communities in the inner city, the established areas that are having these built and are mounting the challenges with SDAB. How do you balance those two things off?
Because with blanket rezoning, the base zone went to RCG. So even if you were in an LAP, the community had the ability to communicate and give their feedback during the LAP process, but there is a feeling throughout the city that they're losing the voice at land use. So if we can shorten the timeline for applications for something that comes in that's LAP compliant, then the communities get their ability to voice their opinion at both the LAP process and at the city council public hearing. We're putting that back in place, but asking for the timeline to be not as long as it used to be. Right. So we're trying to have our cake and eat it too.
And can I add to that? RCG, a lot of people look at RCG as a 4+4 unit. It's not. It's an ability to build a 4+4. You can build a 3+3. You can build a single. You can build a semi with suites. It's not only there. The 4+4 where you're seeing it works in only certain types of lots. For example, lots without alleys or back lanes. It doesn't work. The concept won't come in there. So places like Hawkwood, Lake Bonavista, a lot of places won't work like that. So I know there is some fear on that, but it allows even just a backyard suite to be built. So there's a lot of misconception of what RCG can do and can't do. Just because they see the redevelopment happening in certain areas, they think it will come straight over there.
Totally agree. So I guess I'm thinking about those communities in which it can be built and which have been experiencing the volume of pressure and redevelopment pressure. And by fast tracking it within those areas, and especially within ones within LAPs, I guess I also worry that there will be a stall out on LAP processes, because why, as a tool in terms of maintaining community level, why would we not push back then on having LAPs come in as a way to stall out this thing that we don't want happening within our community? I'm trying to sort of like see the path where we do actually build more housing in the end. I can see that end result, but how we also acknowledge the concerns that are coming up from people within communities, like with the SDAB challenges, things like the mid-block with the loss of tree canopy within inner city neighborhoods, these kinds of real concerns that we're hearing within community. How do we address that while also giving the certainty and sort of pipeline that you're talking about?
So when it comes to some of the RCGs or the LAPs and where they are, some communities you might not want or might delay an LAP in saying we don't want change or anything like that. We're not only saying base it on LAPs, but base it on nodes and corridors as well. The city has an extensive data. The one thing that we realize, and a lot of councillors I've heard this from, is every community needs to take on some sort of densification. There's a lot of communities that aren't even at their original population, their peak population. So that can be done in multiple ways. One thing that we'll look at, maybe if there's no LAPs, and this is why we want a committee struck to discuss these things and not at the floor of council, is let's come up with ideas. Let's come up with a concept that, okay, every community, yes, you have to take some form of densification to get back to where you were. Now, what is that? How are we going to accept that? If you don't have an LAP or if you do have an LAP. So there are forms that we can work with community and administration to come with to do that.
You talked a bit about the difference between 2+2s, like semis with suites, and 3+3s in terms of costing. Can you talk about some of the elements that someone who's building a 3+3 or a 4+4 is incurring that someone who's building a semi is not incurring?
Perfect. We can put that back up if you want. We'll throw that back up too while we're discussing that.
Right.
So in industry, we count, because we have to look at it as a business model, we count 1, 2, 4. And the reason 3 is not there is because of the concept, as soon as you get over 2 units, a semi-detached home, the regulations change. And when I talk about regulations, I'm talking about planning regulations, I'm talking about building code regulations, I'm just talking about process regulations. When you look at a cost, so the Calgary Inner-City Builders Association last year did a report on the cost of housing. And we looked at it. We said the regulatory cost of housing. So we looked at it as a single-family unit, a duplex unit, or a semi-detached unit, and a townhome. And we based it on per unit. So when we came out with that, our numbers, and this is strictly from our data on the thing we produced, I'm sticking to the data part, but this is on data we produced. The single-family home had $89,000 approximately in regulatory costs. A semi-detached home had $47,000 on regulatory costs. Now, with that there, you can see as you grow, you get more, you go through that. A townhome going above 3 units, which we couldn't get data on 3 units because there's not many built. We go to the 4 units, came out to $147,000 per unit. So you went 89, 47, 147. So it went up. Now, those things were broken into 3 categories. And correct me and help me if I'm wrong because I don't have it right in front of me. I can pull it up. But one was time, delay, and risk. So to go for a single and a semi, you could get those permits in no time at all. To go anything above that, the permits took a lot longer. The second thing is additional building costs. So on a single and semi, the code falls in one part. When you go to a townhome, the code changes to some degree and adds certain requirements. Not a huge, but they do. For example, the concrete firewalls that people have seen and everything there. When you go to the third one is the infrastructure costs, replacement of sidewalks, the storm water management, creating and putting the manholes in the front. And we can get you more of those reports and we can resend it out if needed, but those are just a couple of them. So when you're going from 1 to 2, it made sense. When you go to 3, those costs are the same if there's 3 units, 4 units, 5 units, 6 units. But the economic sense made at 4 units, you could split those costs over 4 units. So going back to the 3+3, the reason it doesn't work is because as soon as we go above 2 units, those regulatory costs only get split over 3 units rather than 4 units. Now, if there was a way that we could reduce some of those regulatory costs without, and I'll be very important on it, without compromising safety or anything like that, that would be very important, and we're fully on board on that. But reducing some of those regulatory costs, time costs, everything, we could make a 3+3 work. But we need to look at the regulatory costs.
So if we were to get those regulatory costs, so this time delay risk, the additional building costs, which to a certain degree maybe are not able to be adjusted because that's fire code, these kinds of things. But then those infrastructure costs, those are like the stormwater sidewalk replacement, those kinds of things, if we were to get those more in line with the costs associated with building singles and semis, then basically you can make the costing work to have that sort of lower built form that has less of an impact on
Point
the
of order.
community. Is that right?
Sorry.
Are we talking about
Yes.
financial costs again?
So I actually was going to jump in on this again. I had the opportunity to, again, so I apologize, Councillor Atkinson. We actually don't have point of order as well in our procedure bylaw, but I've allowed for these interruptions just for the flow of the meeting. I did actually dig a little bit further in terms of the relevant case law, and I think there's some significant Court of Appeals rulings recently as far as what can councils consider, not specifically in Alberta, but some other provincial governments within Canada. It's pretty clear based on just the plain readings, the plain words of what is in some of these rulings, that it is yes before us, these economic matters. And I actually took the step to take a look at our Municipal Government Act to dig into the section relevant to this is 617, and I'm not going to go into great lengths, but the purpose of that part is to provide the means whereby plans and related matters may be prepared and adopted. So it's discussing the adoption of, say, development permits and whatnot. And in that 17A, the purpose is to achieve the orderly, economical and beneficial development, use of land and patterns in human settlement. Long story short is I'm going to rule against Councillor Chabot here. I think the comments from Councillor Johnston and Deputy Mayor Schmidt I think are fair. It is before us, these economic questions. So Council, this is not typically what we do, but I think it's relatively plain based on what the case law is, as well as what the act is as well as based on what the lawyer said, that we can get into these financial and economic considerations. I will steer you away, though, in terms of the granularity of who this benefits, but I think in aggregate, the economical and beneficial development, use of land and patterns of human settlement, yes, it's a relatively broad mandate here. So again, thanks Councillor Johnston, thanks Deputy Mayor Schmidt, and sorry to Councillor Chabot. Go ahead, Councillor Atkinson.
Oh, good. Glad we can talk about affordability of housing. That's an important piece of this. So we're talking about these townhomes, how to build them in an affordable way and provide potentially more affordable housing for people within Calgary. So if we were to actually, a large cost where we're sort of at there, we're talking about a large cost is actually put on this form of low density housing that is not put onto these other ones. But if we were to bring that down and put it more in line in terms of like semis and singles, then the idea of building triplexes, which we've been hearing a lot around community character, sort of lot tree coverage, by shrinking that lot coverage down and maybe going to a triplex instead, you could still deliver that sort of affordability in terms of these houses, but also meet those needs that we're hearing from the community character, lot coverage, those kinds of impacts. Is that fair to say?
That is correct. So if the 3+3 was approved under a similar process with similar regulatory requirements to a semi-D or single, it would be feasible. If you're approving them the same way you're approving a 4+4, you get what you see up on the screen.
Get what's on there. Yeah. That's great. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Ward, please, for the panel.
Yes, I feel like we should get you guys a wireless mic so you can have a seat. Yeah, so I'm just going to sum it up. If you can just answer yes or no so we can move on, because I think people want to talk. I think we can agree here. So, like, bad policies that a large portion of the population disagree with causes delays, as you alluded to, the SDAB challenges, and that causes increased costs. Yes or no?
Delays, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And then the policies that we get buy-in on from residents provide certainty for all parties. Yes?
I would say yes.
Okay. Yeah. So eliminating process on the city side, because you've made a few comments about process, and I've heard stories from other developers about, you know, if a bush is in the wrong spot, it causes weeks delay. So if we eliminate process on the city side to get things approved faster, which residents are on board with, that would get homes built more efficiently and more affordably. Yes?
Yes.
We're done. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, Councillor Ward, that was 5 questions in 7 seconds. Thank you. All right, you are off the hook. Thank you so much to this panel. All right, so we are on to panel 7. I think I see in the audience we have Ms. Eisenman. Rebecca, I'll ask you to come up. We called you earlier, but we can sneak you into this panel. We'll also include Andrew Kaiser, David Price, Kelly Pratt, Catherine Zia, and Ruth Melchior. So if I called your name, please come on up. And then we'll start with you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for waiting.
One second.
And Council, thanks for bearing with me as I Googled some of the precedents and stuff. I want to make sure I have a good mandate to keep the meeting running, but I also want to be fair to all of you in terms of what the case law and act actually says. So, and I think we're getting a little slim on quorum too, so no sudden movements.
Thank you, Your Worship, to members of City Council and administration. I'm a native Calgarian. I was born and raised here. I've seen countless changes in this city, both positive and negative. But this blanket rezoning issue has to be the most controversial policy in the city in recent decades. I'm going to use some strong, acceptable language. One word suitably describes and applies to this bylaw. It's blockbusting in small or capital letters. It's a developer's paradise. Every existing residential community has an invisible quality about it. Label it an ethos or spirit ingrained in its character, its physical appearance, its landscaping, its natural surroundings, its beautiful, harmonious architecture, and its resident population. Blanket rezoning destroys these features. Maximum density is allowed regardless of lot size and location, and setbacks are allowed to the maximum. I'm only a layman. I don't believe that any of us would object to a simple duplex being allowed to be built on an R1 lot or an R2 lot, so long as the building requirements are met. However, my next comments will deal with the negative and unacceptable effects of blanket rezoning using specific examples close to my community. 1, why are you allowing 8 3-story units to be built on an R1 lot? Examples, 8 units on Elbow Drive across from the parking lot access to Henry Wisewood High School. Why? So there are 4 3-story units facing Elbow Drive and 4 3-story units in the backyard facing the back alley, maximum area coverage having been allowed. Maybe some setbacks, no green space, parking, and 24 garbage bins for pickup. 2 more examples on 50th Avenue Southwest, east of Elbow Drive. 4 units on 50th Avenue Southwest, 4 units in the back, 4 units in the same kind of development, 1 block west of the site. Our parking spaces provided for 8 units. I also located similar patterns for 4plexes on 17th Avenue Southwest, west of 45th Street Southwest. By the way, my councillor, Rob Ward, has a prize-winning photograph of 24 garbage bins on one of these sites. Oh, on a minor point, maybe I assume families are to move in and are to live in these places for a long time. Where do the kids play? Where is the green space? Where do you park your car on these over-densified lots? I drove 17th Avenue West yesterday, and I found many, many more examples similar to what I've described west of 45th Street. Access to the LRT station is the reason for that rezoning. I'm going to skip the next part. It's a little bit too political. There's been a great deal of discussion about the need for low-cost housing and rental suites. I did my homework yesterday. I would suggest to you that there will be an overabundance of housing rental units, at least in my part of Southwest Calgary. Example one, 25-story tower building on the London drug site on McLeod Trail, 250 rental units. Across, one moment please, pardon me. Oh, I'm sorry. Across McLeod Trail, almost adjacent to the bridge connection at Horton Road, another high-rise unit just posted last week, 232 rental units. A private condominium unit at Heritage Drive and McLeod Trail, unknown units. And then there's the PSW.
Unfortunately, Rebecca,
unfortunately,
Rebecca, you're just at time.
X units on Heritage Drive. This great big,
Ms. Eisenman, unfortunately, you're at time.
There are your rental units.
Thank you so much for being with us. We may have a member staff just correct the microphones. It's a bit hard to hear you from this end. We'll move through the panel, though. We'll make that adjustment. And then next up, we'll hear from Andrew Kaiser. Andrew, are you with us?
Any questions?
No, we'll listen to the remainder of the speakers, Rebecca. You can have a seat. And we're going to now go to Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Consider what I've said.
Thank you.
Go back to...
Come on up, Andrew. Thank you for being here with us.
Hello. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Kaiser. I spoke at the last hearing. Thank you to the previous council that fought blanket rezoning. As you know, it's hard to get citizens engaged. So when people come out in record numbers, it's important to listen and act on what's in their best interest. You have an opportunity to do the right thing, gain people's trust, and set examples for other cities. There's many more, but these are my main reasons for repealing. Parking, traffic, and congestion. These towers and sixplexes are never allowing for enough parking. In addition, adding giant towers to old neighborhoods without expanding roadways causes major traffic and congestion. And it doesn't solve affordability. When the cost of building goes up, owners look to recoup costs. Oftentimes, these are investors. They're not brand new builds. They're not building brand new builds to rent them out for below market rates. It strips away the rights of longtime homeowners, like Rebecca there, that have a say in the shape that their neighborhood takes. Giant garage suites can block out sun in backyards and gardens, and multiple big towers, such as in Manchester, block even more sun, are noisy. In general, more people in a smaller area often leads to more problems, more crowded schools, and often more crime. Infrastructure, the city is currently going through a nightmare again with water issues. I'm getting frustrated with always putting the cart before the horse, telling us to take 3-minute showers and then saying we need to jam more houses into smaller space. Electricity is another issue. The city should be focusing on solving major energy supplies before continuing to build like crazy. I've heard some people speak on climate. Bottom line is the more people we have, the more consumption, the more waste, and the more impact on the environment. Building up is probably the least impact that you can do, I guess. I've heard people talk about the local area plan. I think that's the best and most responsible way to handle this situation. That last panel, speaking on fast tracking and less red tape, seems to be, I don't know how that all works, but that seems to be the most reasonable way to go. I won't take up any more time. I'm sure you've heard a lot of these concerns before. Just asking you to listen to what the majority of people want. Please repeal this with no amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call on David Price next. David, are you with us? Next, Kelly Pratt. No. Catherine Zia. Ruth Melchior.
Hi, it's Catherine Zia here. Can you hear me?
We can. Catherine, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling from Scotland, actually. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and I am wearing my official
Okay.
City of Calgary tartan, so you can visualize that.
Oh, lovely. Okay. I'm going to read what I wrote now. First of all, thank you, Mayor Farkas and members of council for your time today. My name is Catherine Zia, obviously. I'm just speaking for myself. I'm speaking today in support of repealing blanket upzoning. I want to thank those of you who supported revisiting this policy. I also want to acknowledge those of you who did not and say sincerely that I hope you will keep an open mind. I do believe we are closer in our goals than we are further apart, and I absolutely believe we can find a way forward that is a successful compromise. When I spoke at the last hearing, I shared my experience as a single mom working multiple jobs to keep my home for my boys. That experience is why I care so deeply about how decisions like this affect real people. I decided to speak again in this hearing, not just as a homeowner, but as someone who has spent time listening to hundreds of Calgarians while volunteering for Cornelia Weave over the past 2 elections. And the feedback I heard again and again was this. People feel that the blanket upzoning policy was imposed on them without a willingness to consider specific community concerns. That feeling, whether you agree with it or not, is real, and it has created division across our city and caused an erosion of public trust. In many of the affected communities, people have actually come together. They're organizing, engaging, and participating on behalf of their beloved neighborhoods. At the same time, there has been a growing disconnect between those directly affected by this policy and those who are not. And this raises a difficult topic. In the course of this debate, many people have been labeled in ways that are false, dismissive, and deeply hurtful. But I can say firsthand, those labels don't reflect the good faith concerns of many Calgarians who oppose this policy. Blanket upzoning, like the guidebook before it, was opposed by a majority of participants in public engagement, including, as has been discussed, over 62% of the speakers at the previous hearing, including 88% of the written submissions, and over 70% of respondents in the city's own survey. And yet it moved forward in a way that left people feeling utterly unheard. And now we are left with this policy that many experience as rigid and disconnected from the realities on the ground. This is not about whether Calgary needs more housing. We do. But this one-size-fits-all policy does not reflect the diversity of our communities, their infrastructure, their traffic, parking, and public transit concerns, their schools, their local businesses, their trees and green spaces, and their future needs. And the consequences of this have been devastating to many homeowners and has created great mistrust in the city itself. At the same time, over the years, while we have been debating this policy, there have been so many missed opportunities. We have the LAPs. These LAPs are being or have been shaped by community volunteers who have spent hundreds of their own hours identifying appropriate places for growth. We can use these LAPs as a guideline for the replacement policy. We also know there are dozens of schools under capacity and therefore at risk of closure. Thoughtful strategic density in these areas could strengthen these communities and help ensure those schools stay open. Repealing this policy is not about stopping growth. It's about doing it better. Good planning is contextual and collaborative. It strives to create true homes for everyone, not just houses for a growing population. Good planning is about returning to a model that values collaboration, context, and trust. This council has an opportunity to reset, to listen, and to rebuild that trust. By repealing blanket upzoning, we can take the lessons we have learned and move forward with an approach that reflects both the needs of the city and the voices of its people. We hear a lot that Calgary is at its best when we work together. Right now, so many people feel that that spirit has been crushed. This is your opportunity to help restore it. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Please stay on the line. Next up is Ruth.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and Council. Excuse me. My name is Ruth Melchior, and I am speaking on behalf of the Park Hill Community Association in support of a full repeal of blanket rezoning. When the bylaw passed in 2024, many residents felt blindsided. It became clear how little our voices mattered when 70% of Calgarians opposed it, yet it still passed. Administration and the former council decided personal agendas, ideologies, and preferences took priority over what we clearly told them we wanted. This decision reflected a lack of leadership and accountability that has eroded trust between City Hall and Calgarians. And since it took effect, Park Hill has lived with the fallout from this ill-advised decision. I've spoken before Council many times about land use applications and the Chinook LAP. I thought common sense would prevail, and each time our perspectives and concerns were dismissed. I truly hope this time will be different. Park Hill was an RC2 community that began densifying over 20 years ago. In 2024, we had a healthy mix of single-family homes, duplexes, infills, condos, and rentals. Today, instead of thoughtful density, we're seeing massive mid-block development with minimal setbacks and a lack of parking, privacy, and sunlight. We seek a return to 45% lot coverage, as 60 is causing neighborhood overload. We also want a minimum of 1 parking spot, as 0.5 is not sustainable. Along Mission Road, we anticipate an additional 400 units could be built without consideration for pedestrian safety or aging infrastructure. The city declared a climate emergency, yet trees continue to be clear-cut in the name of affordable housing that is not affordable. We are concerned that our canopy will never grow back when we're permanently on water restrictions due to the city's mismanagement of our water utility. I believe our first draft LAP assumed that upzoning would pass. We have dead-end roads labeled as neighborhood connectors solely so planners could justify MC2 zoning. These are narrow local streets that connect to nothing. We accepted MC2 on Mission Road with the understanding that it's a transit corridor and building height would be capped at 16 meters. Within weeks of our LAP's approval, the draft zoning bylaw raised that to 24. This was beyond demoralizing. Calgarians have been ignored and gaslit. We've been told we're misinformed, malinformed, or disinformed simply for disagreeing with this bylaw. Our opinions, lived experiences, and votes should matter, but since the administration has been driving this bus and they don't answer to the voters, our voices have been ignored. We believe the city has broken its social contract with Calgarians. We paid a premium to live in an inner city community with parks, trees, walkability, and safety. I accept that the only certainty in life is change, but I cannot accept the careless overdensification of Park Hill, nor do I wish to be called a NIMBY because I have legitimate concerns. The city struggles to deliver basic services, yet has endless capacity for developing new plans and zoning rules. In 2025, you flooded the zone with the Calgary Plan, the Parks Plan, Game Plan, the new zoning bylaw, and several LAPs. Then you hired KPMG to engage us on engagement. The engaged process should just be called informed, as it lacks the collaboration and transparency required to achieve mutually beneficial outcomes. Proponents of upzoning tell us to accept what's happening because it's fine, but it's not fine. At our LAP hearing last April, one councillor told us to quit whining, get over the planning inconsistencies, and move on. Legitimate issues and discrepancies were just residents complaining. On February 11th, the mayor said on CBC radio that Calgary can deliver housing and respect democracy, we don't have to choose between those two. If the housing accelerator is not dependent on blanket rezoning, but just requires the city to deliver against a broader plan, this should not be used as an excuse. Calgarians expect their elected officials to honor their promises and fully repeal, not amend, the current land use bylaw. Failure to act will further erode the fragile trust between residents, communities, and City Hall. I implore you to please fix this mess. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us. I believe we have a question from Councillor Johnston for Rebecca Eisenman. Rebecca, if you don't mind coming back up.
Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you wanted your time to finish your presentation, if you needed it.
Could you repeat your question and speak up louder, please?
I just wanted to see if you needed more time to finish your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate your accommodation. Going back to people who rent in these units, my concern is, where do the children play? How do they get to school if there isn't any parking? I go now to 37th Street from 17th Avenue west as far as you can go. Huge, huge boxes of development, no playground space, no parking. At one point, I fear for social problems in such highly densified units. What about mental health of these people, as all they have is this space to live in on 37th Street? I'm looking for parks for people to access. I live not far from McLeod Trail. I won't charge you, but I almost drive it 2 or 3 times a week. There are spaces and spaces and spaces ripe for redevelopment. It needs a special attention. I don't know which office at City Hall is responsible for liaison to private industry. Once upon a time, there was a dream plan released for McLeod Trail. It would only take 30 years. I can provide you with a list of spaces that would make for excellent medium density housing without impacting the neighborhood. If you will allow me, I will list those. One, and again, I don't know which department should be looking at it, and it may be at a cost to the city, but there is your beautification plan for McLeod Trail. Look at the Taj Mahal setting on McLeod Trail. It's empty. It needs a buyer. Go to 50th Avenue and McLeod Trail. Once upon a time, a previous planner here, Roland Stanley, suggested that the empty lot right on the corner of McLeod and 50th Avenue be used for public housing. Right next door is a very derelict lot. It contains an adult DVD place and a decrepit housing unit above that office. Those places can be used. There are two major developments, one on McLeod Trail. I forget who the builder is. I think it's McLeod and Mission Road. Huge, beautiful building. It's empty. Another one has gone up the street next to the Southwood Library, Elbow Drive, and Southland. Beautiful new building, empty. And yet here we are talking about more and more units. I could only stay in my neck of the woods. I didn't cross the river. I fear for what I would see on the other side of the river. If you over-densify to the maximum number allowed, you will create social problems. I digress for a minute. I'm not an expert in animal behavior, but when packs of animals get too close to each other and their spaces are over-occupied, danger happens. I fear for that on some of these huge over-densified buildings. There's a classic case in the books in Toronto at Jane and Finch. The previous mayor would have known about it. It is the road example. It is the example of what not to do with over-densification. Students who enroll in sociology and planning, it's their textbook case. I have some suggestions for you through proper sources. Across the street is the University of Calgary Architecture and Urban Planning faculty. I would suggest, again, through proper sources, and this would take some time, to involve the students over there to come up with reactive, beautiful designs that fit the community. If only the former dean were present, I could directly contact him, but there is a resource center across the street. Use it. The papers have made reference to the fact that this whole issue requires federal funding, or else. I will very clearly state it is the federal government who encouraged immigration, and ours was almost
Rebecca.
at
Sorry.
the top of the list.
I just wanted to ask you a quick question. And thank you for coming. You have a wealth of knowledge, and I think that's very important to be able to come and share it with us. Sorry, what neighborhood did you live in, or do you live in?
Say again,
What
please.
neighborhood do you live in?
I'm very, very fortunate to live in Kelvin Grove, where we've taken out quite a number of restricted covenants. However, at the corner of 73rd Avenue and Keewatin Drive, there's a possibility of an 8-unit complex going in, one of those that are back to back. On the way here, I counted 5 more lots to be developed on Elbow Drive between Heritage and 70th Avenue. I fear for the worst.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to allow my other counselors to ask some questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for accommodating me. I very much appreciate
And thank you for coming.
Your collective accommodation.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you again.
Over to Councillor Chabot, please, for the panel.
My question was for Ms. Melcher, and I'm trying to remember what my question was after listening to that most excellent presentation.
Was it about my LAP and how
Yes.
flawed it was?
It's funny you should say that, because that was going to be my question, actually. So the Chinook LAP,
Well, first we fought to get into the West Elbow and were declined to join the West Elbow because we thought that was a more appropriate group of communities to be a part of, given the similarities between Park Hill and Earlton and Cliff Bungalow, et cetera.
so your LAP, the Chinook LAP, was approved
Last April the 8th.
so post-implementation of
Correct.
blanket zoning. So in light of that,
Yes.
If council were to decide to move forward with the reinstituting the previous land use, do you think it would be appropriate then to also reinitiate a review of the LAP to bring it in alignment with that land use bylaw?
Yes. So there's some inconsistencies in our LAP, which were very troubling to us. So even within the Chinook communities, streets that faced an escarpment we're limited to 3 stories. In our neighborhood, 33rd Avenue is limited to 3 stories, but 1A Avenue, or 1A Street is 4. So we just want the inconsistencies addressed. We don't want, like, if you back onto a park, you're supposed to be limited to 3 stories. Well, the planners in their wisdom thought it would be lovely to build some MC2 6 stories in the middle of the neighborhood that backs onto a park. So we want the inconsistencies addressed, and quite honestly, we want the city to do something about the development in Manchester, because you're crushing Park Hill and you've got all of this land. Like, move the parking impound lot somewhere else. You've got florists and breweries that are 1-story buildings that could be at the bottom of a big, tall, it's zoned for 26 stories, so build a 26-story and move the businesses so you've got mixed use. Part of the challenge, Councillor Chabot, is just the burden of our little neighborhood and the densification that has got people like fighting over parking and fighting over excess garbage.
Yes, no, I do recall that there was some debate around the LAP at the time. Of course, that was then.
That was then.
And anyways, it's, I mean, not to presuppose an outcome, but if it were, it's something I think would be worthwhile reviewing, and not just yours, there's others that were approved post-implementation, which I think would need to be revisited. But of course, I don't want to presuppose an outcome, because that would only be subsequent to council approving the repeal. But I think your point is well taken.
We don't need a scrape and rebuild. What was very frustrating for us is when the planners talked about the engagement sessions they'd had and how meaningful they were. And I was part of those statistics, and I had a neighbor beside me who was crying at how they were described versus it was like the what happened versus what you were told happened. It was incredibly frustrating because they weren't engagement sessions. They were sessions where the planners told us that we were wrong, and we didn't know what our neighborhood needed. And so that was incredibly, I said demoralizing, but there's perhaps other descriptors.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm in a process of going through an LAP, which I think I'm looking forward to those challenges, but yeah, I'm going to try and listen.
Are you going to influence your LAP?
Pardon me?
Are you able to influence the outcome?
I don't know. Time will tell.
There you go.
Time will tell. But thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you for being
thank
here.
you, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. I think we have Councillor Kelly for you.
Okay. Councillor
I wanted to ask, earlier I asked a representative of a community association that their neighborhood, the population in their neighborhood had dropped by 36% from its peak. I note in your neighborhood of Park Hill, you had also dropped by 36% from your peak to 1983. But since then, you've had a rebound, and you're back to where you essentially were at your population peak. So over a couple of years ago, so before the blanket rezoning. So I'm wondering if you could maybe share with us from your experience in the neighborhood what's gone right in Park Hill since 1983 that allowed you to be able to up your population back to your historical peak, so that maybe we might learn from that for other neighborhoods in the inner city.
Okay, I'm curious to know where you're getting population data, because the last data I have is 2020 census data that we're aging, and I don't know how accurate it is.
Yeah, the data I can say is coming straight from the City of Calgary's open data catalog.
Okay, great. So we started subdividing 50-foot lots and building duplexes 20 plus years ago, and infills. So if I look at my street, it's a combination of duplexes, infills, standard 50-foot lots with single-family homes. We have a lot of apartment rentals. We have had a lot of densification along, well, Mission Road. It isn't even complete. We had 8 Mission Road built. We had 34 Mission 34, and we've got this big, we call it a pit because it took about 1.5 years to shore up. That's more density at 69 Mission. So we just, our neighborhood has been less about backyard suites and secondary suites, although we do have some of those. It has been more about duplexes, and we've got cycles of people. So kids grow up, their parents move out of the big house, move into a duplex. So we've got a really, I mean, we have 90-plus-year-olds in our neighborhood, which I know is odd for an inner-city neighborhood, in duplexes. And I can speak to my dad, who's 92 and lives down the street from me. So we've just got a really nice blend of families, single people, couples with no kids, and senior citizens.
Thank you very much. Yeah, duplexes was what I heard out of there.
But let me just say
please.
That there's an H-go on 34th Avenue that is obscene, that the neighbors hate, and it's an 8, and it's a monstrosity.
That's fair. And the data that I am looking at here is the open data catalog only goes to 2017, but I won't get into bringing back the municipal census. We are on our way to that, so we'll get some more complete data again. No, I appreciate your point about the duplexes, because as you were saying, I can see here that at your population peak, you had 570 occupied dwellings, and now, as of 2017, you're at 818. So a massive increase in occupied dwellings. Meanwhile, from your population peak previously, 3.1 people per unit, and now it stands at 2.07. So it definitely, your point is well taken that it is about more dwellings is what's really made the difference, in duplexes is what you saw.
The other thing I need to point out is I live beside a duplex that was a historical family, multi-generational property. It was sold in 2024. There are illegal secondary suites in the basement. Those aren't getting counted, but they're jamming the people in. So I don't think we have an accurate count of how many bodies in doors, units. I honestly don't know.
That's fair. And that's why I wanted your anecdotal, or your anecdata, so I can look at the data here, but it's good to get it from you as well.
And I'd say that the 800 is even light because of the significant increase in units built over the last couple of years.
I would certainly imagine so.
Yeah.
But
we're crowded.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to interject, and this is not specific to you guys, although it applies. I just want to ask both council members and members of the public allow for each person across the way to finish their sentence. There's been a bit of back and forth. You guys have been talking a bit over each other, and I just want to step in and ask for you both to allow the other party to be able to speak so that we can continue the conversation respectfully. Over to you, Deputy Mayor Schmidt.
Yes, and so you mentioned that Park Hill, like several other communities in Ward 8, was rezoned RC2 decades ago. So was that something that was working for your community previous to this?
You certainly didn't see the contentious, angry residents rising up like we do today. I would say RC2 worked for us because it allowed neighbors to have input. We just recently had the last 2 50-foot lots with old 1950s bungalows sell and be subdivided into 3 33 1/3 lots that will have single-family homes with 3-car garages. The neighbors couldn't be happier. Like, they were terrified of what could go in there, and they are thrilled that it's not going to add strain on the street parking. We won't have excess garbage, which is a big thing when you have narrow lot lines and spaces and increased density. So that is what we were used to. This sort of reasonable, I talked to the person doing the subdividing and said, is there any way we can guarantee that this isn't going to get baited and switched? And you need to wait for the DP. We got the DP, and it was 3 33 1/3, and that was fantastic. My one criticism, 2 different planners on the files. So I don't really understand that.
So then, do you think that mood persists, given your role as with the CA? and connection to the community that if it was RC2 that you were up against as a community as what was coming in and what you were zoned for, that there would similarly be more comfort with that.
Yes, as long as we could address the discrepancies and troubling parts of our LAP. If we went back to RC2, fixing.
Yes, sorry, just separately
Right.
from
I know,
the
but
the
they
LAP.
would be happy with RC2 if phase 2 is fixing the LAP inconsistencies.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We are complete
Okay, thank
on
you.
this panel.
Great.
Now we will move to panel 8. We got about 35 minutes there to a regular scheduled break. So panel 8 includes Chris Bell, Tern Kaplan, Helga Van Thronout, Frank Frey, and Pamela Scott.
Good evening, members of council and Mayor Farkas. I just had to check my watch. It is the evening now. I'm Chris, and I am the CEO of Norfolk Housing Association, on behalf of which I am here speaking today. As you may know, we are a community housing provider located in Hillhurst, Sunnyside, and we were founded in 1980 actually by our community association, whose members at the time were really passionate about seeing their community grow to include more housing options that were more diverse and specifically aligned with the needs of aging in place for seniors living in the neighborhood at that time. March is Community Association Awareness Month, as you all know, so I would be remiss if I didn't start by acknowledging that important history. Norfolk Housing is opposed to the repeal of blanket rezoning. Blanket rezoning is an integral part of Calgary's housing strategy, which we strongly support. Housing is a complex system that requires a comprehensive plan, and our 98-point housing strategy is that comprehensive plan. And each and every one of those 98 actions is essential, including blanket rezoning. Should blanket rezoning be repealed, we urge council to immediately replace it with new zoning that both improves housing supply and choice, while also supporting reliable and financially sustainable infrastructure. I'd like to frame the rest of my remarks around trade-offs. If you asked me, Chris, do you want better municipal services? I would say yes, absolutely. And then if you asked me, do you also want lower taxes at the same time? I would say yes, absolutely. But of course, it's not possible to have both at the same time. Services cost money, and as we've learned in these last years, prices go up and not down, and deferring infrastructure maintenance comes back in the form of costly emergency repairs. Calgarians want and need well-maintained roads, quality parks, frequent transit, and yes, a reliable water system at fee and tax levels that we can afford. And we look to you, our elected representatives, to balance competing priorities like these on our behalf. And I do not envy you for that role or the task you have before you today. Which brings me to the trade-offs. Things like privacy loss, shadowing, loss of trees, parking, traffic, construction impacts, those are all real issues in redeveloping communities. Some of these are somewhat manageable with things like setback requirements, business support programs, and residential parking permit zones and the like, but this doesn't negate the fact that change is happening, and change is always hard. Some of these issues also are just inherent to greater density, parking and traffic in particular. But Calgary also needs to densify to facilitate housing choice and supply growth, manage our long-term infrastructure costs, generate enough revenue to support the services that Calgarians need as well. And to me, speaking on behalf of Norfolk, these are more important considerations than aesthetic preferences and shadowing. And I say that as somebody with on a personal note, with a development site right next door that will eliminate all of my morning sun. These trade-offs are real and also, in my opinion, necessary, but that doesn't make it easy, though. In listening to my fellow Calgarians supporting repeal, I hear people who really love their homes and their neighborhoods as they are now. And again, change is hard, especially when it comes to things that you love. But at the end of the day, change is the only constant in life, as noted by a speaker in the prior panel, and that often looks like neighbors moving away, neighbors aging, kids growing up, buildings depreciating, and trees coming to the end of their natural life cycle. Though not directly about affordability, blanket rezoning does make a meaningful contribution on that front, and at Norfolk we are concerned that repealing blanket rezoning without an appropriate replacement will reduce housing supply and choice, and in turn contribute to increased home prices as well as market rents. At a time when nearly 20% of Calgarians are overpaying their homes, this is not an affordable choice, in our opinion. These impacts will, as they almost always do, fall disproportionately on those with lower incomes, those who rent, those who are Indigenous, who are marginalized in other ways, who are young, who are students, who are newcomers, and so on and so on. If Council moves to repeal blanket rezoning, we urge you to approve a replacement plan that improves housing supply and choice across the continuum, maximizes density along transit corridors, supports financially sustainable infrastructure, as well as maintains eligibility for essential federal funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we will call on Tern Kaplan. Tern, are you with us? Nope. We'll move on to Helga Van Thurnout. Nope. Frank Fry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, and thank you for the name correction. Yes, I am Frank Fry, French fries, so you can remember. I live in Park Hill as well, in Ward 8. I was born in the blown-up hospital. I've been around for a while. That's all that entitles me to. I love Calgary. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to represent the understanding that I have that the city provides me with tremendous opportunities to meet new people, to have diverse experiences, shout out WordFest. And the reason where people are moving to Calgary is it offers opportunity for jobs, recreation, entertainment. So, I spoke at the budget consultations. Thank you for allocating potential funding for the Old Y. And somebody asked me why I was there, and it took me aback. The reason I was there is because I sleep better when I say what I think is correct, and people know what I think is correct. Whether or not other people agree with me is up to them, right? So I hope to enjoy the shadow of I hope the future residents of Calgary enjoy the shadow of the trees that I'm planting here, hopefully. I'm trying to represent all residents, not just people who live in the inner city or Park Hill, all residents. City Council and this rezoning discussion is a method for managing change. It involves a number of elements, as you're well aware, people have pointed out, and the need for compromise. If 60% plus of the zoning in Calgary is single family, blanket zoning makes sense because that's the majority of the lots. Therefore, we need to figure out what to do with those lots. We need to have, the goal is not densification. It is housing, housing, housing. The method we achieve that may be densification, but the goal is not densification. It's housing, where people have a secure place to live. So I listened to a number of other speakers, and I get confused, frustrated, and also learn something when I'm sitting there. But can you put up the picture? So that's a picture of the people who were houseless who died in Calgary. There's 280 odd officially counted, and on the left side of that picture is our post-it notes for people that weren't counted in there. Part of what I have trouble trying to represent is, I'm not saying that if you take away the blanket rezoning, we're going to kill people. It's not linear. That's the challenge of rezoning and planning in a city. But what this does represent is we haven't done a good job. That is a shame. That existing frustrates me to no end. And I don't know how to keep that in my mind in talking to you here today. But what I do know is that none of those people are going to be up here speaking because they're dead. And that's a problem. I have other confusions about how the LAP fits in with, the LAP process fits in with taking care of the city as opposed to whatever zone it is. I tried to participate in the West Elbow process because my part of Park Hill actually was in West Elbow. And the other thing is the coupling of language. Zoning by its very nature removes property rights. R1 is a removal of property rights. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call on Pamela to come up next.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Pamela Scott. I'm a member of the Calgary Alliance for the Common Good and the Calgary Climate Hub. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of my immediate family. 3 of us live in Ward 11, 1 in Ward 13. We oppose the repeal of blanket rezoning. Calgary's vision is that our city is a great place to make a living, a great place to make a life. Having an abundant supply of safe, stable, and affordable housing is foundational to that aspiration. Almost 1 in 5 Calgarians face core housing need. Many others are impacted by the housing crisis as well. In 2018, my wonderful son found a small 1-bedroom apartment that was ideal. He doesn't have a car. He could walk to a grocery store, and transit connections to work were good. From 2021 to 2023, his rent increased by $422 per month, from $975 to $1397. That's a 42% jump. His ability to save for his future was decimated. The rent is now $1355 per month, a reduction of 3% or $42. A slight improvement. Is that enough? Research supports the fact that blanket rezoning increases housing supply and moderates price escalation. A recent commentary from the Fraser Institute states redeveloping established areas of Calgary means more residents can make use of streets, transit, and other city services already in place, which is often the most cost-effective way for a city to grow. Calgary's invested billions in roads, pipes, parks, and transit. When we limit housing options in established areas, we underuse what we've already paid for. Increasing density also strengthens neighborhood businesses, promotes transit viability, and expands property tax revenue. That's fiscal prudence and responsible governance. Where and how we grow is also important. Upzoning helps reduce urban sprawl. In addition to high infrastructure cost, sprawl means the destruction of farmlands and wetlands, longer commutes, and more pollution. If we're serious about long-term health and sustainability, eliminating exclusionary zoning is essential. I know some of you were elected in part on a promise to repeal blanket rezoning. I ask that you reassess that commitment. You now have more information to consider. The Bearspaw South Feeder Main report linked our previous focus on growth and expansion to the failure of our water system. Retaining blanket rezoning will help us shift focus from building bigger to maintaining better. We also know that access to the Housing Accelerator Fund and the Canada Basic Public Transit Fund may be impacted if upzoning is repealed. Calgary desperately needs that money to expand affordable housing options. Any risk to that funding is not a risk worth taking. If, after thoughtful and detailed analysis, you remain convinced that repealing this specific bylaw is necessary, please approve a replacement that guarantees access to federal funding, meets the Home is Here targets, and ensures more Calgarians, like my son, experience this city as a great place to make a life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have some questions for this panel, starting with Councillor Pantzopoulos.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bell, if you could come back up. Thanks for your perspective and particularly your work with Norfolk and the folks you help here in Calgary find housing. And I just wanted to speak a bit about community. You spend a lot of time trying to interpret what you believe, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Would you suggest that, affordability and building, trumps community input and what's required in the different neighborhoods when you say you fully support blanket rezoning and all the implications? How do you reconcile that in your head?
I mean, that's your job, Councillor, to reconcile those two pieces.
I just bring that up when I'm on the Norfolk annual report. There's a conversation, I'll quote it. Norfolk continues to be a leader in mixed income housing in Calgary with specialized focus in community building. Later on says, all residents are engaged and part of the decisions in the community. So you clearly, through your organization, focus on community and important the input. Is that fair?
We do, and maybe to add some context for that. So within Norfolk, we have a very robust resident participation structure. We have a resident group that meets every 3 months to engage on building conversations. Residents can also be a building ambassador where they sort of take on extra responsibilities within their building, and residents can also serve on our board. Yes.
I love that community, and I'm just trying to reconcile, but I seem to have heard, and I'd love your thoughts, but in this particular scenario, when it comes to just building everywhere, communities shouldn't have as powerful a voice as the goal of just building everywhere, everything. Is that fair? It's good for Norfolk, but not for your neighbor who just spoke prior about her community. How can, as council, it's our decision, so how should we reconcile that in our minds?
I think the example that I would provide is when we announced to our residents our plans to redevelop one of our properties. We sent everybody a letter. We explained that the decision was made by our board in alignment with the scaling strategy that they approved, which had included an incredibly robust resident survey that did ask them point blank about their thoughts, concerns, worries about Norfolk's development. And our residents, at the end of the day, many of them were sad at the potential changes that could potentially result in. But ultimately, they understood. They understood that it was important to build more housing options, specifically in the neighborhood, because Hillhurst Sunnyside is an incredible place to live. It's an incredible place with transit, with parks, with so many amenities. And I would say that I think collecting that input and considering it in light of all the other needs and all the other information, data, and input that you have in front of you and access to as councillors, and then making the best decision that you can. Public opinion and input and consultation is one important piece of the puzzle, but ultimately, we're on the path to 2 million Calgarians. They aren't going to stop coming if blanket rezoning is repealed, and they need a place to go, and they need options. They need options of places to go. I would say it's one in a constellation of considerations, and again, we look to our elected officials to balance those out.
We just had an election 5 months ago, and it certainly was an issue where I come from, that people voted to say want to repeal. So to those people saying, above all, building anywhere should be above the needs or wants of folks in the community, that's where your opinion would rest?
No, I wouldn't say that is where my opinion would rest. Again, public opinion and consultation, it's one very important piece of input to include and consider as a part of the process. For example, like what Norfolk has done as a part of our own planning operations and redevelopment intentions. And then ultimately, it's my role to propose well thought out recommendations to my board, in a similar role as administration. And my board accepted that recommendation. Again, similar to the relationship between administration and council. Yeah, again, it's one important piece to include. In my opinion, and again, I'm not in any of your seats, and I won't be voting on this matter. And again, as I said, I don't envy you. But I do, in my personal opinion, think that repealing, rezoning, the cons outweigh the pros, again, in my opinion.
You mentioned at the end of your presentation, I think it was appropriate replacements. Maybe just speak a bit about that. You talk about transit-orientated, and we have two choices: keep it, get rid of it, and then we have to come back with something. And maybe just speak about that. Do you feel those are reasonable? You mentioned transit-orientated. What other sort of things is, if we can't have the case we have today and we repeal, and, to meet some of your objectives, what does that sort of look like? What could that, whether it's motions arising or changes, if you could just expand a little bit on that, that'd be great to hear. To meet, particularly of your association, what was required.
Absolutely. I would say, so context for Norfolk are some of our primary populations that we support include people with disabilities, low-income families, as well as seniors. So what that often means is buildings with elevators and air conditioning, and also buildings that have a decent amount of accessible units that also include 3 and 4 bedroom units. Those are, however, very difficult to build. They're not very economical. The people who need those units typically aren't able to pay the market rents required to make the pro forma work for those buildings. Anything the city can do, especially to enable those larger family-friendly units, especially in apartments, that will have a cost. Most low-income families with children, according to City of Calgary research, say that they would like to live in a townhouse as opposed to an apartment. So that's an important consideration. But again, that's the trade-off. And hey, if anyone wants to put it forward, a motion arising to include a per-bedroom subsidy for units that are accessible and family-friendly, I think that would be a great idea, especially if they're close to transit, to help families manage those transportation costs too.
Really appreciate it. So I think, in summary, it's not necessarily blanket rezoning. It's how do we have a process? If we came with a solution that increased supply, we just heard some colleagues speak about get the regulatory from 6 months to something less. If we could have a new package deal, this new council comes together, that's something you could generally support. If there was a path forward, if we freed up land, if we partnered with the feds and the province and not-for-profits, et cetera, and we had that supply, it's not necessarily an 8-plex in every street corner. It's supply where it makes sense. That's something you could put your shoulder behind. It's not exactly build everywhere, but you could come. Is that a fair? So you could put your shoulder behind that and support something like that?
If the city was willing to come forward with, substantial, ultimately, taxpayer dollars to support construction of the units that we see need for in the community, that is definitely something that I would support.
So, but if it came in other sources, I mean, fundamentally it's supply, I guess in summary, if we increase supply through our actions, that's something you could generally support. That's still, even if communities could maintain character, even if single-family homes could remain, you know, as long as that number. I guess I'm asking, the ultimate goal is more supply, not necessarily 8 plexes on every street corner.
I would agree, and I would say right supply. Again, we need accessible units. We need, you know, family-friendly units that are, again, affordable to the people who need them.
I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. For Ms. Scott, you referenced the Fraser Institute in your submission, and I had a chance to read through the Fraser Institute submission report, and I had a discussion with someone from that organization. And one of the things that came up through that discussion was the context of which the report was based on. And what they didn't factor into is master plan communities, i.e. Where you can build where they plan employment, commercial, retail, industrial, institution, a multitude of different housing types, so you can live, work, and age in place in the same location, essentially a mini city that also minimize the need to commute. And so also those communities are all fully paid for, the infrastructure is paid for by the developer, and no cost to the rest of the community, and it's a net contributor day one from a tax revenue perspective. So I'm trying to rationalize how you think that somehow inner city is supporting those developments versus those developments actually supporting some of the poorer planned single housing type communities that were built at really low densities.
I was suggesting in referencing that particular commentary that the principles that are outlined in that are the things that we need to consider when looking at this issue. So the fact that if a community, whether it is a new one or an old one, we want to be recognizing that if we're looking in established areas, and that's a direct quote, and we are talking established areas, we have already paid for the streets, the pipes, the parks, etc. It's something that's already paid for. So let's make use of it as much as possible. And I'm not suggesting 8 plexes as opposed to duplexes. I am focusing on density and the fact that increasing housing supply does impact housing prices as well as rental rates.
You also made reference to the sprawl and how it's taking away some of our farmland from an environmental perspective, but we're also facing with a challenge of urban development, i.e. rural urban development that's designed around low density, not really utilizing, you know, good sustainable planning principles. So I guess the question from my perspective is I have to look at it for what's in the best interest of the region as a whole. Is it master plan communities like we build, or not doing it and allowing it to occur outside of our boundaries and not even getting the benefit of the tax base?
I think what's in our best interests is to determine vision. The administration started off our discussions today about talking about vision, and I referenced the City of Calgary's vision, that we want this place to be one where people can make a great living and make a great life. We need affordable housing. One of the best books I've read is called The Affordable City. And in his discussion, he talks about needing to determine vision for your city. He also says that we have to be careful about focusing on issues such as affordability or house price escalation. He does an excellent job of looking at the whole issue of zoning. And he does not state specifics, and it is an American research outline. I also recommend Our Crumbling Foundation. I don't know if you've read it, but the author identifies 37 key actions that governments, both municipal and federal and provincial, need to take. Eliminating exclusionary zoning is number 7. And that's not necessarily in order.
Yeah, I never liked that term, inclusionary zoning
Exclusionary.
or exclusionary zoning. Anyways, I guess there's other questions we have to take into consideration. Aging infrastructure, who pays to replace that aging infrastructure? A lot of our older communities were designed around really low densities. They're unsustainable. Yes, we have to increase the density to at least get them close to sustainability. But right now, a lot of the costs that we're going to have to incur over the next little while is going to be replacing some of that aging infrastructure. That could help in mitigating that by increasing density. I guess the question is, what's the best way to move forward to accomplish that?
Absolutely. And there's no single solution. You have the joy and challenge of pulling the pieces together to find a quilt that works.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to figure out how it's going to work best for everyone. But thank you for your submission.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, please.
Mr. Bell. I love the quilt that works too. But just, yeah, I just want to, we're talking mostly about market rate housing here today with this hearing, right? This is about the ability for market rate housing to be built. And so your angle with Norfolk is to provide affordable units and non-market housing. And I'm wondering if you can speak to the relationship you see between market rate housing and non-market housing and why you've decided to sort of show up to speak to this today.
Absolutely, and happy to. So housing is a complex system. Everything is connected in ways that are often surprising and inexplicable. Sometimes you pull, one thread of the quilt, just to continue on that great analogy, and then, another part of the quilt, starts maybe disintegrating. And we also know that when there is pressure or bottlenecks in one part of the housing system or the continuum, it sort of ripples its way through the remainder of the system, creating higher prices, mismatched incentives for developers, even lengthening and worsening the fact that housing supply is a very inelastic good when it comes to being responsive to things like household formation and immigration and job creation and things like that. So for us at Norfolk, we try to, as much as possible, take a root cause assessment with our advocacy and really try to get to the core of the issues that are causing problems for our residents so that we get fewer calls of people in desperate positions who need homes, which is, up until very recently, that's been a common experience for myself and my colleagues. And it's important for us to see that the entire housing system be working optimally for everybody so that ultimately there is less need for non-market options because we know that already the need is so great.
Can you speak at all to sort of like the timelines and like the backlog that you're experiencing within Norfolk? Are you having a lot of pressure on your organization on the sort of like supply side?
So in terms of supply, Norfolk has not been in a growth position for a number of years now, where we are sort of getting back into that game as we speak. So I can't necessarily speak in terms of the supply. My supply kind of understanding and comments are mostly kind of based on academic literature and policy reports and things like that. But on the demand side, a number of years ago, we as an organization decided to just stop keeping a waiting list and to just post everything on Rent Faster, our rent geared to income units as well as our near market units, just because it was so challenging and the need was so great. And again, we wanted to be fair to everybody. And again, those rent geared to income units, consistently, 60 applications in a day. Near market, softening a little bit because we are a mixed market organization, and thankfully rents are softening. But yeah, so I would say that that's the experience that we've had with that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've concluded this panel. I'm about to hit the gavel and we'll be back at 7:15. But just to line up the next 10 speakers, we'll have, when we come back, Latosia Campbell-Walters, Storm Purdy, Yuri Rogozin, Spencer Andresen, Natalie Robertson, Pat Guillemot, Ken Goosen, Richard Belzile, Catherine Williams, and Peter Collins. Next, Frank Johnston, Jane Ebbern, Willem Klumpenhauer, Elizabeth Morden, Michael Jones. So those will be the first 15 people that we'll go to after we come back. So see you all at 7:15.